Johnny, they're back, and they're looking at us funny. Hello, friends, fellow traders, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, home of the best futures, most watched futures trading stream you'll find, with an all-star lineup of guests every single week. Real traders and educators who give you 100% transparency into their trading. You're not going to find another show out there like ours that offers everything in one: education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Fry, I'm Bender, and we have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today and throughout the week. We will be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. So, let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading know-how. Johnny, is your game plan ready? Checklist checked? Johnny, friend, you're on mute, pal.
Oh, yeah, sorry there. A few too many Kentucky snow cones for the resurrection yesterday. How we doing, Eddie? Good weekend?
Good weekend. Great weekend. You know, spent some time with the family, my bong, and all my other loved ones. You know, just normal Eddie things.
Looks like you lost the bandana in the wash. I'm sorry about that.
No bandana today, but I do have the Topstep hat still repping the gear. But let's not do any further ado. Let's jump right into the news, Johnny. Sad news today out of the Sour Patch Kids Foundations. Yes, that's right. Sour Patch Kids, first tasty, sweet, then sour, have now rebranded to be Adult Patch Kids. No more sweet candy games. Now we have adult taxes, and we need to grow up. Johnny, you ever eaten Sour Patch Kids?
Once or twice, Eddie.
Once or twice. That's good. That's good stuff. Moving on. 7-Eleven, the place where you can get all your munchie needs. Yes, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Johnny, heard about this one? Hot dog water. 7-Eleven is selling sparkling hot dog water. You can go buy right now. I don't know about you, but I could swallow a couple glizzies right now.
Sounds delicious, Eddie.
And finally, sad news today out of Miami. That's right. In Diddy news, Diddy Kong of the Donkey Kong family was arrested on banana trafficking charges at Miami airport. Our thoughts are with the rest of the Kong family, Donkey, Chunky, Tiny, and Cranky Kong, as they deal with this incredibly hard time in the Mushroom Kingdom. But, Johnny, everyone's looking at us like we're crazy. What's going on?
I don't know. They don't make double-sided tape like it used to be, so I don't know.
No.
Let's.
But talking about how things used to be, James, where's that tip of the week we always got?
Learn to adapt. Eddie, go ahead.
Couldn't be more apt this week. Learn to adapt, embrace market volatility, analyze past mistakes, reassess your goals regularly, and be ready to replace anybody on air who might drop out the morning of.
I'll always be here, Eddie. Speak for yourself.
Alrighty, well, James, you're the best part of this job, my friend. I love you more than a brother. Thank you for that tip of the week. All right, moving on now. Johnny, what do we got for our contestants today?
Let's get to the charts. Here we go. It's the real Eddie and Hoag now. Okay, all right.
Hey, there I was. I was muted again. Again, I was muted. Happy April Fool's Day, everybody. That was great. You guys were awesome. I'll have to hold my mustache on. And he's on mute. Yep, absolutely. I don't know why I always seem to do that. JD, it's good to see you this morning. How are you?
Yeah, you too, my friend. Excellent. Well, we got the charts up already. Why don't we just dive into those and we'll run through the economic calendar right after you're done? Does that sound like a plan?
Oh, sounds great. Sounds great. All right. Well, in no particular order this morning, we've got the E-mini S&P daily chart. So the daily chart, that weekly kickoff high remained the same level as last week at 53.20. 53.20. Why? We never showed any signs of acceptance above it. It put in the high on Thursday, I should say. I keep wanting to say Friday or yesterday, Thursday was the last time we had the opportunity to be together. A breakout of that level takes us all the way up to 5480 approximately. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be happening. I think that's more like 5380. I've got it written down wrong. 5380 would be the measured move, I believe. Actually, maybe a little bit higher than that. I don't know. Let's see if we can accept above last week and this week's weekly kickoff high 5320 before that happens. Again, I've got that measured move on a breakout of that all the way up to 5480, and that is correct. We did put in a new all-time high in the overnight session. This is a new all-time high overnight session. Upside structure, of course, does remain intact. What does it mean when we put it in a recent or all-time high in the overnight session? What that means to me is it's probably not going to hold. The regular trading hour session traders are probably going to be aiming to take that out at some time in the near future. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, there's likely to be a little bit less liquidity today because Australia is closed, Hong Kong's closed, the UK is closed, and Germany are closed for the Easter holiday. So we're going to be missing some of the market participants today. So our upside structure remains. What are we looking at in the 30-minute chart here? I got to do my sound effect here. So what did we do? Well, here, let's go back to the daily for just 1 second. What do we do as far as open interest and volume? On Thursday, volume was not great. Wasn't great volume. And also, we lost 25,000 in open interest on Thursday. Well, it was going to be a 3-day weekend. It was end of month, end of quarter, rebalancing. And we knew we had some important information coming out on Friday that we weren't going to be participating in. Makes sense to me that a lot of traders really just kind of liquidated positions, and that is supported by that drop in open interest. Now we'll go back, if I can figure this out, to the 30-minute chart. And let's gauge this. Okay, so there was Friday. There it is again. There's Thursday. We put in a high, all-time high. Last week's, pretty close to, last week's high of the week was 53.21. 53.21. So we went 4 ticks above that 53.20 level late on Friday, and we really pulled off of that very nicely. As far as the overnight inventory is concerned, I'm looking at it as being really completely flat. We opened last night here. We are currently trading there. We got a little bit long. We consolidated. We're now back below that 53.20 level and back inside range and value from Thursday. The Thursday is high, 53.21. There it is. We know about that. We know weekly kickoff high from last week, 53.20. Kind of an important inflection level there. If we're going to see continuation to the upside, we're going to need to see some new business come in and try and push this market higher. We were looking at gap rules earlier this morning. We are no longer looking at gap rules. The market is inside range, inside value, suggesting patience and looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. One of the things that's going to be in my mind all day today is the fact that we did put in an all-time high in the overnight session. I was going to be kind of looking at value area acceptance if we were to open above that. The value area high from Thursday, 1475. So now it looks more like, with a greater probability, we're going to be opening inside value from yesterday. That might keep me on my heels a little bit, being patient, looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. Last week's high, weekly kickoff high, important inflection level. Overnight high and at an all-time high, also an important inflection level. 53.33 half. 53.33 half. I don't think there's much risk of my mustache and beard falling off. But, we never know what's going to happen in these markets. The profile on Thursday, it left a poor high or a weak high. In other words, on that 230 bar, we took 1 tick above the 2 o'clock bar. And that's when we figured out, I guess people figured out we weren't going to go any higher. A lot of liquidation occurred in that last 30-minute bar. It's the highest volume for the entire session on Thursday. this was when everybody decided, you know what? I think I'm going to go home flat for the long weekend. Settlement is 53.08 half. We only increased settlement by a quarter of a tick. A quarter of a point. One tick higher than the previous settlement is where we ended up settling this market on Thursday. So we're already inside value. A lot of the things that I would be looking at, we've got the point of control. We're checking to it right now. We'll probably check that in the regular trading hour session, as there's a high probability of that. If we can't hold value, if we start to see this market look to the downside, we've got a naked point of control right down here. Approximately 52.77 would be an easy target for that. We've got a little bit of a fair value gap, if you will, some single TPOs on this push up on Wednesday. So really just trying to be patient this morning, because we know that there's going to be a little less liquidity. We know that we're in range, we're in value. Very little change to the perception of value of the S&Ps tells me better trade locations are probably going to be coming later on in the session, or at least after the initial balances, which is formed, which, as we know, the initial balance is the first hour of trade. Look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ it did not put in new overnight highs last night. We've got the weekly kickoff high, which remains at 18,650, because we never broke above it. We found sellers anytime we came near it last week. Last week's high was 18,619. So we really didn't get all that close to that weekly kickoff high. Last week's high, 619. Last week's low, 378.50. And we are smack dab in the middle of that. Again, we're going to have to stay patient, I think, this morning. These markets are telling us, especially the NASDAQ, which really remains range bound. It didn't put in a new all-time high in the overnight session. It hasn't really tested weekly kickoff high. This is a much more range bound market, although upside structure in the longer time frame still remains. We're in an upside digestion mode here. We're relatively range bound and right in the middle of that range. We added 1,400 in open interest on Friday, low volume, or on Thursday again, I should say, on lower volume. So did we add a whole bunch of interest? Not necessarily. It wasn't all that big a deal. Maybe, some new positioning or hedging going on for that long weekend and that information that came out on Friday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. All right. Okay, what happened here? I lost some of my indicators here, I guess. Hang on just 1 second. Let me put the profile on here, and then we'll put settlement on there, as we always do. 18,475 even. 18,475 even with settlement. I'm going to just put it right there for now. That's close enough for rock and roll. Overnight inventory flat, back inside range and value. No real inventory, no major changes in the perception of value in the NASDAQ. Again, has me looking to be patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Earlier this morning, we were looking at Thursday's high as something we might look at. So the point of control from Thursday is around 18,491. We're back inside range, back inside value. I'm going to try and stay patient. The market has been coming off pretty handily for this morning off of those highs. Overnight inventory may actually be getting a little bit short this morning. We've got VWAP pointing lower, but a long ways away. Again, I'm going to try and stay patient. The profile yesterday was Thursday's high was weak, which was 18,538. Value area high begins at 18,515. The market has changed already this morning since I first sat down here at 6:30 and started looking at things. Market has come off pretty readily. We're getting ready to test value low from Thursday, which is approximately 18,472.75. So market's already showing some signs of weakness, some possible signs of change from the overnight session. But again, we do open in range and value. I'm going to try and stay patient and be looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. What's going on in crude oil now? Oh, I know what I did. Here we go. Let's take a look at crude. Okay. All right. Daily. Okay. Let me scale this so we can all see. And so at the end of the day on Thursday, we broke out of that 8260 level, which was resistant pretty much all week. We did take that out. We did close above it. I'm looking for this market to do a good job in a continuation of an upside move, right? So with the market is holding upside structure. We've got an area of balance. We broke out the high of that area of balance. We did okay on volume. We added 5,800 in open interest on Thursday. So that indicates that above that 8260 level, there's a probability that we saw some new business coming in. What's our low from our overnight session? 8260. What was once resistance has now become support. So I'll be looking for that level if given the opportunity for an execution there. I don't know if that's going to happen. It did happen in the overnight session. We need this business above 8260 if we are going to continue this move. Does anybody want to pay more for crude oil? No, we don't want to pay more for crude oil. But as day traders, we're taking a look at the technical information, and we did have a pretty substantial upside auction that broke an important inflection level. That inflection level is holding. As long as that inflection level holds and we see meaningful participation above that, I'll look for a continuation move to the upside, which could take us to $87. $87. That's my measured move if we can maintain price above this 8260 level. 30-minute chart. All right. Now we can see. So we left a gap on Wednesday to Thursday. Some naked points of control could be targeted. Here's our move down to that 8260 level. The last week's weekly kickoff high. I've left it grayed out because it's still in play. I've left it in gray here. Overnight inventory. Well, we did get a little bit too short in the hold down there. The market has opened and is now, well, it did open with a gap. It's now closing the gap. The gap closes to 83.21, last week's high. The profile yesterday or on Thursday was a normal variation day with a kind of a late spike. Okay, there was a late spike that took us from 82.90 all the way up to 83.21, which is the high from last week. If the market holds that level in regular trading hours, that would be a nice level for us. It holds us above value from Thursday. So kind of, looking like this market got a little too short in the hole near last week's weekly kickoff high, an important inflection level. As long as we hold above that, I'm looking for opportunities to buy weakness for continuation. A failure at that level, there's plenty of visuals, points of control. Weekly kickoff low is 80.80 and an unfilled gap from last week down there. Take a look at gold now. All right. Here we go. New highs, new all-time highs, ladies and gentlemen. Gold is cooking to the upside. Got to keep your eye on the dollar, of course, but let's see if we can't look at this a little bit closer. So, upside move, consolidation, breakout move. Last week's weekly kickoff high in gold, 23.20 right here. So we had a breakout move on good volume and a 7,100 contract increase in open interest. The market found what it was looking up there, and that is more business. That previous June contract high, 2246.60. We haven't even touched it today. We've really just been holding higher. Last week's high, 2256.90. The overnight low, 55.50. And the market seems, intent on continuing this push to the upside. Take a look quickly here at the 30-minute chart. And Let's see what we're looking at here. So gap Wednesday to Thursday, no gap close. Gap this morning, continuing new all-time high in the overnight session. Look where the market is already attempting to head to. Overnight inventory was long, a little bit of reconciliation, but as we've come into the U.S. Open, the market is trying to hold above that VWAP, looking for opportunities. You know, if I had to say, I'd say there's a pretty good probability of us taking out this overnight high at some point. As we know, markets don't like to leave recent or all-time highs in the regular trading hour session, and this market is certainly heading to the upside. Of course, as we all know, anything can happen. Market could pull all the way back to that previous June contract high and then come and take that out. Not predicting, just trying to put context over the market. You know, it's always about context, risk management, and patience. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And now back to JD with the economic information due out today.
For sure. First off, for all of you Tradeovate users out there who are having issues with your market data this morning, we do apologize. We are not the tech team here, but I assure you our tech team is well aware of the issue, and they're working feverishly to rectify the situation. Also, if you already submitted a support request, don't keep submitting requests. Every time you submit a new one, you get pushed back to the back of the line. So just a heads up there. We've got 100 people on our support staff. They're running through tickets as fast as they can. So just give them a few minutes. They'll get back to you. All right. On that note, we've got a big week of jobs data ahead of us, starting with JOLTS tomorrow, ADP unemployment on Wednesday, jobless claims and the Challenger job cut report on Thursday, and we're going to wrap it up with the March unemployment report on Friday. So keep an eye on those jobs numbers. We also have 19 scheduled Fed governor speaking engagements throughout the week, including Fed Chair Powell's speech on economic outlook on Thursday at the, hang on, I just made a note of it, the Stanford Business, Government, and Society Forum in Stanford. All right, we also have 23 T-bond bill and note auctions, announcements, and settlements sprinkled in throughout the week. So lots of economic data coming out today. Also on the docket, later today, we have PMI manufacturing final, ISM manufacturing index, construction spending, 3 and 6 months bill auctions, and Lisa Cook is speaking today. So keep an eye on the economic calendar. I think we're going to wrap it up right there. I see some more stuff coming in the chat. Yeah, again, we apologize for any Tradeovate market data issues that you are having this morning, but we're working to get everything correct for you, okay? Our tech team is filled with brilliant people. We are not the brilliant tech team, but they are working very hard on it. So
True.
Thank you for that. All right, Hoag.
All right. Well, I guess we're gonna take a quick coffee break. We'll be back with you before the open. Let's get into these markets and see what kind of opportunities we can find. Again, we do apologize for those issues. I mean, those are things that are not in our control, but we are in contact with those that are in control of that. Our tech team is working on it. The support team is working on it. And as you know, at TopStep, we will always make things right for you. And again, we apologize. We are working on getting this rectified as quickly as we can. Give us a couple of minutes. We'll be back with you for the fast markets, and looking forward to having a few people back. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV, the triumphant return of the boss in the upper left corner. What's up, Michael? What are you wiping up right now? What happened? What a start.
Spilled coffee.
What a start to the week.
Post Monday.
We're off to a great start, Deeyana and Andre. And Hoag.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Hoag?
Good
What's
morning.
Up,
Good to have you back.
Yes,
good to be
good
back.
to have you back.
Monday's good.
And here we go.
And we're
Johnny,
off.
It's all you, Johnny.
Well, we're opening in the equities in range and in value, which says to me, just relax. There's no change in the perception of value, so better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. We're seeing a pretty deep pullback off the highs in both the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. The S&Ps put in a new all-time high in the overnight, which I don't expect to hold. The NASDAQ is far more range-bound. It's trading right at the point of control from Thursday. That point of control is 18,493. Value low in the NASDAQ from Thursday is 18,471. Value high, 18,515. The point of control from Thursday in the NASDAQ is 18,493. Now that's the TPO point of control, and we've really just opened right at that point of control. Even the volume point of control is very close to that. It's 18,490. So the market has opened and started this second quarter of the year in a very comfortable, happy level, still remaining from Thursday, inside range, inside value, at points of control. I've got to just sit on my hands, unfortunately, because there's very little change in the perception of value, and I think that there are better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. Now, we've left the opening range at the high of the session in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ. The market has traded basically in the S&Ps right down to value low from Thursday, 53.07 quarter, and has taken a little bit of a bounce back into the opening range off that level. So again, I don't think that there's a lot of confidence. I don't think that there's a lot of current daytime frame momentum in these markets, and I've got to chill and be patient. Maybe even, wait till after the initial balance is established to look for opportunities. The NASDAQ is right back to the high and just took out the high of the opening range. So again, that opening range, when it's in value, is less likely to be successful, and it's already failed in the NASDAQ. It's working on taking out that high of the opening range in the S&Ps. That high of the opening range in the S&Ps, 53.1175. The high of the opening range in the NASDAQ, 18,503. So we're seeing the market coming off of a settlement. Okay, settlement in the NASDAQ is 18,475. It's this yellow line right here. We can make this chart look bigger so we can see that we've taken a look to it, and we've taken a nice little bounce off that settlement level.
Yeah, I got stopped out at 82. So I was getting
So
88s
you
and
got
90.
short?
I got long. I was getting
Oh, you got long.
long 88s and 97s, and I got stopped out at 86. Dip your toe in the water, people.
That's right. Hopefully it was light and tight, Michael.
It was. I'm down $140.
Oh,
That is a no
That's all right.
problem. No problem thing.
It's
And
break
it's up
even.
it's up 50 handles from there.
Yeah.
So woo! Welcome back.
Nice day.
Yeah.
welcome
yeah.
back is right.
I would've been
Right,
next
so
trade.
I'm probably going to be focusing on gold, maybe some gasoline and platinum. So
Yes.
crude
Yes.
oil, it has been, yeah. Somebody
Tell us about gas.
suggested it last week that I look at that. I mean, I'm an energies and metals kind of trader, and yeah, I mean, I do like it. I have been trading it in a couple of the combines. So yeah, let's see what we can do with it. Gold is back in a very nice range. So we have over 275 ticks for the entire 24 hours. That's pretty good. Crude oil is pitiful when it comes to the average ranges, so that's fallen to 125 ticks. And whenever that happens, it's time for me to kind of park it. There are some interesting levels, but again, I haven't really been liking the way it's been moving. It's been moving as if it's like the Asia session or something. So you enter a trade and there's just like no movement either side. So until that comes back, crude oil is going to be on the back burner for me. So yeah, looking at gold, it's in a pretty strong uptrend.
Mhm.
During London, I mean, London wasn't really open today, so let's say this was more Asia doing things.
Mhm.
But it did reach the average daily range and then fell away from it. However, every time we reach that full 24-hour average outside of the regular trading hours, that spells a pretty strong uptrend. So because of that, I probably won't be fighting it. And depending on what the picture looks like, I might take either a post-standby cut reversal trade, which is usually in about, well, half an hour's time thereabouts. If there's an opportunity at that time of day, I'm going to take that. If we are shooting higher, I might get involved into a trade, but considering that we do have a bit of space until we exhaust the average session range. So the average session high is 22.89.5. And if we reach that before I'm able to find a trade, it means that the opportunity won't be there. So I would actually like a bit of a pullback, maybe below this initial balance range, and then see what is actually happening around these lows at 22.64. So yeah, I have a few hypos, but most of them are on the long side. Obviously, if the market goes into a sell-off, then I'll have to rethink that. But ideally, I wouldn't want to fight whatever's going on larger time frames.
D, that 22.89.5, is that your average daily range or
That's the average session range. Yeah,
session range?
it's the average session range. Yeah, the average daily range was already reached during Asia, which was 22.83.6. London has a bank holiday today, so nothing is really open, and it's the same thing in Europe as well. So they are not open for business. Therefore, this is why I said this is probably Asia. This wasn't London trading because there was no London trading. Everybody's away. So we're going to see what happens when the initial balance gets extended. If it doesn't get extended, then I'll probably just sit it out. But I definitely don't want to be getting involved before the initial balance is extended, because then we have some initiative activity. We have those larger time frame participants stepping into the market, and everything becomes a little bit easier, volume-wise and movement-wise. So until that happens, I'm sitting on my hands.
That's
Michael, did you
wise.
catch any of that move in the NASDAQ? That was vicious off those lows.
Get out of here, Johnny.
What a rally.
Oh, what a rally. Right up. 4 points off my...
Yeah. Welcome back to the markets, Michael. They missed you. The markets missed you.
I know, they missed me. They waited around all week last week just to tick me out. Took me out on a stop.
Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta, all screaming to the upside right now.
Definitely, that makes sense. Real quick, guys, we got a number here about 8. We got a number here about 8 minutes with S&P manufacturing PMI. We got a busy schedule today. 9 o'clock, we got some numbers. with ISM manufacturing PMI, as well as prices paid, U.S. construction spending month over month, as well as U.S. ISM manufacturing new orders. Then we've got the employment index as well at 9 o'clock. So 9 o'clock, we got about 5 different numbers there, but 8:45 Central here. In 7 minutes, we got S&P manufacturing PMI. And 10:30 Central, we got 3 and 6 month bills as well. So stay on your toes this morning. Keep it light and tight. See profit, take profit, as these numbers could influence the market directly and change track. Look at this rally in the S&Ps. My goodness. Or on the NASDAQ. Look at that.
Wow. NASDAQ is just killing it.
It was a 100-point. It was a 100-point rally.
Oh my goodness!
In 5 minutes.
Microsoft, Nvidia, and Meta just jumping to the upside.
Okay. So gold trade.
The VWAP, the VWAP on S&P, we've always ripped through it. We already ripped through it on the NASDAQ, but it's up here about 519 or 319s, 5319. 75% long on the S&P. 53% long on the NASDAQ. Yeah. Did you guys trade any house account last week?
No house account trades last week. Last week was a bit of a snoozer for most of us. Range bound. Then Thursday was the big numbers, and the market kind of just chilled. No house account trades, Michael. No big leans, real one way or another. Why are you itching to get back in there?
Well, no, I think we need to get that going. We got the rule of thumb is we're getting 3 inputs from others. Others either got to be on the Topstep leaderboard or on the XFA leaderboard.
Okay.
Funded.
Funded.
That's where we take some of our information because we're backing you. So we also want to hear, if you're here with us and you have any thoughts about levels, share those. Andre's job is to collect those and then kind of give us an area, right, Andre? Is that right?
That's right. Yes. Oh wow, new highs in NASDAQ here. Oh my goodness.
And we'll take that trade in our prop account. So I'm trading my personal account down $145, and the house account is a house account that I can click to, and I have access to put trades on in our prop firm. We have quite a few people at the live account that are trading in our prop firm, and then live trading here at Topstep happens. Been happening since 2010.
We've got 610 is the overnight high from the NASDAQ last night. 619 is last week's high in the NASDAQ.
619, 610. Okay. And there's the 20 range. Okay.
612, the overnight high. 619, last week's high.
So you guys, at the very top of the chat is a checklist, and you should probably have a trading plan, or else you're just winging it. And if you're brand new, that's totally fine. Get in and get out of the trade. Isn't that what they used to tell us in the pits, John? When you first wanted to learn how to trade, get in, get out, get in, get out. Now, if you're not a newbie, you need to have a trading plan, or else you're just playing a game that has no rhythm and has no rhyme to your day-to-day.
Yeah, just clicking
4 minutes to the news. What's 4 minutes to the news?
Keep you posted.
Demand.
PMI.
Thank you.
PMI manufacturing final.
At least we got some data. John, did we talk about the Powell speech at all? Highlights from the Powell speech? Maybe we can touch on that later. I got some highlights from his speech on Friday. Sounds like he did do some talking. And we opened gap to the upside on the reopen. So the economy's pretty strong and resilient, but we will hold longer, keep them higher for longer if the data says it will. So obviously, as always, data dependent and talking on both sides of his mouth. He's really good at that. Very good at that.
Yeah, I
like to zoom out.
Just looked at the PCE numbers, on Friday, and they pretty much came out as expected. So it kind of makes sense that we're not gangbusters here yet this morning. But let's watch this PMI number here in a couple of minutes. I'll let you guys know what it is.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yep.
Tilt is weird. Tilt has 70% short NASDAQ. Guys, everybody here with an open position. Thousands of open positions. And we share data that nobody else shares with our prop firm, because we want our prop traders to trade the best they can. So 70% short NASDAQ and 73% long S&Ps. That is funky.
Yeah, Michael. All of last week, big divergences on the open between S&P's, NASDAQ, and the Dow. You see the Dow going in different directions than S&P and NASDAQ. We saw that all last week. It'll probably take, 30 minutes, 45 minutes before you'll kind of all catch up with each other, start trading in tandem or the trio. So for whatever reason, we talked about this with the strategy lab with Anne-Marie and John was there as well. These opens, we see divergence in NASDAQ, S&Ps, and NASDAQ, S&Ps, and the Dow, and you kind of have to wait for it to settle out. Divergent, right?
The divergence remains, especially between the NASDAQ and the Dow. The Dow left the opening range at the dead ass high, and it's on its lows right now with the NASDAQ on its highs.
So just a heads up there, Michael.
Andre, I missed you, buddy. I'll see you in a few days, though, from what I hear.
How was your Spanish? Did you brush up on your Spanish down there?
That's muscle, man. I don't know.
Well done. Well done. I will be seeing you in a few days. But yes, kind of got to wait this out. All right, John, we got less than 60 seconds here on that
1 minute.
S&P manufacturing PMI. Well, one thing I love about TopStep X, you got the financial juice right there on the one tab, just beneath the trading tab on the left side there. 3 little humanoids, if you want to call it. You get all the economic events right there. Tip of your
humanoids.
Pretty sweet. Humanoids.
Michael, we all missed you.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I missed you guys. It was great. I was gonna jump on, but then I'm like,
tan?
I don't know, man.
You're pretty tan.
In all the right places, Andre. Of course I am.
Jesus.
Yeah.
What?
In all the right places.
My goodness. Hey, what's front month for gold, guys? Is it K or M?
Gold?
Gold.
June.
Gold
June.
is M.
M.
Yeah,
Thank
June.
you. Okay.
M. Yeah.
Funky data here. Okay, very good. Now I'm all dialed in. All right, John, when you get that
Jumped
number.
over the May contract.
You see what gold's trading? My goodness, those prices are insane.
I know.
You got any scrap gold out there in the drawers? Now's the time to pawn those suckers in. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Thin dome.
51.9. 51.9. They were expecting 52.5. The previous release was 52.2, 51.9. So a little lower than expected, but anything above 50 still indicates expansion.
Okay. So my economy's still growing, like Paul was saying.
Yep.
Next number up.
Next up,
1.
construction spending.
5. Got 5
Why
numbers
would they?
coming out.
Yeah, okay, next up, construction spending. Why would they? I mean, we got to keep watching numbers, which are always, delayed or past for stuff. Why would the Fed cut rates in June?
I don't know.
Well,
We could talk about that later and get in that debate. I'm not I'm not convinced that they're not supposed to, unless they, to stimulate growth,
They
right?
may not.
Or to stimulate employment. But employment numbers are essentially full employment, and growth is doing just fine. So I don't know. I'm sure Jack has some opinions as well, but I don't fully find it. What's up, Matt and Anaya? Welcome to the show.
Naya, what's up?
All right.
Oh, threes. Okay, you said 10s and 19s. Now we
12s
have,
and 19s, yeah. 12s are the overnight high, 19s last week's high.
guys, if I'm talking about levels, I'm only talking about NASDAQ because everybody here trades the NASDAQ.
That we know.
Dow, the Dow's starting to get some love. Michael, the Dow's starting to get some love around here.
Dow is getting more
was the
popular.
darling
We'll see.
of TopStep TV last week.
I will see about moving over to the old. Look at all the old young Michael right here. That was the Dow.
That was your first love.
That was your you were a floor trader, yeah? Dow trader.
Uh-huh.
Dow made
Yeah, look at I was even wearing,
100.
I was even wearing a tie.
You had to at that time.
Yeah. I had to at that time. I started trading the Dow 1 month after it launched in 2003 or 2. I forget. 2003. 2002. Yeah, I have been trading since I was 19 years old. 45 in a couple next week. 45 and still alive. Isn't that the line, John? 45 and still alive?
45 still alive.
Right on your birthday, you say it, and then you go to the dealership and you buy a red Corvette.
You're about midlife crisis. I'm on the back nine myself.
I've done way too much stuff in my front nine to worry about my back nine. Did it?
That's good. I
Uh-huh.
front loaded my life too.
Yes, front load. My old man did not, and he is he's definitely that type of guy. I love it though.
We gotta get him on here. We got a poll question up here before these numbers. Should MP trade the Dow, the YM, in real time right now? 60 votes, 47% saying yes.
7,800.
It's like riding a bike, Michael.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
I started to see some.
No, it is, guys. When it comes to the auction process, bids and offers, price levels, you got to study up a little bit. You got to get in tune, just like a guitar, just like a bicycle, just like all that kind of stuff. And John can talk to you about getting in tune with a guitar, but
Deeyana too.
yeah,
I think
Deeyana,
Deeyana.
yeah, 100%.
Market to market,
Deeyana's a
Deeyana.
player,
We just got to
man.
learn the personality of that market. She's go from a couple different markets now, but yeah, the auction process is the same nonetheless. Wouldn't you say, Deeyana?
Yeah, I have a systematic method that enables me to switch pretty easily. The auction process is the auction process, like you say, and levels are levels. The only difference is liquidity and slight behavioral crooks, which is why I always spend a little bit of time doing some statistical tests on anything new that I'm looking at. However, having said that, I am still sticking to my energies and metals, so it's not like I'm going into a completely new asset class. It's all still the same market, same exchanges. So similar mechanics in these products. But yeah, gold is taking a nice dive. So
Yes, it is.
that's in line with the expectation.
Yes. 75%
If
short,
we can
quarter
get-
tilt.
So
If we
after
can
this
get,
100-point rally, go ahead on the gold.
Yeah, so if we can get to 2258, that represents average session range low. And then we're going to see after that NY cut whether we can get a reversal with the trend upside.
Where are you looking for that reversal?
I have a couple of levels in mind. So one is the average session low, 2258. Again, it's a zone, so it needs to be reached. And then we look for reversals. If it goes lower, then I do have a value high from Thursday, which is 2243. So nothing to rush. But the trend is pretty strong. So any pullback, I'm seeing it as a potential for
An opportunity.
an opportunity for a reversal trade, with the larger time frame outlook.
Very
We have
John
nice.
average
Jones,
session low around Asia low, and then
And
next stop, value high from Thursday.
John
Dre?
Jones, I have not listened to that album. Thanks, though. I'm going to check it out.
What's up, John?
It's consolidating up here. It's consolidating. 100 handle move. 100 handle move. It's consolidating.
Old NASDAQ, dude.
Are you, Andre, seeing liquidity above the S&Ps more so than below?
Good question. I am seeing, I guess in the first four prices, a little bit more liquidity to the upside. It's still like 100. I'm seeing hundreds up and 100 below. No big numbers sticking out wide. Are you seeing something in particular?
It seems like the upside just looks thicker. It looks like there's more liquidity above.
I would agree with
that.
that.
A couple hundred, you got 140. You've got, double digits for 3 or 4 prices below the last price. It just seems a little less liquid below than it does above, which is kind of freaking me out because I'm looking to possibly take a short up near VWAP or 5320, which is weekly kickoff high.
Okay. I see that. Still time. Maybe after these numbers, we'll see some more liquidity get injected into this market. But yes, I would agree with that. A little bit more liquidity upside than downside.
Mm-hmm. So we do have more numbers due out. We've got 9 o'clock construction spending, and even more importantly, the ISM manufacturing index. So
1, 2, 3, 4.
we'll see what happens
numbers.
there. As far as Delta's concerned, Andre, we got nothing.
Well,
We got negative 160 in the S&Ps. We do have positive 1,500 in the NASDAQ. and negative 700-800 in the Dow, which
All right.
I mean, they're basically congruent.
Okay. Last week we were seeing NASDAQ with bigger delta values than the ES.
The S&Ps, which was freaking me out.
Freaking me out too. Hell, I even made a NASDAQ trade based off of that. It was a little wild. Oh, hey, Deeyana, quick, just a clarification. European close is now back to normal, correct?
It's back to normal. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
great.
back to normal. Our clocks, we lost an hour yesterday, so everything's now back to
Very
normality as it should be. Yeah.
good. Thank
It's
goodness.
10:30 Central, correct?
10:30.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, everything's
Sorry,
clarified.
hold
Why
on.
can't we
Is
all
it
just-
10:30? Yeah, 10:30
10:30
Central.
Central.
Yes,
10:30
I always get confused with the Eastern Central because I have like
Yeah.
people in different parts, and I'm better with Eastern than I am with Central Time, even though it's only an hour out. So every time I'm like, "Is that right? Is that right?" So I'm always like cross-checking.
Why can't we just leave the clocks alone?
Just leave them alone.
I know,
Just leave them
leave
alone.
the daylight
Sure.
as it is.
I was
It's
so
fine.
annoyed last night. I was going to bed and we still have they're like white lights, trees that I had on for Christmas. And now they they shut off at like 11 o'clock at night. We haven't changed the thing. So I'm getting these bright light into the room while you're sleeping. Woke me up. I was annoyed. Had to talk about daylight savings. That was an issue. That was a byproduct of it.
I sleep with an eye mask these days. I used to hate
anybody
them.
here? Yeah, Deeyana, does that help?
It does, yeah. I think it increases melatonin production, and I seem to sleep deeper with the eye mask on.
Yeah, I got an issue with
What's an eye
sleeping.
mask? Just like having a mask on, it can
Yeah,
wear on the
blindfold?
yeah.
airplanes.
So it basically just blocks out light. I got this this one that's called Manta sleep mask, and it's also made of silk, so you don't get wrinkles.
Gosh.
The main thing is
Of
that
course.
It's a beauty
Of
product.
need that.
course, yeah. I didn't come to like 43 looking like this if I don't take care of myself.
Yeah, you look great.
Um,
Yeah, you look great for 43. I mean, 45 and 43.
I mean,
keep doing it.
Yeah,
Moisturize
yeah.
is what my mom always
not
told me.
bad, not
Moisturize.
bad.
Yeah.
I'll be 44 this year, so
All right.
it's not bad.
You look
so
great
with the
for
eye
you
mask,
look great for 23.
There you go.
Yeah, well, no,
Hey,
nah, you can look. Lights forgive a lot. You guys have never actually met me in real life. I mean, maybe like 15 years ago that would be true, but in real life, you can tell my age a lot more. Not that I look old or anything. You can just tell a few lines around my eyes and stuff. But yeah, with the eye mask, I started using it when I wasn't feeling very well, and I found that every little tiny bit of light would just bother me, even if it's like distant and just like it's a little bit. For some reason, it started bothering me. So I bought an eye mask, and since then, I've been sleeping so well. So now I even have my husband using them because he used to hate them. He's like, no, I can't stand anything when I'm asleep. And now every time he wants to sleep in, he just reaches for his eye mask and just puts it on. It's like, so it's great. If you can get yourself used to them, they're the best thing ever. I don't know why they work so well, but you have to get the ones that don't press on the eye socket because that's bad. You don't want anything pressing on your eye
Yeah.
socket. You want something that's
know.
like molded, and then it's effectively like kind of putting some goggles on, and it blocks out all of the light. So any kind of cheapo masks, they're not going to do it. They're not going to cut it. You need to get
we're
a
trading
really,
around
really
that.
nice.
I only wear masks on planes, but I'm going to take that feedback. I
Yeah.
do. We're trading 18,600s, which seems like it's really wanting to push higher. But we did a little consolidation after this 100-point move. So that's why we're bullshit talking, people. Yeah.
Great rally.
I'm
Number in
looking
3
up
minutes.
an oxygen. I'm looking up an oxygen concentrator. Anybody here sleep with an oxygen concentrator? I'm not getting enough oxygen. I'm tossing and turning. I've just been doing a
but
lot of research.
I have these always.
Oh, there
yeah.
you go. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So I just buy
How
them.
many
They're
puffs
not cheap, obviously, but I usually do about 3 or 4. whenever I need to relax or whatever.
Sleeping?
So I always have them, even before sleep. Yeah, in the morning before sleeping. Anytime I feel like I need a bit of a pick me up and I don't want to do more caffeine or sleeping pills or whatever. I can't even do sleeping pills. I'm like super sensitive. So,
Is that like from a Fish concert or something? Where'd you get that?
I know where you're going with that, Jack.
Yeah,
I know
this
exactly where
is
you're going with
a company that does it for like fitness purposes. They're called Evolve. I'm pretty sure they're actually in the States. So they're
Oh,
but I
okay.
get them off eBay. Yeah, so yeah, you can get bigger containers in the States as well, but over here I can only get like 22 liters and it doesn't really last long. So I just get them in bulk.
Well, before we destroy
All right,
too
guys,
many
we got
brain
two.
cells.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, MP.
No, 2 minutes.
Till the numbers come out. Yep.
Yep.
Hey, John, you got the numbers?
I will
John?
let you know. I will let you know.
Yes, they sell those oxygen. They sell those oxygen cans in the mountains, Mike. We see them around, don't you?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
gonna buy one today. I'm gonna buy one today. I can't sleep. It's killing me.
The air is thin up
Gotta get
there.
out.
There's less
Yeah,
oxygen.
it is.
Mhm.
Yeah. I slept
Yeah.
great. Slept great on the down in Mexico next to the beach, and that's when I started looking it up. I'm like, why am I sleeping so well? Okay, 1 minute.
Well, here we go. We cooked right through those 18,500 in the NASDAQ. That was a pretty sticky price last week, Michael. And the fact that we just blew right through it and there was no turning back on that open might be a clue. If we get a pull back to VWAP and NASDAQ, it might be a nice long entry there. S&P still lagging behind. Dow
Yep.
still letting everything let's sort ourselves out. Beginning of the week. Got a full week. Plenty of opportunity.
Okay, it's really, really thin. The dome ladder. I call it the
Yes,
ladder.
it is.
Well, it's
the
flat
dome.
now, everybody.
Super thin.
It's all flat now.
You can see which numbers they carry. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. ISM manufacturing PMI, they were looking for PMI March, they were looking for 48.5. It came out 50.3. Manufacturing prices, they were looking for 53.3. It came out 55.8. So higher than expected. Manufacturing PMI higher than expected. I don't think that's great news, but bad news is good news in these markets lately. It seems more inflationary than the ISM manufacturing.
I agree with that.
Construction spending negative 0.3%. They were looking for 0.7. So a 1.0% miss as far as construction spending is concerned. Construction slowing. Taking a quick look at the Mag 4 I've got here. Microsoft really came off that high up around 428. Apple has now moved to the downside. Meta is still holding not far off of its highs. Its highs 497.37. It's 95 right now, 497 to 495. So it's coming off a little bit, but a pretty big pullback from Microsoft. Nvidia coming off its highs. Apple actually pushing to the downside, at least for now.
I know some people saying about Topstep X issues. I see my lag or don't have lag data settings for fast, and then I see normal. You guys can see it on my screen, 58 and 64. That's usually where I'm at. But I'll let you guys know if I have issues.
Nope, it's cooking all right for
Yeah,
me
I'm
too.
not seeing the 100. I'm not seeing the 100 levels in Topstep X though.
Oh, it's a first of the month
I'm only
thing.
seeing
First of the month thing.
Yeah. It's very thin in the ladder on the S&Ps. I'm sure NASDAQ and Dow are same. John, very thin. We're still trying to digest these numbers as they were kind of conflicting.
You may have to change products. S&Ps have just been so quiet. I mean, there's a 9.5 handle range in the S&Ps. We've got 125 handle range in the NASDAQ. I think my heart can handle it.
Get in there.
Maybe look at the Dow. That's like a nice middle ground. It moves pretty well, but it doesn't give you heart attacks.
That's true. It's extending the range to the downside right now in the Dow. Look at the S&Ps looking lower. NASDAQ coming off its highs now.
Okay.
Come on.
Right, I might want to try that post on my cotton reversal trade in gold. I don't have the book map though because of the level 2 being a bit messed up. So this is just going to be a little bit of flying blind. So I'm just looking at price and how it's behaving. But let's try it. All right, I'm in. So this is going to be a combine trade. So
Yeah, I
based
just
on my
got stopped out. I bought the
reversal
pullback.
attempt. Okay.
In the NASDAQ?
Yeah, and then I got back in. So if this thing wants to be a jerk, I'm gonna get dinged.
Take a look at tilt 75% short NASDAQ, 50-50 ES. Everything else pretty much 50-50 across the board. 75% short NASDAQ bias.
NASDAQ Delta positive 240.
Okay, so there you go. Unwound there. Thank you, John.
It's still dropping.
Negative 1,800 in the S&Ps now.
Okay.
74. Oh boy, what a start! Oh man, I got
Now we're
double
selling
filled.
off. Double filled. Oh, we're starting to see some earnings coming out. I see.
All right, Mikey.
All right, Mikey, we're going to get you straight right now.
Yeah.
You've been gone a whole week. In Mexico, as I said, maybe the brain cells aren't quite firing right. I think it's time for a Series 3 question to get you on the right path.
Oh, I'll do it. I'll do one. I didn't get a study last week. So
Don't worry.
as
John's
I
been
thought
all
it
over it.
Yeah.
Hoag's been all over it lately, Michael.
John has been
I figured.
perfect. So while Michael's been drinking margaritas, the Series 3 still looms. You need 70% right to pass. So let's have some fun and do it.
Okay.
MP, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Let's launch a question.
Dun, dun,
The
dun.
fundamental study of a commodity entails knowledge of A, basic economic forces of supply and demand, B, seasonal price patterns, C, daily volume and open interest numbers, D, past and future prices.
Whoa, the
There's no all the
fundamentals.
above?
Okay.
Where's the all of the
The
above?
I know the fundamentals, basic economic forces of supply and demand. I would say A, but let me go. Seasonal patterns, F that. That's technical. Well, I don't know. Is it fundamental? Daily volume and open interest. No, it's a little. God bless it. A.
That's where I'm going. John, what do you think?
The answer
Fundamentals is
is
the word.
A.
All right.
A.
Let's see it.
Gotta be
Here
right.
we
You
go.
better
Hold on,
be.
John. I thought John. I thought you said. Okay, cool.
You guys are
All right, back to business, guys.
Got the week started. Go out there and make some money with those basic
Thank you.
economics forces of supply and demand.
Jack. Ugh. John has a very high batting average on those questions, Michael.
I missed one because I didn't read the question.
Didn't read it. That's the tricky bit.
That's exactly what the book said. I was studying on it. Like, read the question. They try to manipulate you.
No,
Read them twice, 3 times if you have to.
Okay, gold is
You only get
tagging
1
the
minute
Asia
and 12
low now.
seconds.
So we're going to see if we can get some kind of a price action reversal. Like I said, I'm flying blind here because I don't have
You
book
don't
map.
have the book map.
No. So I have to resort to looking for price to reverse. Usually I kind of front run the trade and then I look for the price to do its thing based on whatever book map is doing and how many buyers or sellers I can see. But now I don't have that, so it's slightly different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if that's something you're leaning on, it's hard not to have it.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Back from vacay, down a
Where
G.
we at?
Who does
Oh.
that? Who does that? Everybody I know that's ever traded in the trading pit. I remember guys come back from vacation. You get smoked before, and typically, like, there'd be an attitudiness when you get back. And they would talk about it because you were right there with them. We don't get to
part of
talk
the
about
game.
it too much. We're all trading online. It's one of the benefits of TopStep TV. You can hear what others are doing, good and bad.
I'm still thin in the S&P's ladder. Look at YM. Very thin YM.
I didn't get to VWAP. That's where I was looking for a short in the S&Ps. We just didn't. It just wouldn't give it to me.
Okay, a bit of a bounce from the Asia low. Let's see if that's sustained into some larger time frames before I pull the trigger here. So we are in that time zone of post NY cut reversal. The average session low has been smacked as well. So that's all lining up. We just need
Yeah, at last week's
reversal.
high, 2258.90.
All right, let's try
I'm sorry,
trading it.
2256.90.
All right, I'm in 2258.10. So just the question is whether my 30-tick stop is good enough for this liquidity.
It's good enough.
Yeah, it is.
It's smart enough.
Yeah, it is.
And gosh darn it, people like it.
People like it. Oh, SNL, man. That was a great show. Well, I mean, it's still on. But
Right, post NY cut reversal. Let's see.
yeah, Hoop, this is tough and choppy for me. I'm sure there's people out there reading this really well. And that's why we're backing traders, because there's some reading it really well. And that's awesome. And there's a dude just like me not reading it very well at all. Okay.
Employment week, too. Keep that in mind.
Oh, man, it is. Okay, cool.
Heavy stuff. And beginning of Q2. We're already in the second quarter of 2024. Crazy. So we'll have earnings coming out later this month. Start of a new month. New quarter with jobs reports out this Friday. I think all the major numbers are behind us for the rest of the day. So the markets or equities at least will sort themselves out. Maybe we'll get a trend going here. When no one's looking, just make new all-time highs.
So I feel like it's a coin flip here in the S&Ps.
I know.
I really want to do something, but I don't want to do something stupid.
Well, forcing trades.
I need some oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta get me a couple of cans of that.
You got a scuba tank on your back next time you come out here, John.
Delta, negative 1,700 S&Ps, positive 280 in the NASDAQ.
I feel like the stop loss that I'm using is a little bit too small
Close.
for this liquidity. Because this is a 5-minute chart, and usually I should have like loads of room, but it's moving quite a bit, which is a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't know whether it's going to survive the liquidity that we've got. This is pretty spiky.
Eduardo says Tesla breaking to the downside.
I can always find another one.
Mm-hmm. Markets are here.
Yeah. Gold certainly is.
I mean, I that spot, that's last week's high.
Mm-hmm.
We've kind of unraveled the overnight. We kind of unraveled the overnight inventory, so some of those responsive sellers are probably out of the market.
Hey, real quick, for those having trade evade issues, I just want to let you know trade evade market data should be now updated. Please log out, log back in to see the changes. If you find that you're still experiencing some difficulties placing trades, contact trader support. Let them know. As you know, we're actively working behind the scenes with all our tech issues, but TraderBase should be back. So please log back out, log back in to see the changes. Thank you. Thank you, Danielle, for that update.
And thanks, Trey.
Yeah, just doing what I'm told. Okay.
You're very good at paying at catching those things and paying attention.
Head on a swivel.
Head on a swivel. There you go.
Just like these markets, Michael.
I know. Except my swivel's not swiveling.
Stuck. It's needs some
I've increased my stop loss to 40 ticks here because it's making me too jumpy. So so I think 40 ticks is a bit more appropriate for this.
Okay. What would it normally be? What would the stop?
It depends. I scale my stop losses depending on the liquidity of the product. So usually I have a number that I like to divide the average session range by. And that will vary. So usually it's divided by 5 or 6, but sometimes if I want a calmer trade, I want to desensitize the position to the intraday movement, and then I might divide it by 4. And that gives you just enough time and space to do like a 2-hour trade without having to catch any kind of extremes of like tops and bottoms. So you can even catch it in the middle. All right, so we're slowly moving. I just wanted to give it a little bit more room because getting stopped out and then it going my way, I would just be so annoyed on a Monday.
It's aggravating.
Yeah.
So it's never a static number there, D. It's constantly based on the range, and you'll divide it by that.
I mean, it doesn't change. It doesn't change every day, obviously. But if there's a marked difference in the liquidity, like for example in crude oil, up until recently I was using like 40 ticks, 35 ticks, and then suddenly we fell down to like 113 ticks average session range. It's like, well, clearly I can't keep using 40 ticks because that's nearly half of the range, right? So if I was going to trade crude oil, then we would have to start nitpicking with like 15 and 20 ticks because that would give you enough space to just about run a trade in a quieter market. But I don't like doing that because lower liquidity means that everything's really slow. So there's no momentum. So there's a different problem with that market. But crude oil, it usually runs in ranges of about 250, 300 ticks per session. So to see it at 113, it's a bit worrying. And yet gold is back. So it's like we've got 208 for the average session range. We have 275 ticks for the whole 24 hours. That's a pretty decent range.
You got a nice little 5-minute balance down here, right at last week's high in there. Right there. Start looking at 1,000
right there. Where's there, John?
Last week's high 2256.90. That's right where it's sitting.
All right, well, we got a lull here. I want to throw it to Jack for our first news pack of the week. Head off on Friday, so maybe we got some good stories that we can touch on. Jack, how we doing?
First news, day after Easter. Things are a little slow, but we're getting back into it. I just wanted to show an interesting chart to start off here. The ratio of commodity prices to S&P 500 is at its lowest point in 50 years.
Wow.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I mean, like just by math, it means that the S&P is very expensive. Commodities are very cheap relatively, but it's interesting. Like all these things, you just have to take it in context. It's another piece of information, but it's been low for quite some time. If you can see this chart here, since QE basically coming out of the Great Recession, this has been the case, and we'll see what happens next. As usual, as Hoag mentioned earlier, there are a lot of Fed people talking this week. It's kind of ridiculous. As they said here, the Federal Open Mouth Committee. if you are one of the people out there paying these people to speak, please, for the love of all that's holy and the Easter season, please stop. Just once.
So
I mean,
We got
Jack, they do like to.
I closed that trade, so I didn't like the
Okay.
way it was moving, so I'm down 350.
Okay.
Our apologies. And lastly, if you are a basketball fan watching, watch this weekend when everyone's new favorite player in all of college basketball, DJ, the big unit, Burns. Watching this guy play is an absolute joy. He is so nasty,
Really?
has such great touch,
Look at
has
that
fun
guy.
playing, and he's going to go against Purdue and the 7'4" Zach Edey. Watch this; it's going to be fun.
That should be fun.
Okay, I got long 51s.
Thank you, Jack.
Let's see if this pullback wants to hold. Do you want to firm up, Mr. Pullback? And I got 40. Oh my God. F it. F it. F it. God bless it. I can't hit a dime today. All right, starting off the.
What size is
So
that?
what I've done now on
Well, look at
gold,
this.
I went back up to
Get
the
outta here.
15-minute chart now. So I'm going to wait until the slightly larger time frame gives me a signal, because we didn't get what we wanted from a low time frame. And like I said, I'm flying a little bit blind here. So I need to rely on a slightly larger time frame, since I can't really see exactly what's going on. But it does look like it wants to close the gap.
I'm getting quite the pop in the dollar here.
Mm-hmm. And that can be a factor in gold as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm trading with more size. I'm frustrated. I'm long 26, 4 lots. This is called frustrating trading. There's your sell off.
70%
There's
short.
your whatever. There's your 17s. This is called tilt trading, guys. I'll do it. You don't have
It's
to.
not funny. It's not funny.
What do you mean? It is what it is.
You're long.
Maybe time for
Okay,
some push-ups
yeah.
rather than trading with size.
I just got out. Let's just take another $1,000 hit.
All right, that's bad.
I'll be back. I need 20 push-ups.
Yeah.
All right.
What do we got here?
In the NASDAQ, the
Okay,
fact that we couldn't.
I've got an interesting development happening in gasoline here, RB. Sounds like my dog, RB. So there is a demand area on a slightly larger time frame on the daily, and we're kind of bouncing from it. There's a little bit of a range here from last week. The market opened inside value and then dipped below value, and now I'm seeing some buyers stepping in. So there could be an opportunity for a long here. It's looking more logical now than reversal in gold, which we didn't get earlier. So while I wait for that to happen, I might want to try something else.
S&P still a little thin, John. I've seen a 200 lot of 5306. The biggest size we've seen in a minute. We were seeing liquidity upside. Obviously, it didn't really play out just yet. Less than an hour into this trading week. Lots of Fed speakers. I just took a peek at, like Jack said, took a peek at the calendar tomorrow. We got 4 Fed speakers alone tomorrow. So just wait for your opportunities. They will come. They will present themselves.
Yeah.
Right now,
They will.
We gotta wait.
Try and be very patient. So in the NASDAQ, you couldn't take out the overnight high. That was a bit of a concern. Remember, we had that 612 to 619 level. Was looking at that as a kind of a cool level to look for some sort of an execution. Now we're kind of looking at the low in the S&P and if we can't hold that low, the overnight. Well, hang on a second. I'm on the wrong chart here. We're looking at last week's low, last Thursday's low. We're holding below the overnight low. There's a, I don't know. I'm overthinking it, or I'm not seeing it. So I'm just going to try and remain patient. We'll see if something happens.
Did it turn around?
You feeling better now,
Stop.
Michael?
I feel better as far as physically, as a little workout in there, but mentally,
There you go.
mentally, I want to. I stopped myself out at 16, low as 14. Guys, live through somebody else's experience when they're or shit ain't working out, or they're spiraling out of control. That is what I'm trying to convey. But all is good. Quit laughing, Audrey.
No, I'm just saying you came in at guns blazing, man. I mean, that rally off the open was a wild one. All right, thin S&Ps. Taking a look at the tilt. 68% short gold. That's about all we got.
Right, I'm going to try this gasoline long. Again, these are combines. So the gold was on my Topstep X. So obviously we can't do that on Topstep X yet. This is another combine that I'm running on Ninja Trader.
I'm not going to use the lockout button because I'm down money. I use the lockout button when I'm up money. Down money, I already have a lockout button. It's called DLL. Everybody has one. Doesn't bust you out. It just shuts you down. And it's a hard number. The lockout button's it's a manual lockout. So it's like, use it when you're up. Lock it up. I can't, 14s was a low. 16s is where I chose to stop myself out. If you guys want to share some levels, I want to see who has a combined who's in the same vicinity of levels. If you guys are looking at anything, don't just put a level in there. Anybody could type a level. Put a Y behind it.
Context. Put a context.
Context, yeah.
Okay, in gold, if we close below this Asia low at 22.55.4 in about 4 minutes, I might want to try that gap close trade as a second hypo.
Hey, JD Royalty up on the funded account may take a first payout.
Hey,
highly recommend you take a payout. Don't say may, say I will, because I'm saying this because I've been doing this for 14 years, watching traders trade, and you always hear them say, and it's a prop account, guys. It doesn't matter. You get the same amount of buying power, and this is an investment account where you just keep growing it and growing it and growing it. Think like a trader, but great work. Take a payout. Take a payout. Yeah, great work, regardless of. I just see too many people that build it up and never take a payout. That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
And then they lose it all.
Yep.
Yeah. Take some money.
See money, take money.
See money,
Pay
take money.
man his money. Mm-hmm.
All righty. Back on the saddle, Michael. Welcome back to the markets. They missed you.
Yeah, I know. I'm in a hole that's going to be hard to get out of, and I'm not looking to get out of it. I'm looking to cut it in half right now.
I like it, piece by piece, jab, jab, jab.
Jab, jab.
Yeah, but I'm so off that I'm like wondering if I want to buy it, I should wait a second and look to fade myself.
Oh no,
I fade myself at times where I'm off, and if you're like you're an idiot, and you do your own strategy. But there's times where I'm like, okay, I want to get long these 40s. I'm going to get short of one. I don't do it heavy volume or heavy positions at all. I do it like a one lot. But either way,
Oh,
I'm
trust
off
me,
today. So we
with
are,
the previous 2 months, I've had moments where I'm like, should I just fade myself?
Yep.
Like we all have that, you know, especially when nothing's
man.
moving, nothing's working, and then you're like, am I this bad at like trading locations? And I know I'm not, but it creeps up in your head, you know.
Yep.
It's how it is. I find comfort in levels and the I call them OODA loops. Anne Marie calls them OODA loops, just to kind of see how the price is behaving. But when there's no momentum, you can have all the levels that you want. You enter, nothing's happening, and 3 hours later, you're like, really? And then little bit of a loss. Then you have winning day, then a losing day, then a winning day, then a it's like, Christ, man, what is happening? And that usually for me indicates there's something wrong with the type of a market that I'm trading, because, you know, like for example, look at this gasoline trade. So I entered it immediately. I expect some sort of movement either in my favor or against it, right? So even if I'm half correct, I should see the market going in my favor. But what's been happening with crude oil, which is why I'm moving away from it, is that it's just not happening. You know, you sit in trades for 3 hours for the sake of, you know, 10 ticks. I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
this is great.
Yeah.
Feels like an overnight session. Like, what's going on?
you know what I like about the chat room in here is Alex, I feel for you because he feels for me. I feel for you, MP. Got stopped out to the tick. Yeah, even if it's to the tick, if it's a point away, a 1 point, you know, 37 to 38, 39 to 40, whatever. Two ticks away, 2 handles away, I'm saying, 2 points. Then it still hurts. It still hurts. It's like 10 away, then it is what it is. But to the tick, hit your daily stop loss and shot down 50 points that would have been in my favor. Yeah, I feel for you.
I know.
Misery loves company when you're down. Misery loves company.
Especially in trading. Always looking for the person who's losing money with you.
Oh, yes.
Yep. Oh, yes.
Yeah,
So,
tough
guys,
trading,
don't worry about it. And I'm just sharing my emotions so then people can understand that you ain't alone.
Yeah, it
You're
happens to everyone.
You're struggling.
It happens to everyone. Yeah.
You just can't make it ugly, Deeyana, right? I mean, like, you can have a bad day. Bad days are bad days. I go, you know, ball players get up there and they miss a catch or they strike out. So, and they're professionals.
Yep, don't make
Yeah,
it
John
ugly.
says it nicely. Learn how to let go of the venom. And then Tom Huger calls
right.
it the red mist, which I think is pretty,
Yeah.
pretty
Short-
funny. 'Cause
short
it is a
memory.
mist,
I remember-
isn't it? It's like, rah.
It is. Yeah. I remember watching
Walk around
Hard
the mound
Knocks
a couple
football.
Walk around the
watching
mound a
Hard
couple of
Knocks and walk around the mountain. Good example, John. Walk around the mountain.
Uh-huh.
Or if you're not walking around the mound, who comes? And the guys were talking baseball. If you're not walking around the mound, then who comes out there and says, "Hey, buddy, you okay?" The coach.
Yep.
The coach.
Yep.
So this is the same. When you Andre, remember Zambrano at the Cubs?
Yeah.
That dude was a
Yeah, you go
lunatic,
crazy.
but he was
He beat up
tons of talent.
the water cooler.
Oh yeah, tons of talent, tons. But he couldn't really harness it. But he was still good. He just
When he got hot though, he would take a bat to all those water coolers, all the Gatorade coolers. He would just take a bat to anything in his sight, man.
And I remember
It
watching
was
Hard
that
Knocks when.
Right, I'm taking 529 here. So I've just taken profits
Very nice.
on 2 of these combines here. So I started these on Thursday because I realized I can't do our RB on my old one. So that one is reserved for gold, maybe even crude oil. And then this one is platinum and gasoline. So yeah, I copied that across 2 of them.
So Deeyana, different combines or different products are traded on different combines. Am I understanding that?
Yeah, it's I would trade all of it on Topstep, but we don't have platinum and gasoline on Topstep. So this is the only reason why I've gone back to Rhythmic. Otherwise,
we're going to have everything, Deeyana, that's permitted
I know,
on the regular on the other ones. Yeah, that's all coming. We were going to do an April Fool's. It's out
now.
Yeah, but then we kicked it to next. I think it's going to be very soon. Where's public? Yeah.
Yep. Right, so that got me out of a hole. So
Nice.
across two combines, obviously the loss in gold and this one, if we're going to add everything up, then that's only 179 up on the day.
It's okay.
Yeah.
New
We'll
highs.
see
what do you
if we
think of the
have
S&Ps right
some
now?
other.
What do you think of the
5,300. Gonna watch
S&Ps
that.
right now, D?
Yeah, watch
Wow.
that level, John. Crude new highs. 83.75.
We're still in the initial balance.
Yes, we are.
We did leave some
Crude
single
oil,
TPOs above price.
78 ticks for the entire session in D
Oh.
period.
Not
NYMEX.
great.
No.
All
Damn,
right,
I'm
now
glad
we're
I didn't
extending
trade
back.
that. Christ.
Watch out for stops here beneath 5,300s in the S&Ps. We just traded 52.99 half. Would be surprised to see some stops hit triggered just beneath 5,300s. Stop hunters will be going hunting for those stops.
All right, now I can see if maybe we get a failed auction below the initial balance here in the S&P.
I like it, John. I see what you're thinking. I like the setup.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look at tilt. NASDAQ 61% short, 76% short, long, 76% long crude. Let's move to the upside.
I want to take another long here, but I'm not gonna.
Right, so ES, just out of
Paper trade,
interest, we do have the average daily range at this level. That's 52.99 quarter. That might
So do
be
I?
a nice failed auction. If it fails the auction there, it's a good level.
Then it's a good one. I was thinking about preempting it, but I don't want to do that.
Johnny, remember how we did this?
Still have the gap though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just bought one on paper.
Oh, for paper trade? Oh, no.
Paper trade.
There you go.
Real paper trading, Michael?
Yeah, real paper. I know. I had to put myself in detention.
In Power
Get him,
Hour.
D. Get him, D.
No, it was so funny.
That's
it
real
was
paper
very
trading.
entertaining. Yeah, because he was like,
Oh, that one? Yeah.
Michael was being Michael. Yeah. And then he goes, I'm going to fade you. And then he drags out a piece of paper and he writes down the price. He's like, this is real paper trading. Yeah.
How'd that work? Yeah. Not so good. That was not so good.
No, I know. I would have been stopped out on that fade. Fading you guys. I think it was like Rips I tried to fade or something. I'm like, nah.
Yeah.
I was wrong on that one. That was the day I was week before I was leaving. I do this for a couple reasons, and for me, it works for me, and everything I'm going to talk about is what works for me, or what we see works for other traders, because we know your habits. When I say your habits, the ones that are doing poorly, good, and bad, we can kind of guess what you're going to do. And I say it's because, like, when you're halfway to your loss limit, I could put a percentage on it. We're going to get we're hiring a quant and a data guy that's going to dive into these, and I'll be able to share more with you guys. But like, I would say 50% of the time, those folks that are halfway, I would say, continue to hit it, go all the way. So this information starts to get an understanding of your behavior as an aggregate collective group. Mm-hmm. But I'm paper trading right now, doing this one thing, and I'm long a one lot. I'm already down 5 handles from it. And why am I doing this? Because I'm trying to dilute that FOMO. Dilute the FOMO, fear of missing out. I mean, right now, I don't really give a shit about missing out. I want to I want to be zigging when it's zigging and zagging when it's zagging. Yeah.
Hey, Andre.
So if I miss it, I miss it.
Andre, the guy that was talking last week here, how he never goes short the equities until it's below the previous day's low.
Austin Silver. What was his name? Austin Silver. Yes. Below previous trading sessions low. Yes. What do you think about that?
We're there now.
Okay.
I'm going to take 2.
Yeah.
All right, Johnny.
We're short 2 right now in the S&Ps. Below yesterday's low. We're going to put
basis. I would use a practice account. But right now, I'm going even more off the grid. So, it's sitting right in front of me right here. So I'm gonna just look at it, and I can do the math. I can do all this old school shit that you used to do in the trading pits. You're like, buy one, sell one. Okay, how many ticks? All right, I'm up or down X amount of dollars. For me, it works. To each his own, though. Practice accounts are rampant at Topstep. People use them all the time. So,
Did you ever have a clerk
So we're-
for working for you, Michael? Did you ever have your own clerk?
What's this? Oh God,
No
I
one
should know
remembers
his
them.
name.
No one remembers their clerks' names. I don't remember my clerks' names. What's his name?
They're Opie.
Your clerk's
Man,
Exactly.
Opie?
No
we
one
shared
knows.
we shared a clerk. We shared a clerk. There was 3 traders that shared a clerk. We each paid them like $500 a week or something like that.
God, that's good money.
How did I get?
If you are Michael's
God, there's-
clerk and you're in the chat, please contact us.
Yes, stories.
Yes. Timmy.
Timmy.
Timmy, I forget your last name. Right now, this is 20 some years ago.
So Andre, I'm short too.
It was like 15.
Yep, we're selling.
5,300. I don't know how I got taken out of the
happened?
position, but I'm back in it now. And so on Austin Silver's theory that you can only get short below the previous day's low, we're in it
Right.
now.
Okay,
So we'll see.
makes sense.
Light and tight,
Makes-
just a 2-lot live account.
Nice, Johnny. You just said it made sense. Made logical. I've got 252 offered at 5,300 quarter in the S&Ps.
Yeah, that's me.
Hell, yeah. Well, we just ran away from it. We just ran away from it, John. You just spooked the market. There we go.
Yeah, we did.
Good job. All right, gotta be some stops down here.
All right, I'm taking 20 handles of heat on my one lot. That's why I traded paper. I'm not even on.
Trading that
This is a
paper.
tough trade.
There you go.
Trading
What's
that
up, Jack?
paper, right? 85.
What? We talk about paper.
20.
Oh, God.
40 handles. 40 handles heat right now on my paper.
Trying to take one off at the
My
bid.
paper.
So we filled on one.
Nice.
I'll put my stop back inside the initial balance, so 02.
How about that? Implementing a strategy.
Thanks, Austin.
Yeah, Austin, I was just saying that strategy was presented to us last week. And look at that. Traders helping traders here on Topstep TV. Really good stuff there, John. Really good stuff.
Okay.
New highs, crude, $83.87. Sellers in the S&Ps, trading $52.95. Sellers in NASDAQ, sellers in gold. So we do have some markets. Markets are moving.
100 handles up,
Wow.
100 handles down,
Like,
$2,200 down, and sitting with a paper trade. 40 handles deep.
welcome back.
Welcome back,
Happy
baby.
Easter. Happy Easter, Michael.
Yeah.
Hey, well, John, are you flat?
No, I'm still short.
Let it run one.
I took one off,
Nice.
let one run. If it goes back inside the initial balance, we'll be out.
All right.
George. That,
What's our friend George saying today? I'm not reading
Oh,
chat
George.
right now.
George quote. It's just I mean, it's just he's talking about I busted out a rap. 100 handles up, 100 handles down.
All right.
It's peas
Peace
porridge. Hot. Peas
I don't think
porridge.
rap
Cold.
songs ever talk about being down money though.
No, that wouldn't be good for the
No,
brand.
right.
That's not good
Stacks
for
and
the
racks.
brand. Stacks and racks.
I don't think any FX influencers ever talk about the same either. Whoa.
Oh, true.
Shots fired.
Whoa.
Shots fired. At the
Well, they
FX
couldn't be
world
leaning on their
stage.
Lambo then. Yeah.
They can't be leaning on a
geez.
Lambo. You know they don't know how to lean on a trade. But yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
come on.
that's for
Come
sure.
on.
I can hit them. I can hit them.
Ladder? What is that?
Proud futures trader, Andre. Proud futures trader.
Absolutely. That's the guest we were just talking about. John was just talking about Austin Silver. He was a
Uh-huh.
FX trader and then kind of
Uh-huh.
realized it was not the most legit of markets, so to speak. So we came on over to futures and found that it's the adult table. It's where the adults play. It's where the adults trade.
It's where the adult. It's you go to like no, I'm not going to use a casino. You like certain areas, but I mean, it's not the. It's like the nickel slots versus the poker players that are strategic and smart. Yeah, I mean majority, not majority. Yeah, essentially.
All right, guys. Let's do some housekeeping here. We're running a little bit behind schedule as the markets have been moving and putting on trades. JD, if you're there, let's get those hot streaks and top live P&Ls. Oh, and Michael, have you seen chart pattern of the day yet?
No, I haven't seen anything.
Stay tuned. JD,
okay.
Let's do it.
I'm excited.
Sweet, here we go. Oh, MP, it just so happens I have a few old friends that spent quite a bit of time in the Dow pit, and I sent out some text message feelers. We're going to get your clerk's name and phone number by the end of the day. Maybe we'll have them on and get some stories.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
JD,
Timmy, for sure. Oh, no, I'll get it right now. I know Opie's number. Hell yeah.
JD, good work.
All right, let's pull up those hot streaks.
Let's see them.
All right, Alexander was our leader on Thursday, hit the daily loss limit after 33 days of winners. Tough break for Alexander, but way to hang in there for a month and a half trading. Nice job. That also means we have a new leader. Jacob W. has taken over the top spot and is currently on a 27-day heater. Then we have Che at 21 days, Ben at 19 days, and Kyle and Michael each on day 18 of their respective hot streaks. All right, yesterday's best live funded P&Ls.
Wow, let's see these.
Here we go. Aaron, starting at the bottom. Aaron was on the list Thursday and has a 2-day running total of just over $2,500. Way to go, Aaron. David took home $2,400 on Thursday. Dakota had a nice day, taking about $4,100 out of the Nikkei and the NASDAQ. Travis took $5,400 out of the NASDAQ, and Penn had an impressive $6,600 day trading crude oil, copper, and gold. Wow. What a mix of markets there. I don't recall us ever highlighting a copper trader. Do you guys?
No, I don't.
Nothing comes to mind. No, that's pretty impressive, though. Hey, like the precious metals.
We'll have to follow up on that. Yep. All right. James, let's get that chart pattern formation up there. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about the broadening formation, or also known as the expanding triangle, or the megaphone formation.
This is the megaphone. Gotcha.
You can characterize this pattern by the widening swings, meaning higher highs, higher lows, with wider swings also means an increase in volatility. Trend lines. Trend lines are drawn connecting the higher highs and higher lows. Historically, this pattern can be found around major tops and bottoms, but technical purists will label it as a continuation pattern. James, can we switch over to my chart real quick?
Oh, this is the good stuff. He finds real life examples, Michael.
All right, here's
exactly.
Here's a real-time example of a potential broadening triangle formation. All right, this is a daily chart of the NASDAQ in real time. Here are our trend lines. Let me grab my drawing tool. Here we have our trend lines, up and down. Volume is also kind of key for this pattern. You want to see decreasing volume as the swings get wider, which we are seeing right here. If you look, the volume bars down at the bottom. As far as pattern duration, you can find this formation on any time frame, but just like most other chart patterns, the higher the time frame, the more reliable the pattern. Breakouts can occur in either direction, but like I said, you usually find this pattern at major market tops and bottoms. And again, technical purists will call it a continuation pattern. Your measured move target is the widest part of the triangle. So, for example, if we were to have a breakout today, your measured move would be equivalent to the widest part or the mouth of this megaphone pattern. And you just measure that up or down from the breakout price. It's also been said that increasing volatility and uncertainty in the market with this pattern, while this pattern is forming, also leads to significant moves on the breakout. So you could see some violent action when this pattern does break out. Again, this is just a potential setup. We need confirmation before we can trade this pattern in the NASDAQ, but there it is for you to study all you want.
Good stuff.
And again, this is called a what?
This is the megaphone broadening formation, or the expanding triangle. Couple
You're
different
just
names
showing
for
us.
it.
JD, this
That was the Nasdaq,
bad.
right? You're showing us the Nasdaq daily chart there.
That was a daily chart of the Nasdaq. Yep.
Good stuff, JD.
I mean, 20 years or whatever I've been trading, longer than that, 25. John, 100. Andre, a couple months.
What?
I need a laugh. I need a laugh.
What'd you do? I didn't. I missed that joke.
No, and
I
I'm
heard
talking
that.
about still being like, yeah, I know, Johnny. This is even lessons for me to learn right now, us to learn, because
Oh,
like
yeah.
you kind of forget this stuff, and then you get lost in the muck or whatever. And this is awesome, guys. We talked about bringing this new layer of tradertainment. This is more of an educational layer, along with the Series 3 layer. Touch and goes, come in here, touch and goes, blah, blah, blah. So if you're a newbie, you're learning. If you're a veteran, you're learning. And hopefully you're being entertained the entire time, however entertainment is, if it's in the chat, if it's a conversation, or if it's just watching foolishness, then you should get it all here. You will get it all here.
Thank you. Good stuff, JD. Hey, quick
Great
update.
stuff, guys.
While we got this moment, quick update on Top Step Trading League. We're going to give you guys an update. It's still going down in Vegas. Don't worry. It's still going down in Vegas. We're going to push it back to the fall, though. We want to make this as close to perfect as possible. We're not going to rush it. All right. We're really excited to have a lot of ideas to make this really fun. So we just need a little bit more time to make this super cool experience for everybody. We just, like I said, we're just going to push it back a couple months because we're going to dial this sucker in. Michael Patak is up to something. You get the full white glove treatment. I mean, it's going to be super awesome. No promises, but working on a deal for rooms, as well as a lot more details to come. And as those details come out, we'll let you know on TopStep TV. We're pushing it back a couple months into the fall. Actually, it'll be nice and cool in Vegas, cooler than the dead of summer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
June will be
June's gonna be
brutal. I didn't even think about
sweltering.
that.
Sweltering.
Yeah, I
But,
was there in
fall-
August. It was just
Oof.
like, yeah, it was
Yes.
terrible. Yeah, so when you guys said June, I was like, oh, great, we'll be melting.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we will. So we're going to push it back. We will keep you posted on rooms. We'll keep you posted on prices. Just know, I see the meetings. The meetings are happening daily for it. We just want to make it as cool of a spectacle. Should we call it a spectacle, Michael, or an event as possible?
It's not a
So we're working on-
spectacle, but it's a
Event.
it's a
I want it to be- I want it to
Yeah.
be a spectacle.
This will be like the Super Bowl event. It'll be like the World
Yeah.
Cup, or I
Super
think
Bowl's
we're
a
calling it the
spectacle.
World Cup.
Yeah,
TT,
that's a
is
spectacle.
it really?
A Super Bowl's a
event.
spectacle? Hell yeah, it's a spectacle. Hell yeah. We're gonna, yes.
I think
we're gonna-
Taylor Swift concert's a spectacle. But hey,
Same. All right, good talk.
All right. I'm going to put a poll out there. I'm still short that one lot. We're still holding below the initial balance. I want to ask everybody, fish or cut bait? Fish or
Ooh.
cut bait?
Throw on the poll.
We'll let you guys manage this one.
Throw on the poll. Fish or
fish or cut bait, folks.
Fish or cut bait? We need a poll. Justin says fish.
Ooh.
Fish, cut bait. Hold. All right, there's the poll. Hit the poll.
I
It just
voted.
says reverse.
I voted. Oh, the reverse. The old Dolby style trade. Dolby wants to do something. The only way you can trade, the only way you can get out is by hitting the reverse button. So you're constantly in a trade. And you got to reverse and reverse. You're just constantly.
Oh, does he have the reverse button on?
That would be a good exercise.
It would be quite entertaining. Reversal challenge.
Reversal challenge.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah.
Always another trade. Yep.
And guys, yeah, we're sharing all this so then you can see different things. And you don't have to do it. You can be like, well, that's stupid. It's okay. We're showing you what it could turn out to be. We're close to our lows on the S&P, close to our lows on the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
65% say fish.
Ooh, let it run.
Looks like we're fishing.
They're fish.
Let's catch a nice bluefin tuna.
Oh man,
There you go.
had some of that yesterday.
Had that down in Mexico.
Yeah, I had some of that
Tuna.
yesterday
I don't
for
know if it's
brunch.
bluefin.
So good. Thanks, Lou.
There you go, fish. I like that fish, Lou.
Yeah, look at the sell-off. Look at the
Fish, yeah.
sell-off.
Yeah.
Yep.
This trade is garbage right here. Garbage.
John's got the good trade on right now. All right, NASDAQ, new lows.
John's
New
got
lows,
the good
NASDAQ.
trade.
See if S&Ps can't catch up. About $1 off the lows in the S&Ps. Dow holding bid a little bit. Beneath 40,000. Oh, yeah, we cracked through 40,000 the Dow, Michael.
No,
Not
big
cash.
difference here, Andre.
Futures.
The NASDAQ low from Thursday was 448. It's not below the low yet.
Okay.
The Dow
So that's
and
a
the
hold off
S&P are below Thursday's lows. We're 2-1 on that.
NJ says gap filled completed. Thank you, NJ. Good looking out.
Man, the daily chart was tight last week, and now it's looking to do a little head fake to the upside, that 100-point rally, and now
what was that?
a nice big sell-off.
Asking for a downside target. 94.
Let's look at the levels, yeah.
IB high from Wednesday. Point of control from Wednesday's 52.77 quarter. That would be a very aggressive profit target.
With over 500 votes in just 3 minutes, John, cut bait or fish, 65%. Said fish, John.
Fish. We're fishing.
Put it back up. Should I cut bait or should I fish for the day?
Oh, boy.
Just throw it up there. Just throw it up there. I want to see what
fishing
I want to see what all the gut. Yeah.
Ice fishing and it's warm outside.
Yeah, fishing in the wrong water hole all day. Even on paper.
NASDAQ seeing some sellers. 80% long, the Dow. Heavy lean there.
Yeah, James, I am sitting on my hands this last 15 minutes, I think, or more when I got paper trading anxiety. You know, funny, we were just talking about the Dow, guys. I have a text message that was just last week. They shared a bunch of pictures, and I'm going to share it with you guys. I wouldn't even doubt Hoag's in here. I bet you, Hoag, you know some of these guys. We shared a bunch of, these are a bunch of pictures of us in the pit. I still have them all in a text, the Dow guys I traded with. And I just texted Opie and said, does he want to get on? Now, he has a very, very foul mouth, so I don't know. He might be. So I don't know how well that'd go over. But Jack, I will share those pictures with you guys shortly.
So live to trade another day.
They don't seem to have floor pictures without me in them.
Oh, the most photographed guy in Chicago Board of Trade or CME. And the most photographed guy comes on here from Wall Street. Guys, we got the most photographed guys in the industry.
Yes, we do. Yep, the most photographed man on the New York Stock Exchange will be joining us today at Power Players at 11 o'clock Central Time. The one, Peter Tuchman, should be interested to get his take on the Powell comments, PCE. Michael, he was there for the Reddit IPO. Made a killing. And so it was a beautiful, beautiful IPO.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it was really cool. It was there for Reddit IPO. It was a great foundation laid for the stock and sees a bright future for that stock moving forward, just based on how the fundamentals played out, how orderly the process was. So it was very interesting to get his take. But there he was around the trading desk when it went public. We saw the pictures of it. But he'll be joining us at 11 o'clock Central today. If you need your morning cup of coffee, this guy is a walking morning cup of coffee. Super high energy. He's the man. So tune in for that.
The S&P's traded right to the IB high where the market broke to the upside and left that late spike.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it were me, I probably would have taken it there. NASDAQ looks like it's going to leave a failed auction to the downside, quite possibly. We've got to wait about 3 minutes for that. What do we have? Do we have anything at 10 o'clock now?
10:30, we got a 3 and 6 month bill. That's about it. Nothing at 10 o'clock. D, what's happening on your end over there? I know you're able to climb yourself out of the hole. 2 trades today,
Yeah.
at least on the show. One loser,
yeah.
one winner. The winner definitely covered the losses, so well done on
Oh,
that.
yeah. So I'm just looking at what gold is doing, also keeping an eye on gasoline. So I have an idea for a short gasoline, but we're not there yet. So I'm looking at the average session high from 2.7183. So if the auction fails there, I would be interested in a short. But whilst that's happening, I have a couple of hypos developing in gold. One of them would be that post NY cut reversal that I was trying to do earlier. So if it takes out these single prints that we left behind, the single prints were located from 2257.8 all the way to 2259.5. So that would mean the post NY cut reversal is happening. But if we get a sell-off from here, then we've got more downside. One thing that is putting a slight wrench in the works is that Asia low initially gave way, but now it seems to be reactive. So this is why I needed another orientation point, and single prints are giving me that orientation point. So now I'm going to drop down to a slightly lower time frame to see what price is looking like around those levels. And again, I don't have bookmap, so I can't actually tell you the strength of sellers or how fast and heavy they're coming in. So I'm just looking at price and trying to figure out what's happening. But it looks like we do have some sellers there. It is hard to fly blind, but I had done it for a number of years. Like I only really started trading with the ladder and the dome in the last sort of 5-6 years. Before that, it was heavily price action based. So it's not like it's new to me, but obviously it's much easier to actually see just visually representative of the actual price reacting to the underlying orders coming in. But it is what it is. So this is why you have to have some alternative tools in your toolbox. Like for now, it does seem like this was just a bit of a pop to the upside. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this other combine where I'm up on the day, but I'm going to drop down to micros just to control risk and to preserve that profit.
There you go.
Smart.
Let's put that on top.
All right.
Two
So
combines there.
27 seconds left. NASDAQ.
And then I'm gonna use a 40 tick stop, but I'm only gonna use 3 contracts, so that's probably gonna be around 120 or something like that. Yeah, so it's gonna be 120 risk. If it doesn't work out, that's absolutely fine. There we go. So that's 2256.7 is the entry. I'll put that on my charting software over here as well, so you can see what it looks like. There we go.
Okay.
And now if I lose that, nobody cares. It doesn't give too much of a dent in my existing P&L. But if it wins, it's just going to be a nice little add-on to whatever we've got.
You guys see the bonds? 10 years? They're just tanking. They're
yields are
tanking.
taking. Yields are taking. Our price is taking, John.
Yields are screaming.
Higher. Price is falling. Gotcha.
Price goes lower. Price goes lower. Yields go higher.
Yes.
Right. On CNBC, they always quote the bonds and yields. When they say yields, or they say bonds are rising, they're talking about yields. They never talk about price.
Right.
Like John was saying, they're going lower. The price is going lower. Yields are going higher.
Yeah, the yield on the 10 years up 11 basis points right now.
That price is paid came in hot at 9 o'clock. That 9 o'clock number, price is paid came in hot. So that might be the catalyst for that.
I got 2 lots short from 82 sitting here.
All right. Take a look at NASDAQ. 50-50 NASDAQ.
18,482.
Short from 82. S&P's chopping around these 95 level. Sitting here for a couple minutes now. All right, crude just cracked $84. Trading $84.03. So new highs there. Haven't seen the 84 handle in a minute, have we, D? I don't don't recall seeing $84 in a minute.
In a long time, yeah.
In a long time. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Starting to enter summertime here in the Northern Hemisphere.
Value
So
rejection.
All right, I'm out.
that was a nice runner. How much?
700, 600.
My man.
Beautiful. Nice.
My
What?
man. Yeah.
Hey, yeah.
75% long in the Dow. Not bad. Not bad price action for a Monday. Beginning of the week, beginning of the quarter. Not too bad. Last week was a bit of a snoozer for some of us. Some people were able to capitalize, but some of us found it a bit tired, a bit sleepy. Markets seemed to have picked up a little bit. And NASDAQ is just chopping. A nice way to cover there, Michael.
Yeah, that was a nice cover.
Sounds good, Jack.
Thanks, guys.
Whenever you're ready.
Thanks,
Whenever you're
guys.
ready, Jack, jump in.
All right, so Michael's out of the position. Let's do another Series 3 question real quick. We're just going to throw it up there.
Let's just hit him.
Yeah. When a spreader sells soybean futures contracts and buys soybean meal and soybean oil futures contracts, he has initiated A, a hedge, B, a spread, C, a crush spread, D, a reverse crush spread.
Oh man, it's not a hedge. It's not a hedge because it's not straight up. You're doing different markets. Those are each different. Soybean futures is different than soybean meal and soybean oil. So it's not a spread because you're not spreading that. A reverse crush spread. That's where it's going to get me, but I think it's C.
Either C or D.
Hold on. Thoughts on the
hold on.
crush?
Stop.
Either C or D.
Sells, buys, and so buys soybean and buys oil. Buys meal,
D.
buys oil, selling futures. I think that's a crush spread because you're I don't know why it's called a crush spread.
Polls doesn't.
I'm going with C.
All right.
It's not a
Answers are
hedge.
locked and loaded. Let's see what we got. The answer is
Yeah.
D.
God, a reverse crush.
Reverse crush
How do you? What's a
spread.
reverse? Crush?
What's a normal
Jack?
crush spread? Jeez, that was a tough one. That was a good
Yeah,
one.
what's a normal crush and a reverse? That's a good one.
Let's take this down, and I'm going to go consult the book and come back in a little bit.
I bet it's
with some-
buy, sell, buy
right.
instead of sell. I bet it's buy, sell, buy instead of sell, buy, sell. How about that, Michael?
It's so hard. It's
that's a
so
tough
hard to remember all this.
Yeah, we'll wait.
Nice,
Because if you
Danielle.
tell me,
Danielle
if I
got
start
that.
thinking about it, Danielle
I
did.
think buy soybeans, sell meal, sell oil is a crush spread.
Yeah, buy first is crush. Sell first. Yeah. Buy first is crush.
I don't wanna-
Sell first is reverse. Yeah.
Buy first. Oh, buy first is crush. Oh, you
That's
sold
what
it, then
triggered
you
me
bought
to-
it. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's going to be. I think that's it, Andre.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a good one.
Now I'll
Dre.
never forget
Yeah.
that.
There we go. How about that? Topstep TV. Good job, Jack. Good one. Hey,
I
83% long.
took that short.
What market, Andre?
84% long in the Dow Minis right now. Dow Minis. YM M4. Heavy lean.
What is the book's name? GIC 7. Series 3, guys. We're training you guys, helping you guys learn. All the questions on the Series 3, you could say I don't give a whatever, but I would say Topstep might pay or sponsor. I got to find out if I could sponsor people, which means we're going to have like an end of the month, like first 100 people that score above passing, because that's what you have to be, is above passing. Don't hold me to all this stuff. Like I gotta like float ideas with you guys, and then you guys gotta riff with me. My thought here is like, well, we have the trading combine. Why don't we have the Series 3 combine? We have a prop firm. We can house their Series 3 at the prop firm. Now, I don't know if we're gonna house you and then like you commit some felony and like now the prop firm's in trouble. I don't know. We're looking into all that. We're looking at. I mean, you never know.
No, I know. You got to worry about that.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
hearing
but then you
sponsorship
can
is
then
not
you,
necessary.
oh, I'm
It used
sponsored.
to
When I
be.
say sponsorship, it used to be. Yeah, it
Oh
did.
yeah, you used to be. You used to have to like hang your license with a clearing firm or an IB or something like that. But I don't think you have to do that anymore to hold your Series 3. So it's not like anything anybody else would do that might be nefarious, if you will, would come back on Top Step.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the
Holy
institutions that,
okay.
that require some kind of background checks would be more like actual banks and hedge funds, and they would do their own checks. Like nobody would actually
Yeah.
get an offer for a position without that background check. And I know this because briefly I worked in IT recruitment for a banking sector because I wanted to learn how to recruit better for myself, and we had to do that. So if there was any kind of dodgy business in the background, the bank would just say no. So it's down to the actual institution that's hiring people to do those checks. So nothing would you wouldn't be a problem just for sponsoring a Series 3.
Perfect. Okay, because the Series 3, the test is like 140 or 180 or something like that. Like I would 1000% back 100 people a month on that one because again, like if we're doing these Series 3 pop quizzes and we do a Series 3 test, maybe at the end of the day, end of the show broadcast, and we do this test, and 100 of you do that, I would 100% put you in a better position and just help you out with your test. And you guys still got to pass it. And then you guys can add that to your LinkedIn. You can get there's other people that have jobs here. A lot of people have second or primary incomes here, which I highly advise you stick with until you have a consistent, sizable, like profitable, like trading track record, and you're pulling money out of the markets, taking payouts monthly, paying your mortgage, paying your. But right now, stick with your primary income. And people are looking for new jobs. What about a Series 3? You can talk, if you're looking at your resume, the interview person, and they're like, Series 3, huh? Yeah, you're going to be carved out amongst the other resumes. So if I can help you guys do that, Topstep, can help you do that. Oh, yeah. And if I don't have to sponsor you, if you guys are right, sorry, I don't have to house it at the prop firm, that's even better. And then maybe we have, hey, we've sponsored 1,200 people this year because it's 100 a month.
And if you want the book to follow along, we do have a photo of the book because somebody asked.
Yeah. And no, we're not hiring Series 3 folks. We're not like actively. A lot of people at Topstep are getting it because also it's recognized in the CFTC and the NFA and the commodity world as a professional trader. When you pass the Series 3, it even says in there, like you're classified as a professional.
They know you know the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just keep in mind that the rules for them is more like how the clearing houses are operating, some of the mechanics of the actual markets that you're trading. So it's not necessarily, here are the strategies, you will be profitable. It's not about that. Right. It's about the knowledge about the industry itself, if that makes sense.
And regulation, industry, margins. How to calculate all that. That's all part of the test. And Michael is right. If you take this test, you put it on your Series 3.
Hey, Johnny, new lows.
Yep, I see
everybody. It's new lows right now.
New lows. Yeah.
Is there any level? Just really quickly.
I'm flat now.
Okay. Is there any levels down here that you're liking? Anybody liking? 18,475. 476.
If I was let's think about the NASDAQ now. Okay, so the NASDAQ did not leave any single TPOs below the initial balance. This is what we're looking at here, Michael. So IB low in the NASDAQ, 18,482. We did not leave any single TPOs. This is Thursday's low. The reason I took the short in the S&Ps was because the S&Ps were already trading below Thursday's low. Remember, there was no trading on Friday, so this was Thursday's low. So if we do see some participation down there, I could certainly see the NASDAQ trading to Wednesday's point of control, which is 18,427. 18,427. That's the TPO point of control from Wednesday. Wednesday's volume point of control, 18,415 even. But we've got to take out Thursday's low before we're going to see that. All right. So here's what I would be looking for if I was still in that short in the S&Ps. So we did open. We did not leave a failed auction to the downside. We opened and we left single TPOs between price and the IB low. IB low 53.01 half. So now the target, and the first target I was really looking for was the IB high from Wednesday. That's where the market really kind of ran to the upside and set up this late spike. So this was the base of the late spike. To me, that was a reasonable target. My second target would probably be all the way down here at point of control, 52.77 quarter. 52.77 quarter, but we'd have to get through value high from Wednesday before that, which is 52.8675.
52.
So the
Okay.
NASDAQ is
Okay.
holding up much better than the S&Ps right now.
Yes, it is. Dow staying stronger than both, I would say.
66, 78. I'm getting short of one guy, a one lot.
What market, Michael?
65. NASDAQ, 18,465. Continuation to the downside.
Yeah.
I got a little pop that happened, so I figured sell rips, not
You
not
don't
rips.
have to
What's
lose
up, rips? If you're paying,
You don't have to lose a lot on it.
no.
And look at where it's going now. So watch Thursday's low, 18,448. 18,448. That's Thursday's low. That's important. Okay, good. Nice trade.
I covered it. $200.
Crude new highs in the crude. 84.17.
Nice trade,
$84.17. Michael making a little bit of a comeback here.
Little jab action.
Yeah, man. New lows, S&Ps. Nice. Liquidity to the downside in the S&Ps as well. Starting to see some 200 lots popping in the market there beneath the bid here in the S&Ps. Yep. Starting to see some liquidity come in here finally. It took about almost 2 hours.
John, are you short right now?
No, I've got the average session low in ES at 52.86 even.
86 even.
Yeah. Anybody here, do you guys notice that when it hangs around the lows, you just think that there's bottom feeders and then it just keeps feeding the lows? Like right now,
100%.
S&P's right on the lows. Like
100%.
If you're somebody that's just, you're like, well, okay, it's right on the lows. It's going to retrace all the way back. I'm not, I just say it in the history of like watching markets, when it hangs around the lows, it tends to flush. And then you get buyers that come in there and they think that, and then it keeps feeding it because they get stopped out. When you buy, guys, and you get stopped out, you're selling. So you're feeding that sell-off. You get short and you get stopped out, you're feeding that rally. And when enough people do it, it gives a continuation. So you just got to kind of.
I think you see that.
Today we have single prints on the profile as well, so that's always dangerous. Whenever you have single prints, directional single prints on the profile.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about buying this thing. We got negative 13,000 delta in the S&Ps. You know,
really?
That's multiple time frames acting in concert.
Plus 13, negative 13,000.
Negative 13.
Oh, thank you for that update, John. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tim in the chat here.
We're hanging around.
Tim in the chat here. Oil and energy prices going to wreck the economy and market again. Inflation back to the moon. So maybe equities are trying to keep an eye on the oil. Oil starting to creep into the $84 handle here, and starting to see inflation coming down the pipeline. So that might be an interesting thing to keep an eye on.
Lows.
As crude continues to uptick here. New lows. Yep. Crude making new highs. All right, here we go. Crude making new highs. Equities making new lows. There might be a correlation forming here. We'll keep an eye on that as it plays out. Thank you, Tim. That's interesting.
He's right.
There. Yeah, it could be something there.
If I was a frustrated trader, I would be buying. I would be getting long. And if I was a frustrated, biased long trader right now, you'd be thinking, great opportunity. The NASDAQ's right on its lows. And then here you go. You just keep feeding it. Keep feeding it.
Yeah. I'm sitting here thinking of where I could get back into another short here.
Right?
Yep. Because I've tried to catch knives and 1,000 times. You can't fight a directional market with no structure. You can't fight it.
We're selling. Here we go. Dollar's rallying.
Well, we got a little activity today, haven't we?
A little bit,
Yeah, this
yeah.
Monday has not been bad. It hasn't been slow by any means. We are seeing movement.
Yield on the 10-year or the price on the 10-year continues to tank. Yield continues to push higher.
Nice, good job, Johnny.
This is all about rates. All about
Yep.
rates.
Yep, I think we're starting to see something play out here.
We got a little low volume node at 52.89 quarter. Just a little low volume node there.
Hey, so guys in the chat, I really like what you guys are doing. For the ones that are saying levels, you're like blah 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 level because I have a trend line there. That's fair. That's what we're looking to do here when we talk. It's what we did in the trading pits. We would say 1840, whatever the price level is that we're quoting
And
to a bunch
why?
of buddies around. If you could touch it, you could touch them with your tie. You guys saw me wear a tie in that little picture thing. If you touch them with your tie, they're your trading buddy. It's always a joke. You pull your tie out and be like, and you go around the pit. And those are the guys you talk to all day long. So if you pick the right guys to stand next to, and then they share levels, they share why, and you can tell if they're frustrated. You can tell, like I used to lift up my hands to like bid or offer, and I get punched in the ribs by my mentor. And you guys might see a picture of the guy next to me shortly, and he'd be like, "Dude, you're not trading well today. Go take a break." And that's how they would help you. That's how we would help
Shoulder
each other.
tap. That's essentially a shoulder tap.
Essentially shoulder tap, but it's a rib shot.
A rib tap. Yeah, they'll wake you up.
You'll see this.
Not as gentle as a shoulder tap, eh?
Yeah, can't
You'll
miss
see
that
the
one.
guy. I shared a picture of the guy. It wasn't a tap. He was a college football player, so
Rib shot.
it was a good jab. Rib shot.
Is that
Right?
Gleason?
That's Gleason. I should get Gleason on here.
Yeah, if he gave you a rib shot, you knew it.
All right. Uptick, new highs in crude, $84.22. Every time we see that, we see the equities take another look to the downside. Good job, Tim.
Dollars moved up to 105 now.
Everything's moving in concert right now, so I think we got some correlations going right now. It's pretty good. Good job, Tim.
You got
Appreciate that.
Yeah, Meta heading back towards the close of Thursday. You got Apple now lower on the day. You got Microsoft heading back down towards the close of Thursday. You got Nvidia lower on the day now. So those pushes to the upside that occurred earlier were not held up. So we've got some things going on here.
All right. Well, we'll see if we continue the downside movement here in equities. Upside pressure in oil, $84.28 in oil. Wow. Making new highs. All right. If we got a minute there, JD, let's get our top 10, everyone's favorite top 10 in while we can, because markets might be moving more here. So, all right, JD, what do you got?
I'm here. Let's start off with some XFA P&Ls from Thursday. All right, here we go. We'll start at the bottom. Pedro E. If you remember, Pedro was one of the very first funded traders we brought on as a guest on TopstepTV, if you guys remember that.
Yeah.
Nice to see him back on these lists. Anyway, Pedro pocketed about $7,200 trading the NASDAQ on Thursday. Next, we have Sammy, who took about $9,100 out of the NASDAQ. Daniel M., another NQ trader, carved it up for $9,700. Dylan took about $12K out of the ES and NQ. And Eldine was trading gold, NASDAQ, Dow, and the S&P last week. Added about $14,500 to their trading account balance on Thursday.
Damn, nice.
Big days.
My goodness. Well done.
All right. Here's the bottom half of that top 10 list. We've got two new names today, John K. and Sammy, who we just mentioned. Took over the 9 and 10 spots after their nice trading performances on Thursday. Isaac made about $800, but still dropped one spot on the list. Pin moved up to 7th from 9th after that nice 6,600 day on Thursday. Pin was on our live funded P&L list a little while ago. And Fruz dropped from 5th place down to 6th place despite an $800 winner late last week. All right, James, let's hit it with that drum roll, please.
Oh. Don't stop, James. Keep going, James.
Don't stop. Come on, James.
Keep going, James. Don't stop.
Don't stop, James.
Wow, JD. Just banging it out.
I'm glad I recorded this.
Man, ooh. Wow.
Come on,
was
guys.
not-
That's awesome.
That was Nick Dolby's solo.
Was that
Big
Dolby?
shout out.
Yeah, that was
Big shout out to our boy Dolby Time for sure.
Hell yeah, Dolby. That was sweet.
That was
I'm
sweet.
setting up my drum set.
Good
And
stuff.
here is the list, the top 5.
Ooh, wow. Change.
All right.
Big
We got
change.
Dakota back on the list. Dakota's back in 5th place after spending about 10 grand across one live account and 3 XFAs. Raj dipped back down to 4th place after dropping 10K across 3 XFAs. Balkaran moved into 3rd after spreading about 8,000 across 3 XFAs. And now here's our shakeup. We were talking about this all week last week, guys.
Mhm.
Michael took a 9K drawdown across 3 XFAs,
Ooh.
which opened it up for our new leader.
Wow.
Shang Jing, if you remember a couple of weeks ago, had that huge $64,000 day. On Thursdays, Shang Jing lost about $1,800 across 2 XFAs, but total account value was still enough to overtake our longtime leader. So nice job to Shang Jing and all of our other top traders here at TopStep. Nicely done.
Called the JD.
Nice.
You saw that coming. You saw that coming all last week. Changing was coming from Michael R. And sure enough,
Oh,
it happened.
Michael was just taking drawdown after drawdown, and Changing was on him the whole time, jabbing away at it.
Well, nice
Huge
call.
drawdowns
Good.
were small wins, took over the top.
Yep. Porter's
Yeah,
first there. Nice.
Cha-ching is usually in the chat if you're here. Cha-ching, nice work. Number 1.
Yes, that's true. Finally. Well done.
Hell yeah. Cha-ching's in
Yep,
here.
good job.
Hey.
I like
Ooh,
to call
big
him
pop.
cha-ching.
Spiking. We got a spike in NASDAQ.
Yeah,
Spike
nice
in
pop there in
S&Ps
the
there.
S&Ps. Yep.
That's the average session low in ES. That's what
Call
I'm
it
saying.
86s, D.
There you
Call
go.
it 86s.
Yeah.
How about that? That's what we
Be
do here.
careful.
Very nice.
Ooh, okay.
70%
I've
long
got
gold.
my gasoline turning, so
Okay.
might have another trade there.
Ooh.
69% long, 70% long gold, everything else 50-50 in the equities, crude 50-50. We did just pull back about 23 cents off the highs of $84.40. In Gem saying it's time to squeeze the shorts. Maybe that's what we're going to see here. Squeeze the shorts. John, speaking of that, what do we got in Delta? Was minus 13,000 about 9 minutes ago in the ES?
Yep.
Was minus 13,000.
Minus 13.7. Minus 13.7.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so the shorts, are they stuck in the hole here?
Ooh. We may not know till 2:30, Andre.
That's true. That's true.
If they keep,
What a scary feeling.
pressing on it and it won't break, might get a nice move later.
Oh, stay tuned for Power Hour.
Stay tuned.
For Power.
Man, those drums got me. I'm gonna
Yeah.
set up my drums, I think.
I didn't know Dolby had that in him, dude. I know he talked about it, but I know it's like that.
Oh, that was awesome.
Damn, Dolby time.
Uh-huh.
Michael, so what's the P&L looking like right now? Okay. All right.
Along a one lot from 52, but I don't think I want to
Figured.
hold this one.
From 5-2.
Yeah, 4 or
I
5.
traded NASDAQ last week. NASDAQ crazy. I traded that market.
Oh yeah,
Wild.
yeah. Only psychopaths can trade right out of here.
What are you
I'd
trying
like
to say
see
about
your
yourself?
run.
What are you trying to say about yourself?
And yeah, in 90% of the other population that's here of all NASDAQ traders, it's crazy. I mean, it's a crazy market to trade.
I'd like to
Well, we
see
got a
your
little
John, you're
trip
looking to
down
move.
down
Yeah,
memory
what's up?
lane for you, MP. The
Yeah.
photos you shared, we can.
Oh,
Oh,
Look at that
there's
guy.
my mentor.
look
Trying
at
to
that
buy
guy.
from him.
He's
Trying to get
ignoring you.
long. That's
He's ignoring. He's
my
ignoring
buddy TSG. That's the guy who would hit me in the ribs. He's probably going to hit me in the ribs with his right hand right there. He usually did that. He had no
See what
interest
else
in
we got.
trading with me. There's
He had a
Gish.
brother
If you
in
zoom
Anthony.
in, guys, If you just zoom in, there's a gray cord right there. If you
nice
zoom in,
production.
a gray cord dangling from that. I took a scissors and cut it one time when
that's the
he
guy?
was in a trade. That's the guy. He used to F with me, and one day I'm like, came up to him, I could get a position on. He's like, yeah. And I just cut the cord with the scissors.
Oh, I'd kill you. I would kill you.
Yeah, I didn't
Why
care.
do you have scissors?
Him and I were.
There's Opie.
I mean, there's OP right there.
Yeah,
There's Hulk. That was Hulk. HLK right behind him.
that's a big dude.
Cheddar.
I got out of that trade. There's Cedar, my boy Cedar.
No pictures
tell,
of
guys, we just-
Franks and Beans?
Who's Franks and Beans?
Frank Metcha?
Oh, Metch FX. Yeah, no, none. No, they didn't share them. They didn't share them.
Ah,
That was in our pit. All right, I got 200 on that trade. I'm down 1,300. I was down 2,300.
Jab.
Cut it in half. I think that's almost
Jab,
to cut it in half. Yeah.
nice
I'm
work.
going
Good
cordless
jabbing.
around MP. Smart Joey Garza.
Keep jabbing.
Yes, there you
Good
go.
Stay cordless around MP. Smart. You might snip your cord if you F with them.
Everybody had landlines in the pit. For the most part, you had to. You had
For
to.
speed, right? Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah. It
Yeah.
was like,
Michael, on Caleb's asking why you had the initials on your jackets.
Oh.
You get to pick a 3-letter acronym, and my last name's Patak, so I'm like, okay, let's just make it easy. So that's what I did.
What's it for, though? What's the acronym for?
It's
So when you
really quickly. It's so when you have a trading card. Here's the buyer. So if I would have bought, I would have put from Gish.
So you
From
can.
Hoag right now. I'll buy them. Okay, so then I'm going to do this really quick, guys. I'm going to use a marker. You don't typically use a marker. Buy 10. John, I bought it at the lows of the day. I'm just going to put a price together.
Yep, I sold the DAL.
18,430.
Nice film, Michael.
So I bought
That
10
ass
at
low.
18,430. And then now I'm going to sit on this trade. And I'm just in the money big time. Sorry, John. No, so I would write...
My badge and my
Sorry.
clearing firm on it.
his badge. See that? I mean, I'm doing a sloppiness, but like, you get it. And then then this, I would hand this card, go like this, and then Timmy would be right there, and Timmy would take that card, run around to the pit, find Hoag's clerk, and go, PTK bought 10 at 18,430, and his clerk would go check, and then my clerk would go check. They would take this card, they would put it in a box that had a stack of other cards. The runners on the floor, or the key punchers on the floor, everybody had names. Key punchers on the floor would grab them, punch in the trade, and then your clearing firm would get notified what position you have on 15 minutes, probably, that they wouldn't know your position. Now imagine that. Imagine that
Crazy.
now. Yeah.
God.
How many brokerage firms would be blown out if everybody around the world was like, 15 minutes, they aren't going to know my trade. And you can put on whatever size. Yeah.
Tell you 100.
Crazy. Buy them. You know? Then we got a story about the O'Hare. The O'Hare
trade.
ticket. So if I'm long all this stuff right now, I just got along 100, and then I got along 10, and now Powell comes out and says something, whatever the market doesn't like, and it sells off.
Oh,
I would do one of two things. I would get out of that position, or if I'm already trading poorly and about ready to blow out, I would take these cards, put them in my pocket, get in a taxi cab out front of the Chicago Board of Trade on LaSalle Street, and go, take me to O'Hare. And he's like, what terminal are you going to? I go, I don't know yet. I'm going to buy a ticket when I get there. And then on my way there, I'd call my clerk and go, hey, where's the market trading? He's like, man, that was fake news. The markets are up 200 points now. I would say, hey guy, can we turn it around? I got to go out and close this profitable position. And if I called my clerk and they said, oh man, it's really bad, flash crash, then I would get on whatever Bahamas flight I could find, and that's called an O'Hare ticket because Chicago's airport is O'Hare. It's a joke. This whole thing's a joke. But it's like what we always joked about is, well, you can always make it an O'Hare ticket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Airport and trade.
The O'Hare spread.
Did anyone actually do that? You know anyone that actually did that?
I know. I didn't know him,
names,
but
it has happened. It has. Okay.
It has.
I knew
yeah,
guys
I'm sure
that,
it has.
I knew guys that flashed orders into the pit and, accumulated a position that they had no business managing and not turning in the cards until the clearing firm figured out, hey, there's something going on here. They found him on the trading floor. He had all the cards in his pocket, and he was down like $1 million. They yanked him off the floor, liquidated his positions.
I think we all know
and I don't think we ever saw him again.
I think we're all talking about the same person. Someone.
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of dudes that did this. Second mortgages on homes, not telling the wife what they're doing or significant other what they're doing. And then you would hear stories every year of at least one person that took their life. But I don't know.
It's only money.
These days
We
behind
just
us, man.
we knew
Cleaned up.
You,
Whole
you would
industry's
know
cleaned up.
thousands. Yeah. Thousands of people were down there, so rumors and information would spread like crazy. Now you got hundreds of thousands of people that trade online right now, so you don't know what they're doing when they're. It's like that's a different world. It's like everybody's behind the curtain, so to speak, of their own trading. But in the trading pit, you'd know, and then if people were just crushing it. You'd heard, so and so made X amount of millions, or so and so blew out. Found them this and that, like there's bad stories and good stories and everything in between.
Can you imagine?
But you'd actually hear you'd actually hear the stories. Yeah.
1973, the accounting of most clearing firms was about 2 weeks behind.
Oh my gosh.
So you could put a position on and your clearing firm wouldn't figure it out for 2 weeks.
Man.
There's a reason why, guys, if commissions were so expensive, because the brokerage firm had to make their money. They had to have your money in there, but then you could still go debit, which is if you had 50 grand in your account, you're down 200 for the day. You have 150 that you owe the clearing firm, and then you have collateral that's tied to it. But then you could go over that collateral, and then the brokerage firm, clearing firm, is on the hook. The clearing firm, basically takes the other side of your trade. According to Series 3, the book, they take the other side of the trade for both your trades. If I get long and Johnny gets short, the actual clearing of that is the clearinghouse takes the other side of our trades to make us both good and guarantee that with the exchange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Michael, you said something about commissions. People complain about commissions now. Back in even in the 60s and 70s. It was $40-$50 a round turn, or $40-$50 a side, $40 or $50 a side.
I want to be a broker
to trade. It was insane, and it wasn't until a couple of discount brokerages came out, like Lynn Waldock. Lynn Waldock really slashed.
Lynn Waldock. Yep.
Yeah. And they also slashed commissions for brokers as well.
I had a Lynn Waldock account in 98. Or 2022 or 2001, something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, we got over 3,200 people watching right now on Topstep TV. Please click that like button. Please click subscribe. Michael, we cracked 75, 76, 77,000 subscribers last week. We had a good, nice promo.
Yeah, I saw
75% off for 75,000 subscribers. And we had those wacky little... those inflatable things that they have in the car lots. I'm not going to say it, John. We had those wacky
we did that as a joke, guys, just because there's so many other people that have these flash sales all the time. Whatever. It is what it is. To each its own. But we could have fun with it.
Absolutely.
Andres kept attacking him.
Kept attacking me. I mistakenly called it an inflatable doll, and the chat had a field day with that. So. That was I didn't. What else you
Yep.
call those dumb things? Yep, Deanna, you were there. You saw. I mean, you saw it.
I was there, yeah. I was like, just own it, man. Don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
just own it.
Just
I
say,
was trying to
yes,
back
it's a blow-up doll. Yes,
It's a blow-up
whatever.
doll.
Yeah.
Yo, Billy Joe
I mean,
remembers.
where-
that was the last week.
Wherever you want to take that. I mean,
Yes. We're going to leave that in Q1. We're on to Q2 now, 2024. So we're going to leave that in the past.
But it's exciting. It's exciting. I saw the
Yeah.
chart. Jack, thanks for sharing data. I brushed up on all that whenever, I don't know, a couple of days ago, and I'm like, holy bananas. And I showed my wife, and she's like, oh, so you guys are doing really well. I'm like,
Casey,
I leave every day at 6 o'clock. I know.
Casey, what'd you think?
Oh, my wife was a clerk too. I forgot to say she was a clerk on the. She was a clerk. I actually have that picture, and I shared with you guys. She was a clerk on the trading floor. I got her the job.
Did she ever work for you?
Yeah, I met her. No, come on. No, we would have never gotten. We would have never got married.
That could be true. That could be true. Nice job, William. Fastest 50K today.
Nice, Williams.
Nice.
William Stocks. I like that name.
William Stocks.
Oh, that Costanza picture, Michael. That's really taking a life of its own. Life on of its own.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they nailed it.
That's the gift that keeps on giving, man.
Uh-huh.
All right, very
I
thin.
had a guy, Dre. You were actually coaching him a long time ago in 2012. We would coach traders like, hey, I'm going to help you out. And I remember him getting upset because he busted out of his funded account, and he drew a picture of me in the pit. I was a picture of me in the pit. He put a bunch of bunny ears and like a bunch of and that was like floating around. I'm like, okay, thanks, dude.
Yeah.
And you were coaching him. I'm like, can you talk to that guy? I mean,
Maybe
because
it's
it's
my
not
fault.
really cool.
It was
Of
my
course
fault.
it is.
What's it say? Shout out to William Stocks. Also, Tim in the chat for talking about the commodity prices screaming higher, and eventually that's going to creep into inflation numbers. So maybe the equities is trying to preempt that move. That was good stuff, Tim. We're going to keep an eye on that as this week progresses.
Okay,
Is,
on my
jobs
30-minute jobs week could be quiet, but we got movement today. On my 30-minute, it's showing showing a falling knife. On my 5-minute, it's showing a bit of pause,
Here.
a bit of consolidation. Yeah. So which one wins? Usually the higher time frames is what you want to look at. It's where the freight train is of movement.
Yeah.
CBS.
What do you got, John?
Just laughing at John.
Hey,
Jones.
CBS. Yeah, go ahead, Jonah.
I'm looking at that as well.
Airplane.
What I miss?
Yeah.
The
autopilot. Yeah.
The autopilot was like Andre's.
Bad.
That movie's so bad.
Bad.
Yeah.
Thing kept getting in my damn way. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Oh, was it on screen, Dre?
Oh yeah, it was on screen. It was getting I got the 8-foot one, so it's like took up the entire screen, so it kept getting in the way. Some people had the mini version. You get the whole doll in the shot there, but mine was supersized, so it was fighting with me.
Maybe tomorrow I'll put it up again for you, Michael.
Yeah, we'll sneak him in there. We'll catch Michael by surprise.
Yeah, I think the guys at the main office also had the big one, and Mick was not happy.
Mick was. I think the dog was in there too. So the dog was going crazy.
Reva wasn't happy with it, but Mick wasn't either. He was just like, I can see it in the corner of my eye. It's like it's funny, but it's not funny.
It's like, what are we selling Pontiacs here?
Yeah. I know, right? Used car. That was kind of a joke, guys. Just so you know, we're just having fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
So please click subscribe. We're on our march to 100,000 subscribers.
I closed my little MGC gold thing because it wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. So that's minus $72.
Is that gas?
But I do have a real trade developing in my gasoline. So if in 3 minutes we can stay below 71.87. Then I may have a short as per my second hypo, because there is some slightly larger time frame supply area there too, where the previous sellers came from.
Mm.
So we can hold below that. Then I may have a potential for a failed auction.
Got about 18 minutes, maybe 15 minutes left here in fast markets, the expanded fast markets, by the way. Oh, scheduling update. I'm not going to go over the whole schedule just yet. We'll do that at the close of fast markets. Well, I let everyone know that Shoulder Tap is back in its regular format of the 30-minute segment. It's just a little bit different time slot. We're going to have it at noon Central Time now. Shoulder Tap is back. I know we're kind of trying to do like drop-ins throughout the day with Shoulder Tap. A 10-minute drop in here during fast markets, then maybe during group coaching. And you guys spoke, we listened. Shoulder Tap is back to its 30-minute segment here at noon Central on TopstepTV. So you'll get Mick, someone from the wrist team, Brett, Ben, someone on the Shoulder Tap showing you the trading cards for its full 30 minutes, just at a different time slot at noon Central. So you guys talked, we listened, boom, it's back 1 week later in its original format. So there you go.
Hey, guys, really quickly, invite your friends, because when we get to 100,000 subscribers, it's going to be a banger of event. It's going to be a party.
Yeah,
party. And by party, I mean we all win. We all win. We all win. And I'll make it worth everybody's while here by kind of throwing out some wild suggestions to the creative team we have. And promise I will, and I'll promise it will be bigger than the 75K one. So invite your friends. I bet you they might like it, especially if they're like, dude, what are you doing? It sounds awesome. You can go, well, join me and make sure you subscribe.
And as a taste, I already ordered some of the party supplies.
Ooh,
I got.
What's that mean?
I got 1,000 of these. I got 1,000 of these coming.
You say supplies, Jack?
My mom's watching, Jack. My mom is watching.
That's why I put the box there.
Oh, that's what the box is there for. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, I'm not going to make a joke. But the candlestick right below could be. Put it back on. Please put it back on. Exactly.
Oh, well done, Michael.
Put it back. Yeah, just put it back on, please.
You call that a bearish engulfing pattern.
Oh, wow. That was.
Oh my God.
Shoot.
If you're not
hopefully the market does not continue to break.
We just need Kami Capital to join in, and then the joke will be complete.
I wish the market kept breaking at that during that candle.
Well, no, I think that was a wick, wasn't it?
I don't know.
We could have fun here. We're all fully formed adults.
Oh God, that got me. That was a good one. Bearish golfing, yeah. Wow. Good to have you back, Michael. We missed you, man. We really missed you.
You gotta have fun in life, especially in trading. If you're not laughing, then you will have emotions.
You're crying.
Oh yeah.
Like D says,
Andre,
this is like
go ahead, Andre.
It's like the pitch, like the gallery and the prop firm, man. This is exactly what it was like.
Yeah.
You know, market's
a little tamer.
You always have one eye in the market, right? We always have one eye in the market. We will shoot 1,000%. That was a good one. You guys got me there. Well done. The chat loved it. Well done.
All right,
72% long YM, 70% long in the GC, 60%. Yeah, nothing going there. Market's kind of gone sideways, taking a bit of a hiatus.
Delta's stuck here at 13,200 in the S&Ps, and the Nasdaq minus 4,300.
Okay.
In the Dow, minus 751. Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing in the Dow. But pretty good. A couple of decent opportunities here today. That's always good.
There were, yeah.
Yes,
it's very this right here, guys. I'll give like my 2 cents. This right here saved me from hitting my loss limit. Because this one I lost 40 handles on paper. I had FOMO. I diluted the power of FOMO. And what I learned in trading is you have to dilute some of these emotions that kind of like boil over to making you create some behavior. Because I mean, emotions then turn you into like, what do you do with that emotion? Well, I act. Which, so for me, this dilutes the power of FOMO, and thank God it. Well, I mean, not thank God. Thank God I was paper trading it. I have no FOMO. I would have been down 40 hand. I mean, like, I don't know. I would have probably $400, $600, somewhere like that, which would have put me down 300 or 3,000. I talked about wanting to cut my day in half. That would have put me at like 1,100 or 1,000. I'm only down 1,300, which is 1,400, which is fine. Fine, I can do that day. So
There's a rumor that's been going around, Michael. Somebody's asking, we love Topstep. We don't want to go to other firms just to get more accounts. Do you think Topstep might increase max accounts from 3 to 10 in the future? Because there's been a rumor going around that that's being planned.
I started it. Yeah. You did. And you guys, when we're on here, we got a riff. So don't hold us to dates, and then like don't go like, well, we are. Right now, it is in the queue to do we're going to call it the responsible trade copying scale up plan. I think it's called a scale up plan. Mm-hmm. We'll get it exactly. But the whole concept is when you're we have a lot of people that have trading combines that have completed that are sitting there on the sidelines. And we start with 3, but the concept is when you build your lead account up, then you would unlock 3 more, and this would only be on Topstep X because it has a built-in trade copier. So then your lead accounts here, your 3 ones right here, checkbox, 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 and then if you build this account up to hit some certain tier, much like your scaling plan, because that's responsible trading as well, then you would unlock whatever you have in the hopper, so to speak, of accounts, and then you can kind of go that direction. This is what we believe is better than play the imagination game. Imagine having 20 accounts right now, and you pass them, and you have 48 hours, because that's what other companies have, 48 hours to purchase all 20 accounts, or else they go away. And all 20 accounts is, $150 if it's the smallest account, or let's just call it $300 and some odd for an activation fee. You got to come up with $6,000 in 48 hours. I think that's scary trading. I don't think that's not the spirit of why Johnny, founding team, Eddie, Andre, in 2010 created the company or the funding concept. But I do hear that trade copying is getting bigger and bigger. There are eToro does, copy somebody. They don't. Yeah, so this copy trading, I get it. And I get it if you're like, oh, I can make $100 or $200 in a day, but making $2,000 a day is really hard to do. I get that too. Because right now, like that's, like me making $10,000 in a day, that's very, very hard to do. But the whole concept of buying 20 out of the gate is very, to me, reckless. It's not risk management, in my opinion. I don't care if you got that thing for $50 or $20 on the flash sale. It's still reckless to have 20 accounts that you go all in on for $300 activation fee each. I think it's somewhere around there, or $150. You do the math on which account you're in at other companies. I think that's reckless. So responsible trade copying scale up plan is what we're looking to do up to 10. Like why'd they stop? Why'd they stop at 20? Why not do a bazillion? Why not do infinity? Because that makes no sense. You can't do this type of thing with a live account. So when you get to a live account, we'll combine them all, and now you're a size trader. You will be a size trader, trading big size, because anybody who comes out from a funded account, XFA, and they have a big account balance, we'll let you open things up. But it's just kind of after you.
I was going to say,
that's
a great way to do it. Yeah, because it's not like, oh, here's 20 accounts. You can blow them in a day, because that's what happens with most people when they get funded. But you're effectively saying, well, do start with 3, see how you get on. If you prove yourself there, we unlock more. and more and more.
Yep.
When you scale up,
Yep.
we move you to
Yep.
live. That's an excellent way to do it. So again,
Yep.
innovation from you guys. It's
Yep.
amazing.
Yeah, so I think the
There you go.
phone,
We've got our answer.
I think the FOMO business model. So my last rant on this, and this is rant. I think that 48 hours to pay for all your accounts and get them all super. But the activation fee is we have $149 activation fee for all accounts because it says administrative. We got to pay for the data. We got to provision your account. We got to have a risk management team watch that. All costs. So it's just a different way a different company will do things. And that's the only thing I don't like about those companies that do that is that, because again, it's just $2,000 what you got to come up with in 48 hours. It's not in the spirit of a funding company. It's supposed to get you in a better position. It's supposed to not feed the FOMO or feed the impulse. So to each its own on where you want to go, but be smart, because if you're already making those decisions on, I don't care, I'm going to go all in, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So be smart and take it slow. Pow!
Oh, you saw that? You saw that?
Wow.
Yeah.
I always wonder if you see the stuff that they're putting up while you're talking like this.
I see it out of the corner of my eyes.
All right, good.
So we're working on that.
Yes, we are. We got 4 minutes left here in fast.
Andre?
Starting to see some sellers. What's up, Michael?
One more thing that we're going to do before that is the micro and mini fix will be in place.
There you go.
I believe when we launched the platform, is here this month. I'm like very, very confident it's going to be this month, but it's really the product team and the engineering team that goes, yep, thumbs up. But micros and minis will be fixed this month for TopStep X platform traders only. We're on our lows.
The new lows, NASDAQ, new lows, S&Ps, new lows, Dow. Oil starting to see an uptick.
Here we go.
That's right. Michael's just talking about this. A lot of these quote-unquote bottom pickers coming in here hoping to see the market turn around. They're the ones that are just going to, when they hit their stops, they're going to send this market lower.
Don't fight a directional market.
Don't fight a directional market is right.
Right. Well, I might pause my combines for the day. So that's 451 and 433 because it's obviously a copying thing. So yeah, this is the gasoline account. So I think I'm going to be focusing on this one.
Cool.
It's a pretty liquid market. I like the way it moves. When crude oil comes back, obviously I'll come back to it. But whilst it's still moving whole 139 ticks, I mean, whilst crude oil has moved 139 ticks, gasoline has moved 431 ticks.
There you go.
Holy cow.
There you go.
So yeah, so a little bit more liquid there. So I do quite like it. And it's literally, when I'm talking to my market stalkers, it's like an over exaggerated version of crude oil. So times of day are the same. You have post and cut reversals. You have session ranges and average session ranges that are all very reactive. Today, I did a responsive activity trade below value during the initial balance. And it stayed inside the initial balance for quite a long time. Now it seems to be failing the auction, but it's having a little bit of trouble around the initial balance high. So that could mean a further upside to maybe reach this supply at 2.7320. That's what I like to call the originating parental supply. So maybe they want that, in which case that will give way to another short trade, maybe at some point of the day. But yeah, it's very, very similar to crude oil. So again, I'm sticking with my strengths of trading the energies market, just finding a different product. So thank you to Kevy, who actually suggested that I look at gasoline.
Awesome.
So that was a great idea. Again, community doing its thing where they're like, hey, Dee, have you seen this? So I looked at it, did some statistical tests over the weekend. Last week, I started to mess around with it from Wednesday, and it did pretty well. So it was like, there's something to this. And here we are, second week, liquidity is still there. All the setups are working out really nicely. So yeah, let's keep this going. So let's get some extra phase on gasoline.
Nice.
Awesome.
There you go.
Great to hear. The community looking out for each other.
Nice.
Real quick,
yeah,
we've got the group
yeah.
coaching questions pinned to the top of the chat here. John will be doing group coaching today, so get those questions in. He knows a lot about the stuff. Like I said, he knows more than most, and is not afraid to say we don't know if we don't know the answer. That's about it for Fast Markets today. Coming up next, Power Players, we got Peter Tuchman. Please make sure to tune in for that, the most photographed man on the New York Stock Exchange floor. We got Jack and Bonnie for Top Quiz. Shoulder Tap is back in its original format of half hour, but it's just going to be at noon Central. Then we got Robert, Hoag, Dakota, and Coach Jay for Coach's Takeover. That's pretty cool. That's at 1 o'clock. And then for Power Hour, we got myself, Dolby, Dakota, and Isaac R. So tune in for that. We got a jam-packed schedule today. Michael, welcome back. Hoag, great trading today. Michael, any final words? I don't think we're going to see you for the rest of the day. We will see you tomorrow.
Well, he's talked about Dakota coming on this. On this afternoon, Dre. Guys, we just shared Dakota on a live funded trader where he's at. And we're going to do this because people move around on leaderboards, but he's been staying there. And he's been a coach at Topstep. Guys, we have tens of thousands of people at Topstep. Tens of thousands of people at Topstep that are all trying to either get better at trading, understand trading, stay consistent and profitable at the funded level, and take payouts at the funded level. It takes a lot to be at the top 10 live leaderboard. I would tune in. I would be a fly on the wall. I would ask questions because, like, these are you have access to people that are on the live funded accounts, and these are the best of the best here at Topstep. So definitely tune in for that. Dre, thanks for everything, and glad to be back, everybody. And Jack and JD and James, hell of a job. Had a great time. Hoagland, Deeyana, great seeing you again. Excited to trade with you coming up.
Good to back.
Michael, say Power Players. Michael, say Power Players is next.
Power Players is next.
Good job. Thank you. And welcome to Power Players with the one and only Mr. Peter Tuchman. Peter Tuchman, how are you doing today? Beginning of quarter two on this Monday. How are we feeling? We got to jump right into it. I want to know your thoughts on the Powell speech from last Friday as well as the PCE number. You're kind of saying that inflation is a little bit sticky, so I want to get your thoughts on how you approach the new quarter for 2024.
Thanks, buddy. Hello, Topstep Nation. Welcome, welcome. We got the beginning of the second quarter. It is April Fool's Day, but we're not going to fool around at all. We're going to get right down to it. Obviously, the market, look, I'm a firm believer the market tells us pretty instantly what it thinks of the information. Obviously, we had 3 days coming into the end of the quarter, one of the best quarters we've had since 2019. Across the board, nice breadth to the rally. Russell 2000 was up, trading at record highs. Obviously, the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ closed out the quarter at record highs. That is not an easy feat to fulfill. And especially because there's some controversial times. We've got obviously we've got the whole interest rate story going on. We had a couple sticky numbers, as you had mentioned. Obviously, Friday's number was a little sticky, but before that, we had a PPI and a CPI number that were a bit sticky. That sort of has caused us to sort of reevaluate, cutting down from 7 cuts to 3 cuts, and now questioning whether we're actually going to have that many cuts at all. And so I think it's important to know that we closed out the quarter strong. It was significant. Now, there is a little bit of data that says that when you've got such a solid first quarter, that it does project a possibility and a probability that we will end up the year at double-digit rally going into the end of the year. So historically, when the first quarter of the year was as significantly up as we've had this year. Now, look, it went back to 2019, but there have been years over the decades where we've had such significant positive quarters, and those years have ended up double digits into the close. So that's a nice little tidbit. Hopefully, we'll be able to fulfill that. Yes, the PCA number was a little bit sticky, and it's now, look, it's so funny how the Federal Reserve is basically claims that their policies are data driven, right? Although in the speech he gave before Friday, he did say that he was not going to overreact to the numbers that came out for January and February, which were a little bit on the hot side. So it's like, I think he picks and chooses. I think you also realize that the Federal Reserve is not just Mr. Powell. It is 12 Fed presidents who all have to sit around and get some level of agreement. That's fine. Obviously, coming into the market today, look, the market's got to end up with some fatigue after 3 solid months of an up market. Literally, we had week after week, day after day, closing at record highs. A sell-off of 200 points in the Dow today is absolutely insignificant. It is literally a pebble in your shoe, right? So look, we often will see fresh money come in the beginning of a month, and I anticipate still coming into the close that we may see the market rally back. But look, there's nothing that significant. Yes, the number, the PCA, was a little bit disappointing. It actually was disappointing enough that a number of people are calling for, look, I saw last week that Gorman, the head of Morgan Stanley, even felt that we were not going to have any cuts for the whole year, which is absolutely sort of nuts gauging from the expectations that they've given us. But look, at the end of the day, we're not sure any of these things can change on a dime. But when you have it's healthy for the market to pull back a little bit. Today's I don't even call it a sell-off. I think the market's trading sideways. There's nothing significant going on. Even though the market was closed with what came out on Friday and Jay Powell speaking and the closeout of the first quarter, today's market is sort of lackluster at best. It's not significant. I can't read much into it, and I don't think we should, right? I'm a firm believer. If the market tells us something that gets our attention, we should pay attention. But when it doesn't, we should not read into it. The media tends to always look for some catastrophist effect that's happening in the market. There's absolutely nothing to say what's going on in the market today. Now, all that being said, I think April, May, and June are going to be significant months. We're going to see how the market, is there going to be a pullback? Is the tech sector going to come off its highs? Is the market going to bump its head up against Dow 40,000, S&P 5,500? All of these major landmark levels that we saw so beautifully bloom the market in the first quarter of the year. It's very possible. Pullbacks are healthy for the market. As we've talked about often with you guys, that if you are day traders, you know about a trend trade. A trend trade is in a market going in directionality up or down for a prolonged period of times and then pulling back to the 9, the 15, or the 30 EMA, right? The exponential moving averages. Markets like that. If a market is going up and you pull back to the 9 or 15 EMA, that is what we define as a trend trade, meaning that that pullback is foundational in building a market that's going to go higher, same way on the downside. And that's what we're looking at right now. We're hoping, look, either this level, look, you don't look frothy markets without a foundation are kind of dangerous, right? You don't want, I think there are a lot of people who felt that the market was completely being fueled by the Magnificent Seven, that there was no real support beyond that. And I question that because I did see a lot of small and mid cap rally stocks into throughout that quarter. So I don't think it's all about AI, and I don't think it's all about tech. I think there was a bit of a broad-based rally. But look, at any point given on any given day, there are enough moving parts, whether it's real estate, which is today is down, the KRE is getting hit a little bit. What is it that's going to be the next shoe to drop, right? Is this going to be, we're building a foundation for this market to go higher? Or are we going to just sell off from here because the market's a little bit frothy and it's gotten a little too far, too fast, and too high? So those are the two, that's the paradox we're in at the moment.
Good stuff. Great stuff, Peter Tuchman. Joining us live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. All right, now, Peter, we had your partner on, David Green, last week, and we're talking trading. He's actually doing some trades with one of our teammates here, Nick Dolby, as you know him. And he was talking about the MOC trade. And he touched on it. He brought up your name, how it's a trading strategy of yours. Tell us about the MOC trade. What is it, and how do you trade it? I guess, MOO and MOCs for that matter. But tell us about the MOC trade and why it's significant.
Okay, so let's give you a breakdown. Imagine you are a hedge fund and you have 1 million shares to buy.
Oh, no. Oh, it's just getting good.
Left us on that cliffhanger.
It was just getting good. Look at that picture. Look at it's frozen on. Look at that picture. It's frozen on. Where are you, Peter? Oh, no. Oh, man. All right, yeah, so just to recap, David Green was on with Dolby last week, and he's talking about Peter Tuchman only trades MOC, market on close, and anything over a couple billion catches his attention. Anything under that, it's a shoulder shrug. So I really wanted to get his strategy. I wanted to hear how he trades it, how he's been trading it, how he's been doing it for years and years and years. But I'm such a troll, eh? I don't know about that. Well, so here you go. You got me. You buy yours, guys sell. So let's do a quick market recap. See if we can get Peter Tuchman back on the line. While he was talking, we did see a bounce in the S&Ps off the lows of 52.82, now trading 52.90. So we did see a bounce there. Looking at the 5-minute chart, the trends could be a nice opportunity to get short. NASDAQ saw a pop 2 as well off the lows there, the lows of 18,414. It seems that the 18,500 level in the NASDAQ is not as significant as it was or sticky as it was last week. So we just see some movement to the downside there. But we got the pop, so it'll be interesting to see what we do from here. Taking a look at the Dow. Dow's still staying bid a little bit, not breaking as significantly or rallying as significantly as the S&Ps and NASDAQ. Crude chopping around about 17 cents off the highs of 84.40. Our man Tim in the chat alerted us to the fact that commodity prices might be getting a little too hot entering the spring, entering into the summer. And eventually that's going to leak into the PCE numbers, the PPI numbers, and CPI numbers. So as oil continues to creep towards $90, even $100, equity markets will start taking note of that, and we'll start selling off because of it accordingly. Oh, thank you. And Q, I appreciate that. I don't know if we're going to get Peter Tuchman back on, James, but I can just freestyle it next for the next couple of minutes. But yes, I also wanted to get an update from Peter Tuchman about that Reddit IPO. As I was taking a look at the chart, we did peak at $70-ish in Reddit last week. We are now trading back at around IPO levels at $46. So it's a pretty volatile stock. I wanted to hear about that IPO and that stuff moving forward. Quick look at the tilt, 71% long in the Dow. Michael's talking about this as well. Some bottom pickers, perhaps we get to these levels on the daily. These bottom pickers come in and try to buy it up. just to take it lower. The stops are, can't be too much further beneath. So a lot of the longs take it to the downside, if that makes sense. You see it on the reverse to the upside. In a rally market, you see a bunch of people come in, get called the shorts, call the tops, get short. They'll get stopped out and take the market higher. So something you see quite. And Renee, driving alone. I am driving alone right now. I think we lost Peter Tuchman, but he was going to tell us how to trade that MOC, how hedge fund has 1 billion shares it needs to buy, and it puts the market that order in, market on close, executed 2:50 Central Time. We got to balance that out. And he was going to tell us how he trades that. He gets the news. He gets those MOC numbers as we provide to you here at Topstep TV. He'll give you those MOC numbers, and from there, you trade off of it. But like I said, it'll be interesting to know what the level of significance is, what a big number is, what a small number is, because we do pass those along to you. So something we could trade with. I guess while no one's looking, I might be able to pull off a trade now. I don't think Patak's looking. Oh, shoot. Patak's typing in the chat. Patak's typing in the chat. I got it, Michael. Jump in, Michael, if you got. We're trading 52.90 in the S&Ps, or the net. S&Ps. I'll be looking to take a short here. If you follow the trend in the 5-minute, I should probably be sharing my charts too. Thanks, guys, for the reminder there. I'll pull that up right now. But yeah, if you look at the chart in the 5-minute, could be an opportunity to get short. Oh, great. Get short. You got to catch the trend there. Do we got Tuchman? I'm hearing some noise in the green room there. Oh, that's my man. That's my partner, Dolby Time, right there. What's up, Dolby Time? When you get a chance, jump on in. But I do need to share my screen for the guys. Pulled pork maps. It's like power hour, but during the day. It's like power hour during the day. So the power hour no one asked for is going to happen here. We do have another guest joining us shortly as well. Let me get this up real quick. Shit.
Yeah, I can jump in to save you for a few seconds while we get Dolby on, Andre.
I'm trying to pull up my screen share here. As it was not up. All right, there we go. Yeah, if you take a look at the 5-minute here, we are seeing some movement. What's up, Jack? There you are.
Hey, what's going on?
We got Tuchman back.
Tuchman's back.
I'm back.
Mr. Tuchman, great. Thank you for joining us. All right, well, you got some help. Tell us about the MOC. Tell us about the MOC process really quick. You're lost.
Okay.
And the hedge fund's got to buy 1 billion shares. That's what we lost you.
Okay, so imagine this. You're a hedge fund. You have 1 million shares to buy. The way you buy it is the big guys like to put their order flow in where they're not going to impact the market the most. So basically, they're going to buy 200,000 shares on the opening. They're going to put 400,000 shares into an algo from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. And then they're going to put 400,000 shares in for the market on close. That will be executed on the closing template where the majority of the volume is. That way, they will have least impact on it. And basically, they'll be able to go back to the customer and go, I participated everywhere the market went. That information, everybody who puts in their market on close imbalance, how many shares? Some guy puts in 50, a guy puts 100, a guy puts 1 million, whatever it is. At 2 o'clock, me as a broker, those who have access to the floor, are able to see the order imbalances that come in for the market on closing template. Now, that the order flow that we see at 2 o'clock changes every 5 seconds. So I know people are going, oh, wow, so Einstein gets to see all the order flow before anyone else. It's not the way it is, guys. Every 5 seconds, that order flow is being updated. So where $1 billion can come in to buy at 2 o'clock, at 2:05, it can be $1 billion to sell. It constantly updates every 5 seconds while people put in their order flow. What happens between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock is all these orders build up to buy and sell and pair up in the closing bell. They will often affect the directionality of the market from 2 o'clock to 3:50. And then obviously at 4 o'clock, once the imbalances pair off and the other side of the trade comes in, this close on an auction market close, right? So what David was talking about, the market and close imbalances is at the time these order flow come in, it can affect the market. I trade the S&P 500, 347 stocks in the S&P 500 for the closing bell. How every 5 seconds this number is updated. So you've got to be super nimble, super quick. You've got to be the first one into the trade, and you've got to sort of have it organized to know how it's going to affect the movement of the market. So it's a little more complicated than I can say in 3 minutes. It's basically one of the things I do. I'll say one thing, though. four times a year when we have the S&P rebalance, right? Which means that there's the indexers are adding and selling large quantities of stock in the stocks that are in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. You will see a similar movement in the market when a dollar notional value. Think about it. 1 million shares of Visa is different than 1 million shares of Carnival Cruise as far as its effect on the market. 1 million shares of Visa to buy will move the S&P. 1 million shares of Carnival Cruise may not. It's a $20 stock. It'll have less impact on the market. So if you take all of these stocks and how many shares there are of each one of them to buy and sell for the closing bell, you will often be able to curate a directionality in where the market's going to go up or down. And that's kind of what I do. But I don't want anyone to ever think that it's like I'm getting prior inside knowledge of where the market's going to go, because $1 billion to buy can turn into $3 billion to sell and then flip back to $1 billion to buy 10 times between 2 o'clock and 3:50. However, it can affect the movement of the market.
Awesome stuff, Peter. All right, one last thing, Peter. I know your time is very valuable. We did have some connection issues. We are back with Peter Tuchman live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. As he referred to himself as Einstein, please, Mr. Tuchman, tell us about Wall Street Trading Global Academy before we let you go. Thank you for your time again.
Absolutely a pleasure. So, guys, look, David Green and I, around the time of COVID, we orchestrated, curated an academy. It's 16 hours, 21 videos, 200 hours of archival content. It's an online course that you can download and buy, right? It's $499. We've collabed with Topstep. Basically, if you get access to the market as a funded trader through Topstep, and then you want to learn how to trade the market so you can get funded once again by Topstep and be a successful day trader, knowing technical analysis and risk management are key to that piece of the puzzle. That's what we add to the game. So if you guys are already on Topstep and learning how to trade the market and you want to learn technical analysis and risk management, come to wsgta.com, my bio, and we'll check you out.
Man, Mr. Peter Tuchman, thank you so much. Go get back and trade that MOC. We'll all be keeping an eye on those numbers, the imbalance this afternoon. Enjoy your lunch in the meantime. That's Peter Tuchman live from the New York Stock Exchange. Again, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. The link is in the chat. Peter Tuchman, thank you so much for your time, and we will see you again this week.
Pleasure.
Take care.
Bye.
welcome our guest. His first appearance on Topstep TV on Power Hour is Mr. Sotir, the man in the middle. Sotir, welcome to Power Players. It's going to be an abbreviated segment. We don't have that much time, so let's get right to it. Sotir joins us. You're from Italy, I believe. Please tell us about your journey. How did you find Topstep? You're a live funded trader now. Tell us about your trading journey and how you found Topstep. Welcome, Sotir.
Thank you very much. Hello, guys, everyone. Very glad to be here. And a great achievement as well, because seeing Peter Tuchman in the same live where I'm actually talking is like outstanding for me. Like, it's amazing. One of the greatest personalities in trading. All right, so I'm Italian. I'm currently living in Switzerland and working seasonal job as well to sustaining the trading business that I initiated. I've been in the industry for like 1 year now. I've been studying very hard the previous 6 months, like day in and out, to get an understanding of like trading. What is it? The industry in general. So getting into pace. Then I got into prop firms like 3.5 months ago, because during summer I had quite heavy losses with my money, and I was trading options, fading scalps like the gaps. It was going pretty well until like my trading and risk management went like abandoned me. So then I got like, all right, so I have to make a clear trading plan, be sharp, and definitely trading with prop firms, that helps a lot because you must follow rules unless you blow your account. So then that helped me a lot to schedule my trading process and be a bit more clear about my objectives. And I obtained my first XFA account like a couple of months ago. I had a very good winning streak. Then, of course, not the first and last one. I unfortunately blew it, but I learned a lot from that experience. And I'm currently learning a lot, like to manage the accounts in general. So, yep.
Very good. Very good. Sotir, have you taken any trades today? And if so, tell us about those trades. What products are you trading as well?
Yeah, so I do mainly trade NQES, so index futures, and I personally love NQs for the volatility it offers. And I had the trade today on NQ actually.
Okay, tell us about it.
Didn't quite go on the direction I was expected. I was short, but I didn't have confidence to hold it, So then I decided to go on the other side, because then I've seen on the upside we had some room. I will just go on bigger, higher time frames here. I was looking at 18,500 level 40.
Yes.
So that to be taken, that has been taken. So that for me was a bullish signal. So quite a bit of confusion today. Had a bit of a loss. It's been quite tough in February actually. I've been facing a losing streak, so my psychology is like under revision. Currently, like trying to stay alive in the game and learn from my downs. Because actually, February I had a very good month, and then probably affected my ego a bit.
How so?
Directing me like on the risk. I should have actually lowered it. I kept going higher because I had confidence in my system that works and is gonna definitely deliver. So I'm facing this moment. The most of traders, I think they do. So that's good. I'm grateful I'm going through this.
Yeah. So Tier, how did you get into trading, and then how did you arrive at your trading strategy, and how did you identify NQ as the market that you wanted to trade?
So I'm a student of ICT, so ICT concepts, as you probably have heard, and as well as smart money tools, so smart money concepts, and the Wyckoff power of accumulation, manipulation, and distribution. So basically started out with a box system, Darvas system with stocks, but then I transitioned into futures because I've seen myself being more consistent and having clear objectives of what the target is, what's the entry, And ICT has given me a clear understanding of how the world of markets works. And definitely for me, there is something driven by an algorithm that we can measure in a sort of stand to make profits on the market with certain movements that occur from some time to another, specifically, and in certain conditions. So that helped me a lot with my mentality and psychology to fit with my personality. Then I tweak it a bit, seeing what I see on the market with what I know, with my knowledge. So I kind of got into it with a bit more experience. And I've got some metrics now that it depends where the market breaks of structure, like a very similar, simple indicator for me. Then I expect something on the other side of the trade, because there was a kind of run on stops with a break of structure on the downside, for example. I perform as a bullish trader in that occasion, and the vice versa. That's oversimplified. There is many other confluences I utilize in the middle, but
Very good. All right, well, quick recap here. While also Tier was talking there, we did see new highs in crude oil, almost trading $84.50. So crude is on the move to the upside. We are seeing it starting to drift here. S&P is trading 52.93 with a low of 52.82. Sort of about $11 on that. NASDAQ as well. NASDAQ coming up to Tier's level of 18,500. He was just mentioning it. About 20 points off at 18,480. So Tier, why 18,500? We saw that price all last year. We saw that today. Why is it such a sticky number?
So I think the market just opened around that area. So I believe it acts as a very strong magnet. Sometimes when it is on the downside, we tend to be rejected by that area. Vice versa, if we are upside, it plays a very important role. Like we can bounce as being a strong support. So that level is very key from the new week opening up. That is going to be actually a magnet level for all the week coming, I believe. So I'm neutral on the bias this week.
Very good.
Because of this very gap higher that gives uncertainty, because
it does.
Yeah.
It does.
What did,
go ahead, Dolby.
What so you haven't been trading for that long? Like your trading combine, you've only been you've been a part of TopStep. Really not a ton of time, less than a year actually. 4 months will be a year.
Yeah, correct.
It'll be your 1 year anniversary. Congratulations. So as a new trader, what was the most difficult thing for you to adjust to in futures trading? And what's something that you're working on currently to help improve your trading?
Good question.
Something I mentioned really I'm working on is my psychology. Because as I said, in February, I had a pretty good month for me, for the average achievement I had so far in trading. And my psychology has kind of torn up and made me like a fearful trader with very poor risk management, if I have to be honest. So I'm working again on that and reconditioning myself to go through a stage of consistency and starting winning small again rather than going big. And I'm definitely working to improve my strategy as well, to kind of reducing the win rate, hiring the win rate actually, and so making it a bit like more high frequency. Because with the risk I have now, the win rate is probably too low to face this kind of risk I'm having right now. So I'm kind of reducing as well, re-standardizing a bit my situation in general.
Very good, very good. So, Tier, question for you. In the chat here, what indicators were you using in the ES and NQ that helped get you funded here at TopStep? What were you looking at? What time frames were you looking at? Tell us about your journey that got you into being funded in a relatively short amount of time here at TopStep.
Yeah, sure. So I use no indicators, basically, as per ICT concepts. I've got my charts that are very blank, and I put some, we can call it lipstick on it, on the important levels that I believe they're gonna play an important role, or what the price is gonna do. So I start from the daily chart, where the most of the liquidity is stored, we can say, for financial institutions, and to have an idea of what the daily expansion would be, if on the upside, on the downside. That's the first thing I have to ask myself. What's the expansion going to be, upside or downside? And then I will see where we are at, because that depends where is our position on the market in the bullish or bearish structure. So this comes into consideration. What I use as confluence is the volatility index and the US dollar, because I see pretty much the time the US dollar has an inverse relation with the kind of strategy I utilize. So it helps me gauge an interesting trading plan for it. Then after the daily chart and having decided what's the bias for the next day is gonna be, I'm gonna gauge into lower time frames, like 4 hours, to see the market direction, the current market direction, and then I go on 1 hour. On 1 hour, I like to track the daily levels from the night before and up to 7 a.m. New York time. That gives me an understanding of what the market is doing and what did it do. So the next thing I expect from 8 a.m. New York time, I expect a run on liquidity on stops, depends on the direction, then my bias will align as well with the macro time frame. And it depends on the run on run on stops. I will decide which side of the trade I'm gonna take that day. And after I have done that, on 15 minutes, I will then go lower and lower to find my entry, usually on 2 minutes time frame, where I can see a run on stops, a break of market structure, and then a displacement with a fair value gap that is basically the no overlaps of wicks from the previous and following candle. That's a very important indication for us ICT traders as a confluence for an entry. So that's pretty much it. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who've
Check is fired up. Check is
I mean, chat is on one right now.
Chat is fired up.
Happy April Fools, chat. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people use something I appreciate, I'll say, about ICT is that he's done a lot to help get new futures traders, new traders in general, at least like a framework to operate around, and then you can kind of go like and investigate more stuff. So have you started adding in other concepts in general now that you have a foundation?
Good question, Dolby.
What other concepts?
I would say I'm personally related to the 2022 models, and then I take in consideration the week of accumulation, manipulation, and distribution. I firmly believe that the market moves in stages. So it's important for us as traders to understand where we are at the moment, and with the levels as well, to understand what's likely the price gonna do and why. The why is very important, and the why is given by seasonality. That's quite relevant for the average price, and yeah, where we are at, definitely it's the most important thing, and what the price do to show our hands, so we can take part of it.
Very good, very good. Well, so Tier, I told you it's going to be an abbreviated segment. I know we're short on time. Will you still be continuing to trade for the rest of the day? Will you do you trade from bell to bell? I know you said you're working in Switzerland seasonality. Are you there for skiing? Where are you in the mountains? Where are you in Switzerland?
Correct. Yeah.
Are you in Zermatt? Where are you? Are you in Zermatt? Where are you?
Arosa, so in Arosa, near St. Moritz.
Very good, very good. Okay, very good. Same risk. Wow.
Yeah.
One of Michael's favorite ski mountains in the world. Very cool. I hope the mountains and the snow are good to you. So, Tier, thank you so much for joining us. We're gonna try to have you back on with a little bit more time. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your early success. Let's work. We'll work on the risk and all that. But again, thank you so much for joining us, Dolby. Thanks for jumping in when Tuchman were having technical issues there. Thanks for jumping in and having my back. I'll see you Dolby time at Power Hour. So, Tier, thank you again for your time. Up next is Shoulder Tap with
thank you very much.
Jack. You guys, so Tier, thank you so much. Shoulder Tap coming up next.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. Today is April 1st, aka April Fool's Day, for what it's worth. I was just telling Bonnie before we got on, I got punked. I finally bit the bullet and hired some landscapers, and they came for the first time today during the 15-minute period when I'm on TV, Bonnie. So if there's noise, I apologize. It's my own laziness in machine form. How are you doing, Bonnie?
I'm doing good. Having a typical Monday. I feel like my brain is just still in a weekend mode.
Yeah, especially after Easter yesterday. When are you leaving for Taiwan?
I'm leaving for Taiwan in 2 weeks.
Okay, well, exciting. Let's make the most of our time together. If this is your first time playing Top Quiz, click the link that is found at the top of the chat there. Once you're in, there will be 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 of them correct, you will enter a raffle for one of 50 free resets that we will email to you. I'll show the winners later, and you can win once per calendar week. Answer the questions on your device. I think that's everything, Bonnie. I think you're going to do well today. I can feel it.
I hope so.
All right, we'll give a few more seconds here to get in there to make sure that MacD 1996 gets in.
Jack, have you seen Three Body Problem on Netflix?
No, I'm aware it exists though.
I just started it a couple days ago. It's crazy.
Is it good? Would you recommend it?
Yes, it's so good in my opinion.
Awesome.
I believe it's the same people that directed Game of Thrones.
Cool.
This show.
Yeah, people pointing out my Easter haircut. I got my haircut Saturday night before Easter. It was really down to the buzzer, but you got to make the older people, feel good. They love haircuts, don't they?
I love haircuts too.
Perfect. Anyway, let's get this started right about now, Bonnie. You ready to do this?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay, here we go. Top quiz for April 1st. Here we go. Question number 1 is as follows. Some researchers link the origin of April Fool's Day to the series of stories from Geoffrey Chaucer. Is it Romeo and Juliet, The Canterbury Tales, Catcher in the Rye, or Crime and Punishment? One of these was written by Geoffrey Chaucer. Any thoughts here?
I don't even know who that is. Is it Blue?
Yes.
It
is indeed Blue. Good show there, Bonnie. The odds are in your favor. Let's see what the leaderboard is after that. Where's my English Lit? Max Pro, Lenny, Inside Trader, Rob, and Stokes Bay. All right. Ready for question 2?
Yes.
Let's do it. Question number 2 is, what was Michael's 3-letter identifier on his badge at the Chicago Board of Trade? Notice how I blacked it out there. Was it MKP, PTK, PAT, or MPK on his badge?
I feel like I should know this. Would it be PTK because Patak? Or what's Michael's middle name?
It is, yes, PTK. You are correct.
Oh, yay. Okay, good.
It is PTK. Bonnie's 2 for 2. Even when you don't know, you know somehow.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe it's MKP, but I don't know his middle name.
I don't either.
PTK.
James, if you can find out Michael's middle name, I'd be interested to know. Okay. Let's do it. On the leaderboard, Tick Tick Boom and Black Swan and Hi Jack join. Hi you. All right. We got 2 questions left. Let's see what we got for number 3 here. Question number 3. What iconic film debuted in theaters 25 years ago this past weekend? Was it Fight Club, Trading Places, The Matrix, or Point Break? One of these just turned 25, Bonnie.
Would it be The Matrix? I think.
I can say it now. Yes, it is indeed The Matrix. Came out in 1999. It is 25 years old.
I
All
am
right,
actually really surprised that I've gotten everything right so far.
Well, Inside Trainer, Jack and Bonnie, NGU Technology, the worst, Mikey 00. Yeah, Bonnie, when I heard The Matrix came out 25 years ago, I remember watching that for the first time at like a sleepover and just thinking like, damn, I am
This
old.
movie is awesome.
This movie was awesome. It's still awesome. It's just, man, I am old. Okay, enough
You're
about
never
my
old,
age.
Jack.
Oh, thank you, Bonnie. All right, last question is, how many trading platforms are available at TopStep? This is from Coach Robert. Is it 4, 8, 12, or 16?
I think
Don't
I know
overthink it.
I think I know the answer to this. I think it
Yeah.
has to be green.
Yeah, I mean, the way the answers are arranged highly point in one direction. And yes, the answer is 16 platforms. Yes, it is. Let me make sure, because I got that question from Coach Robert, that I didn't do something silly with it. I'll look at it later. But yes, 16. All right. Let's see the final scoreboard here. We got Radio Flyer in the 3 spot. In the 2 spot, we got Bear Goes Long. And in first, we have NGU Technology. 4th and 5th are DJ Burns. Yes, I love DJ Burns. April Shower. I'll release the winners during Power Hour. Bonnie, 4 for 4 again. You just keep adding to your legacy.
Yeah, I'm actually super surprised. I was ready to come in to get 0 out of 4 today.
Well, you did not. So stick around. Right after this, we're going to take a little break, and we'll be back with JD and Hoag doing group coaching. Won't want to miss that. So take a break, smoke them if you got them, or don't. It's not good for you. Get a glass of water, do some push-ups, and we'll see you right after this break.
Thank you.
Hello. Surprised to see me? Welcome to Shoulder Tap. We've moved it to noon. You all wanted it back so bad, and we wanted it back so bad too. So here we go. Mick, it's good to see you, my friend. We never do this because I'm never on.
Yeah, this is, I'm excited for this, James. It's going to be our first rodeo, and I think we'll start doing this together a little bit more regularly here at the noon hour Central Time. Appreciate the feedback from everybody. You know, I know we tried something new last week with splitting up the shoulder tap segment across a couple of the other segments, and we listen. You said something, we listened, and back at 12 o'clock every day now. We'll see how this goes, but I'm excited to have one designated time slot where we're talking about our live traders, our funded traders, the good, the bad, the shoulder taps, the shout outs. So let's dive into it, James.
Yeah.
I see that our sideways trend in these equity indices continues. Last week, we called up 13 people from XFA to live. We only had offboarded 9, so I always like saying I like to see a net change, that we're adding new traders to the prop account. So we'll talk about a few of those traders today here. But before we get into it, I have some shout outs for our live traders. We've got Julio up 9,700 right now. Pin Sin up 7,200. Chen is up 4,700. And shout outs aside, I got a bit of a shoulder tap for Dakota, Coach DBA, Coach Dakota. I was going to give him a shout out this morning. He was up about $1,500. And then when that market kind of turned, he kept his position on, turned a $1,500 winning day into a $3,000 losing day. So that's a $4,500 swing. I know it's something that he can handle, but a bit of a shoulder tap if I could throw a jab at Coach Dakota this morning. But moving on from that, I want to pull up the card for Charles, if we could, please.
Let's do it.
James, we called Charles up from XFA to live last week, and just really good stuff here. Charles has been with us for a little over a year now, and in this XFA, correction, this is not just one XFA. This is 3 XFAs. Charles was trade copying. So everything you see here, multiply it by 3. That includes the average daily P&L, the average winner, the average loser, all that stuff. So it's this card times 3. I just took the metrics from one of their express funded accounts. So we called them up. Look at these metrics. On average, they're taking down $400 a day, 100% winning days in this account, and 94% winning trades in this account. I would have to largely attribute those high winning trade percentages to how selective that they are in the markets. They're averaging per day less than 2 trades. So Charles is a bit of a sniper, stalking the markets, looking for good trade location, getting in there, as Michael says, jab, jab, jab. And he's been picking his areas very, very well. With the high winning trade percentage, his biggest losing trade, his average losing trade was $14, where he's taken down almost $230 per contract on his winning trades. He's a small trader too. This isn't someone who's a big swinger. Consistent with what we normally see, James, when we're looking at these traders with high winning trade percentages. They're usually the traders that are trading smaller size, and they have better metrics. They don't have their back up against the wall. If the market goes against them, they don't have these big positions on. It allows them to be a little bit more flexible. And he's just been doing really, really well. And I'm impressed with how well he's been doing, because if you look at it, he is trading on a relatively short time frame. So he's coming in and doing that jab, jab, jab. His average hold time on winners is only 5 minutes, which is impressive because I think for a lot of day traders that trade on the shorter time frame, unlike Charles, they're doing a lot of buying and selling throughout the day, but Charles isn't. So he's got a strategy that's working really well for him in this current market environment, and we're calling him up to live for it. I also like here, James, as you can see, they've paid themselves regularly. There's a few payouts here, and they are not taking the full 50% of their account balance that they can take in a payout, which I really like. I love traders paying themselves, but when you are taking payouts, you have to plan ahead. like I was talking with Hoag about last week, and make sure that you're maintaining a healthy account balance where you could, weather a drawdown or a losing week or a losing streak. He's so profitable. In hindsight, it's not really something he's had to worry about with this account, but he's managing the account well by keeping a nice healthy cushion in there. And overall, I mean, I just like calling up a trader that's super selective and trades smaller than they can. So I think he's going to do really, really well in the live account if he can continue at this rate, or even anywhere close to this rate for that matter.
I mean, absolutely. It's a beautiful trading card to look at. And, I remember my time in the support team. We would tell people all the time, we see it day to day, Mick, you and I, people are making this much money on just 2 contracts, but it's hard to imagine. But I'm so happy we see this trading card here for everybody, because it's possible, right? You don't need to be trading hundreds of contracts all day. 2 trades per day, 1 lot. I can't think of anything more perfect than that.
It's great. And, James, I think this is a really good example of what a trader could be doing if they found themselves in a losing streak or a drawdown, or just kind of struggling. If you're flailing in the markets, if you're treading water. This is something that some of my mentors over the years have told me to do when my trading performance is just not there and I'm not doing well. Whether it's not making money and just, treading water, or actually losing money, which is, the tough pill to swallow. If you're struggling, limit how many trades you're going to make during the day. What that does is it ensures that, one, the damage isn't going to be too bad. If I'm making 10 trades a day and I'm losing X amount, if I go down to 1 or 3 trades per day, the damage P&L wise is not going to be as high. But 2, and most importantly, it's going to, I called Charles a sniper earlier. It's going to make you stalk the markets and find and take only the most high probability of trades or trade that you see that day. So if you're struggling, limit how many trades you can make in a day. If you average, 10 trades or 15 trades per day and you're struggling, give yourself 3 trades per day or 2 trades per day, or even better, 1 trade per day. It's not always the easiest or most fun thing to do, but this is a business, so we want to treat it as such. And if you're struggling, limit how many trades you're going to make. Your losses, if that 1 trade a day just so happens to be a loss, it's going to be much smaller than multiplying that by 10 over the 10 trades that you might have taken. And chances are you're going to take a setup that's really good, and it's going to translate to profits from that trade. So I highly encourage everybody and anybody, whether you're struggling or not, to look at how many trades you're making per day and see if you could be more selective as a trader with those trades. I think we can move on to Mark D.
Let's do it.
Mark D is another shout out, someone we called up from XFA to live, and definitely a different looking trading card here. Mark has been trading. He got called up from XFA to live after 36 trading days in his XFA. So over those 36 trading days, he was averaging almost $530 per day. As you can see, he's got a lot more products traded on this card than most people do. So all the equity indices, mini Dow, S&Ps, NASDAQ, the Russell, FX, I think that's supposed to be the euro currency.
The euro.
From what I remember. Gold, crude oil. So we're talking currencies, equity indices, metals, and energies. That's a lot of stuff to look at. And Andre and I were talking about it last week, James. He had asked the question about a trader who was trading 3 different products, and whether or not that was an area for concern, spreading the attention across all these asset classes. And at the time, it wasn't a concern for that person in particular, because while they were trading a number of products, they didn't trade that number of products every single day. And same goes for Mark here. Mark, while he's trading a lot of different products, he's not trading them every day. So I see that as being just fine. He's overall nicely profitable, doesn't have the prettiest statistics, but he's keeping his winning days a lot bigger than his losing days. He's not doing it on a granular. level because per contract he's risking $153 to make $118. So his risk reward is slightly worse than 1-to-1. But what he's doing is he's letting those winning trades really go, nicely for him. Average winning day of $1,333 is bigger than the average losing day of $1,085. I think he's in the right size account at $50K, being that loss is capped at $1,000. That's a good thing. Who knows what those losing days would be if he didn't have $1,000 daily loss limit to auto liquidate him there. But
Right.
whether he was aware of it or not, that's a good fit because you can see his best winning day in this XFA was $4,500, and his worst day was only $1,200, getting a little slippage on that $1,000 daily loss limit. So overall, a lot of good stuff here. Of all those products that I was talking about earlier, by far the NASDAQ is his bread and butter. Most of the other trades, he's not taking big losses. He's not making big profits. So for the profitable products outside of NASDAQ, it's really just been a nice little supplemental income for him, or money taken from the markets. There are some things on this card for this trader that I think there's some areas to improve on that I'd like to see him focus on. Mark, if you're listening, look at these 3 things that I put down here when you're in the live account. One, that risk reward that I mentioned earlier. No trader should be worse than 1-to-1 on the risk reward. You put a lot of pressure on yourself to find profitable trades in order to be profitable. If your risk reward is worse than 1-to-1, you've been doing it over the course of the 36 days in XFA, but that's something to be aware of, something to keep an eye on, and something definitely to work towards improving or changing. The next thing, I mentioned just a second ago, NQ is your bread and butter. Stick with the NQ. Lose the Russell, lose the mini Dow, lose the S&Ps. Stick with where your performance is best. If you're trading 4 equity indices and you're wildly profitable in one compared to the others, stick with the NASDAQ. Obviously, you're in tune with the way that market moves. So, drop those other 3 and stick with the NASDAQ. And then average trades per day. I think that we could see a higher percent of winning trades if we, like I was talking about with Charles, who was very good about being a sniper and picking only less than 2 trades on average per day. Limit the number of trades. James, he's at 22 trades on average per day. That range kind of goes anywhere from 10 trades per day up to, it goes from 4 trades per day all the way up to 55 trades per day. So I think if he hangs on the lower end and is more selective with those trades, that we'll see some different metrics, if we're to feature him on a trading card again in the future.
Absolutely. And only thing I really have to say about this is, sometimes, like you said earlier, when you see so many products traded, you go through each product to look at their P&L, and he doesn't take a lot of hits. So he's curious, but he's not losing. It seems like when he starts losing on one, he kind of backs off a bit, which is a smart move.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is a smart move. So overall, we're proud of calling this guy up to the live account. And with that, last thing here is, I mentioned that Charles was pretty good at paying himself and leaving a nice account balance maintenance level. Same thing goes for Mark. Mark has taken 4 payouts to the tune of 2,
Those are some good payouts.
8,500. Yeah, nice payouts. But he's also taken a small percentage of his account balance. So he's doing a good job maintaining that account balance maintenance level. And that's something that we all need to be conscious of, because if we take too much out of the account, we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot if we hit, slippery roads and start finding ourselves, not having 61% winning trades, 67% winning days. So always keep that in mind. And it's going to be very different depending on the trader, what they need to maintain in the account. If you're a low risk trader, you don't need to maintain as large of an account balance as someone who's, taking bigger swings that, could hit the daily loss limit 3 days in a row and find themselves down 9,000 or more after 3 trading days. So that's my piece on Mark. I'd like to move on to someone that we hear regularly about, a name everybody's familiar with from the leaderboard, and that's Nicholas T. I've got a card for him. And while we hear many good things about his trading and where he's at on the leaderboard, this is a bit of a shoulder tap. It actually is not a bit of a shoulder tap. It's a shoulder tap for Nicholas T. He's had really good stuff. A lot of the comments that I've made and the trading activity and performance that has put him on the leaderboard for many weeks now at this point has been express funded account activity. I don't know if there's a psychological difference between trading in sim and live for him, but he's been struggling in the live account. Let me pull up this trading card. He's got a average daily P&L. Average daily P&L here is incorrect, minus $336. That's only, it should be a negative, but it's minus 224. So on average, Nicholas in his live account has lost $224 per day after 37 days trading in the account. Today, he hit the daily loss limit again as well. So he's actually not been trading too well in this live account. I'm not knocking him, but I'm just pointing that out, that there's a bit of a distinction. I will say, he just got called up last week from 3 XFAs that he was trading well in. So we're adding more money to his live account, James. Those XFAs looked really good. I have a feeling that he might be trading on the live account, and if things go poorly on the live account, he goes to the XFAs and then trades on those. He also has a lot of trading combines open, which I'm not the biggest fan of. But again, I'm not knocking Nick here. I'm just being fully transparent.
Of course.
Let's talk about this live account. So we've got 46% winning days with 56% winning trades. Average winning day is about the same as the average losing day, but we just aren't stringing together enough of those winning days. There is a great room for improvement on the risk reward. His risk reward is flip-flopped. It's inverse of what it should be. He's taken down $530 per contract on his winners while risking $965 on the losers. So that's something that has to change. Nicholas, if you're listening, and you may be, we need to flip that. You need to be 2-1 or 1-1. Shoot for 2-1 though. It would drastically change what we're seeing here. And I think we were talking about limiting the number of trades. For Mark, who was at 22 on average per day. Nick's not too bad. He's relatively selective, only taking 7 trades per day, but he's trading on a relatively short time frame. So 7 trades per day for someone who's looking at the short time frame candlesticks, that's kind of a lot of trades in my opinion. And I think because we have a large sample size of trading activity on this live account, that is, it's negative overall, minus $224 per contract, per day. I think going from 7 trades per day, look, let's nip this in the bud. You're losing money in the live account. You're making 7 trades per day. Your risk reward is askew. Why don't you think about taking 2 trades per day? And in doing so, you'll probably stalk the market to try and find better trade location where you can really optimize your risk per contract and your reward per contract. And I think a big part of all these daily loss limits that I've seen hit, James, which you can look at the trade report, a lot of these losing days are daily loss limit hits, which kind of plays out in the average losing day, that second bullet point there. His average losing day is minus $3,300. Scale into the position sizing. Nicholas is on the leaderboard and, in our minds because he puts up big winning days when things go well, but he also puts up big losing days when they're not going well. I talked about it a lot over the last couple weeks. James, if he could just scale into these larger position sizes, it would remove him from being in a position where his back is against the wall by, putting 10 on initially or 15 on initially, because you don't have a lot of wiggle room when you've got 10 or 15 on if the market goes against you. So If you have a smaller position size on when that market does initially go against your entry, you know, you might be able to, I don't want to say add to a losing trade because he's a short time frame trader. We don't do that unless you're thinking of a buy zone or a sell zone to add in that area. But, you know, there's a big difference between the market going against you with 10 or 15 on versus having 2 or 3 contracts on. And then what Nicholas could do is if and when the market tells him that he's got the right directional bias on, that's when you go and add another 2 contracts, add another 2 contracts, or add another 3, add another 3, and scale into that, because it's not really going to chip away at that average winning day when he puts up these big winning days if he just sits on his hands a little bit and waits to add that leverage. So I think that's a large piece of it for him, because as we talk about extrapolating, if you look at a lot of these losing days where they hit the $3,000 daily loss limit, James, it happens in pretty short order. They're not spending a lot of time in these trades before they hit the daily loss limit of $3,000. So that means they're benching themselves and putting themselves on the sideline after only trading a small portion of the actual session itself. So I think that would just keep him in the game for those trading days where, you know, he's busting on the daily loss limit. Maybe he'd find himself only down $1,000 as opposed to down $3,000 after 4 minutes of trading potentially.
Absolutely. And, you know, Nicholas, we've loved seeing your progress. We'd like to follow along with your story. Listen to Mick, please keep the account. I don't want to run the little Grim Reaper animation for this card in a couple days. So
well, that's not going to happen
every time to do it.
That's not going to happen because he is sitting very pretty with like a $50,000 something account balance. You know, that account balance has been, you know, injected by the XFA to live transfer. So he's got a lot of ammo on his belt, so he can weather, you know, drawdowns. But on average, you know, over 37 days, he's losing over $200 a day on average. And, you know, that's something where on an account basis level, he does not have his back against the wall by any means, but he sure better make some adjustments. Because, you know, as traders, if we're not making adjustments to the data that we're seeing, we're just going to keep repeating the same stuff over and over again. And, you know, you could predict, you know, somewhere down the road that if this keeps up, we know where the account goes to. And like James just said, he doesn't want to do a Grim Reaper or a Gravestone on here. I don't think we will, James, but we got to make some adjustments. And I know Nick has got a good eye for the markets as far as taking money out of the markets. But there's some things here I mentioned as far as managing the money differently and, you know, combine better money management with a good eye for the markets. And we're talking, you know, big numbers here overall.
Amazing. I can't wait to hear a continued story on Nicholas in the coming days.
We will keep you updated. I know JD brings up his name every day.
Amazing. Well, yeah. You got it, JD.
Right.
There we go.
Okay, there we go.
All right, well, thank you, Mick, for your time. I really appreciate you moving your schedule around so easily. I know we had it at 10 and sometimes at noon, and now we have you locked in for noon every day. Thanks for being so flexible.
I'm here to serve, James.
All right, my friend. We'll let you get back to it. The next time I'm in the office, though, we're getting Arby's, right?
Yeah, curly fries, 100%.
Nice. Nice. I love going to the office just to get Arby's. Mick teases me about it every day.
Well, James, you tell the story. I mean, isn't that the only Arby's really in the downtown location, right? A couple blocks from the office?
It's the only Arby's within like the whole city block. You can search it. I don't even know if it appears online when you search for Arby's. I'm going on an Arby's tangent. Anyway, look, I love their wet meat sandwiches. Coming up next, we got group coaching with Hoag and JD. Stick around. We'll be back right after this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to group coaching at our new time and same place, 12:30 p.m. Chicago time. That's 12:30 in the Central time. JD here, joined by Mr. John Hoagland. How are we doing today, Hoag?
I'm doing well. Getting into the week slowly but surely here.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone's kind of got that Easter hangover going on. Market's just creeping around. Yeah, we're ripping off a bunch of new people on air, doing different segments. Pretty cool stuff we got going on here.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, thank you all for...
James was great on shoulder tap.
James on the shoulder tap, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have him back for that. I see some guys that we mentioned earlier today in the chat. Sammy's in there. Sammy's on our top 10 list and also on one of our P&L trader lists from Thursday. Great job. And I think I also saw... Who else did I see in there? I was scrolling by too fast. I'll pick it up. I'll go back and pick it up. I'll say hi to everybody before we're done. So Thank you for submitting those questions. We had that chat marinating, or the forum marinating in the chat for quite a while this morning. Got some good questions. So I'm going to pull a couple from the chat and also from some from the forum that you guys submitted. Without further ado, though, since we're already a couple minutes in, what do you say we just dive in?
Well, let's dive in.
This first question from Stephanie has to do with the market profile. And there was a similar question, not a similar question, but a related question came in the chat earlier this morning about P-shaped profiles and what those represent. So I thought we could combine these two questions together. So first, Stephanie asks, we talked about failed auctions quite a bit. Could you please shed some light on an auction fade? Would love to hear from you directly. It says fade in there, but I think maybe a fail is what Stephanie means to write. And then that question from the... Yeah, and then that question from the chat was basically, we were talking about P-shaped profiles this morning, and the question was, what is a P-shaped profile, and what does it mean? So a couple of market profile questions and answers coming your way.
All right, love it. Okay. A failed auction. Let's find one. Okay. Maybe we'd be better off on another market. Hang on just 1 second. Let me find one. Well, let's see a P-shaped profile. So here's a P-shaped profile. It's also a double distribution. So a double distribution profile is a profile where early in the session, there is an area of balance. Here we can see that area of balance. We spent about an hour and a half in this time, in this area. We accumulated some pretty decent volume here. Then the market drove higher and then finished the day on the highs, spending a lot more time on the highs. So this is kind of a double whammy, right? We've got a double distribution and we have a P-shaped profile. The P-shaped profile is what price moves higher and then just kind of holds in that area for the rest of the session. Typically, a P-shaped profile would be indicative of a market that is undergoing some short covering. In other words, there's a lot of shorts stuck in the bottom. They're trying to cover those trades without pushing the market very far. So they let the market kind of go against them, and then they find the area of range, and they just try and liquidate or cover those shorts throughout the rest of the trading session. The B-shaped profile is the opposite. It is long liquidation. And let's see if we can find a representation of a B-shaped profile. And here is one, really. The market opens, looks higher, pushes lower, and then for the rest of the session continues to rotate in a more specific area. This one has some continuation to the downside. This would be a long liquidation. So if you want to know for sure 100% whether a B-shaped profile or a P-shaped profile is kind of ringing true, you're gonna check the open interest on the next session. So here's gold today, and I would call this somewhat of a B-shaped profile. This would be long liquidation. The market opened, looked higher, and now is accumulating a bunch of time down here. Now, this market, for all intents and purposes, has pretty much closed for this session. Gold closes at 12:30. So tomorrow morning, if I check the open interest and there is a loss in open interest, then that we could look at this and say, okay, that looks like what happened today, because the market was a little bit too long at the top. We had some long liquidation, B-shaped profile, supported by a loss in open interest. If we see an increase in open interest, that may mean that it can mean a couple of things. It can mean we had some long liquidation, but we also had some traders coming into the short side. If we have a little bit of change in open interest, or we have an increase in open interest on a B-shaped profile like this, that means some long liquidation joined by some new shorts in that market. So the failed auction, we see a really perfect one right up here on the high. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the market profile, one of the features of the profile is the initial balance. We have a large initial balance. It's represented by this dark blue line on this platform. The initial balance is the first hour of the trading session for any particular trading session, any particular product. When you're in your market, it opens the regular trading hour session, you can check and see where the initial balance extremes are. In this case, the C period, which is the third 30-minute period, 7:30 to 8, 8 to 8:30, 8:30 to 9. So in the 8:30 to 9 o'clock time frame, the market looked above the initial balance. It did not continue. It did not spend time. It did not accumulate volume. It did not go, and it did not get $200. Did not receive $200. The market got too expensive up here. It was quickly rejected. This is a true failed auction. It is, usually a failed auction is going to be relatively early in the session. This is relatively early in the session. It looked above the initial balance, failed to continue, failed to maintain any time there, was quickly rejected, and we see what happened throughout the rest of the day in gold. It was a pretty decent downside day. So if we're going to be looking for more of an auction fade, this might be a little bit more difficult to see. I would call this low somewhat of an auction fade. So the low of the initial balance here, 22.26.20. C period looked below it, came back up inside. D period took out that low of C, drove even lower, and then rejected, and then came back inside the range. If there's more than one extension outside the initial balance that leaves a buying tail like this, I would call this an auction fade.
Got it.
That's pretty much what kind of covers that. What I'd like to do is I'm going to, for anybody who wants to know more about the profile, the vocabulary, the things, the features and the nuances of it, I'm going to put this link in here.
Yep. While you're doing that, you did mention open interest, and Rob W. wants to know, where do you check open interest? So, Rob, you're going to get open interest directly from the CME Group website. Don't trust any service that tells you they can give you open interest in real time, because it's nearly impossible to calculate in real time. But go ahead, Hoag. I'm going to pin this message to the chat for you real quick.
All right.
Anything else you want to say about? Oh, you're pulling it up. Gotcha.
Yeah. See, Market Stalker D is adding with that. So the difference between a fade and a failed auction is the distance and time spent outside of the IB. Just really kind of what I was saying, if there's more than one range extension outside of the IB that ends up being rejected, I would call that an auction fade. A failed auction is like one. Yeah, the market stalker D. I think was probably one of the first ones I said. I heard it call an auction fade, which is when the market spends more time outside the initial balance, and then finally we get that rejection. So I just put that link in for the CME. Oh no, that's not the one I wanted. Hang on. CME bulletin. This is the one I want. And I'll go through quickly how I kind of find it and all that. All right. So here is that link. This is what you're going to see when you open that link. Okay, you're going to see this page. So you're going to see daily bulletin. Let's say we want to see what the open interest is in the S&P is. Now we're going to see the final here for the session on Thursday. Early in the day, this is going to say preliminary. It takes the exchange extra time to really establish and sum up the open interest from the previous day. So usually around 9:30 or 10 a.m. Central, you're going to see the final. This morning in the S&Ps, they were pretty close today. This is the final. I was looking at the preliminary this morning. They said it was around minus 25,000. It's minus 25,582. I usually round it up, but I'm always looking at the total. You see the total E-mini S&P future. You got the volume, and you've got the open interest and the net change in open interest. I'm looking at the total because there can be some differences or changes in future months as far as open interest is concerned, especially if you're looking at crude oil. Crude oil is brutal because look at how deep this market goes into the future. You got a new mouse. So this is the May contract there, right? So we lost 4,600, but when we look at the June contract, we lost 4,000 there. We added 4,700 in the July. We added 19. Look at how much open interest is out and way into the future. I mean, we got 35,000 in December of 26. This market, there's a contract every month and it trades 10 years into the future. So when I look at crude oil, I certainly want to make sure that I'm getting the total volume, total open interest, and the total net change in open interest because it covers all of the contract months. Hope that helps. And boom, there we go.
Yep, perfect. Thank you, Hoag. Thank you, D, for chiming in. Appreciate the follow-up.
Always, D. Always appreciate you, D.
All right, let's move on to Daniel. Daniel's got a question about liquidity. Daniel's question is, what do you mean when you say that a market is thin?
Okay.
I imagine Daniel's looking at the dome, and when we're talking about thin markets, meaning liquidity is low and there are not a lot of bids and offers up and down the ladder. But
100%.
What are your thoughts on why that happens? What does it mean when a market is thin?
Well, so I think there's a lot of reasons why markets get thin, and probably the most notable or the most important one is when there is a economic release that people are expecting a lot of volatility. So, I mean, if we were to look at this dome in the S&Ps, usually we're going to see 3 digits on the offers and 3 digits on the bids, right? There's nothing that's due out today. I actually think this dome is a little bit thin today because we don't have the UK, we don't have Germany, we don't have Hong Kong, and we don't have Australia. None of them are trading today. So there are some participants that are not going to be involved in these markets today. So when we look at the dome in a normal trading day, focusing for right now on the S&Ps, this is really what the dome is going to look like. You're going to see you're going to see 100 to a couple hundred to maybe 300, unless there's a real liquidity pool somewhere where you might see 500 or 1,000 on there. We always try and point those out. Look at the downside. I mean, there's at least 100 on every bid as far as we can see, except for a little bit thin on the downside, and I'm not sure what that is, but that means that the downside looks a little bit thinner. And the market usually likes to go to the orders. So we're seeing a little bit more liquidity above the market than below the market. Today, it's a kind of a holiday because some of our participants are not participating today. That's why I think this one looks a little bit thin. If we had a major economic release coming out now here at 1 o'clock, like an FOMC release, I mean, you would see the S&Ps go down to 1 and 2 digits on every bid and offer. If we were to look at the NASDAQ today, the NASDAQ has much lower open interest totals and volume on any given day. And you can see on a normal trading day, maybe a little bit thin because of the holiday in certain places, we're looking at the NASDAQ that has single and double digits on each price moving away from the last price. This is the last price. So we're seeing single digits, double digits, double digits, double digits, single digits. And that's really kind of the way the NASDAQ trades. Because if we were to look back at the open interest and volume, let me redo this. So now we've got the final on here. Look at the total volume in the S&Ps on Thursday, 1,283,865. Look at the total open interest, 2,124,236. Look at the NASDAQ. This is the NASDAQ here. Look at the total volume, 500,000. Okay, compared to almost 3 million in volume in the S&Ps. The total open interest, 261,000 compared to 2.12 million in the S&Ps. You could look at that on this chart and say, there's a lot fewer participants. There's a lot fewer open contracts in the NASDAQ. I would bet that the dome would be a little bit thinner than the S&Ps, and it is indeed truly the case. So, when you're in the markets, and if you've been in the markets for a while, you'll start to, if you're looking at a dome in this way, you can kind of take a look at the dome and say, wow, the dome looks kind of thin today. Is something coming out? Am I missing something? What's going on? Is it a holiday? But just make sure you're aware when the market is thin, that volatility is a lot more likely to occur, and you're a lot more likely to have slippage on your stops. Stop markets are not guaranteed fills at that price. If you have a sell stop market down below this market and something happens and the bids evaporate and market orders come in to sell before your sell stop market is triggered, that sell stop market is going to go in the queue behind the other market orders that were already in the market, and it's going to keep going lower until it finds that first bid that's available to absorb that market sell. So, when the market is thin, that is something you want to really kind of think about, especially if you're down near like a max drawdown or a daily loss limit, something like that. You don't want slippage to take you to to take you to a place where you don't want to go. Just keep thinking that.
Great point about the slippage there. Yeah. Stop market orders do not guarantee you a fill at a specific price. Once that stop is triggered, it becomes a market order and it gets filled wherever the market wants to fill it, or wherever it's possible to fill it. So keep that in mind. Great point.
Next available bid or offer is where it's going to get filled, and that could be a ways away sometimes.
And there's your slippage. All right. I want to cover this one. Stephen has a question. I'm looking at line 12 now, relevant to this morning. Stephen wants to know if you can review your trade on the ES that you took today and what your thought process was when you took that trade.
Okay. One day last week, I think it was either Thursday or Wednesday or Thursday. We had a trader on, and he trades long side only most of the time. He said the only time he and his partners will short the market is if price trades below the previous day's session low. And that's what happened today. So let's take a look. So we had the usual divergence between the S&P and the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ really bolted to the upside and traded very close to the overnight high. Well, the S&Ps didn't do that. The S&Ps traded both sides of the opening range, And then when it took out the Thursday's low, I thought, I'm going to try this because, this trader, I forget his name, and I apologize if you're watching. It made sense to me. He was talking about how the equities markets do have a natural bid to them, right? Most people that trade stocks are trading it buy side only. There's not that many retail traders really, or retail stock eaters that trade that from the short side. Futures is much easier to do that, to trade on the short side. But he says, they don't like to sell the market unless the market takes out the previous day's low. Well, when it took out the previous day's low, we were looking at the Dow, which was really just getting smushed at the time. So I said, we're gonna take a look at this low, and for a couple of reasons. On the profile in the S&Ps, wait, where are we? Here we are. So there was the previous day's low. Not only that, it was lining up pretty well with the initial balance low. So we got to this, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna. If you were here, you heard me mention to D. I said, well, I could get into this, now, expecting an extension of the range, or I can wait for it and see if we leave, some sort of failed auction to the downside. And I said, we're just gonna take this because the market opened. It was leaving single TPOs. I think we got short right around 99 half. And just a 2 lot on, we took one off when it got to the IB high from Wednesday. And then we watched the other one for a little while, and we got out of that one, not too bad. So the thought process was, hey, you know what? This isn't normally a trade I would have taken. But after hearing, the trader from last week say, well, that's the only time I really look for shorts is if we take out the previous low. Well, we took out that previous low, and we were going to be taking out the initial balance low. And, I thought it was a pretty good bet if we were going to be, able to leave some single TPOs here and see the market continue lower. So it was a good trade, it was, I didn't know what was going to happen. And it was, I kind of like what he was saying. Let's give it a try. And, we ended up having a decent trade off of that because I hadn't done anything yet. It was a pretty narrow range. But here, if we look at the Dow was the trade of the day today. Opening range, dead ass high, 347 tick range. Boom. So I went with the Dow with range extension outside the initial balance, expecting it not to come back and create a failed auction to the downside. And for this it worked. It was a good trade. Great question. Hope that helps.
Awesome. Thanks for the explanation, Hoag. Appreciate it. All right, I think we got time for maybe just one more quick one.
Okay.
This has to do, we all watch your opening call. Well, most of us do, but John D wants to know, what multi-time frames do you use for your analysis? I know in the opening call, you look at the daily chart and the 30-minute chart, and sometimes on Mondays, you look at a weekly chart. What else is involved in your top-down approach before you get started trading in the day?
Okay. So on Sunday night, I go through the monthlies, I go through the weeklies, I go through the dailies, I look at the 30 minutes, I note levels, I look at the profiles, I note levels off the profiles, and once I have the levels off, like the monthly and the weekly, the dailies, I'm always keeping around. Once I get through with the monthlies and the weeklies, I'm looking at areas where, if there's a trend in that monthly and / weekly chart, where does it break? If it's range bound in that time frame, what are the extremes? So the top down is usually going to be a lot further away. some of the weekly kickoff levels are assisted by looking at those. Most of the weekly kickoff levels are based off of profile and daily charts. And you know, there's basically kind of an outline that I follow Sunday night, looking at the longer time frames, note those levels, and then my outline for day-to-day trading is a little bit more detailed on smaller time frame charts. And we'll take a look at those one of these days.
Awesome.
Great question, and it's sorry, JD, but it's everybody has their own way of seeing things and their own way of looking at things. So it's just spending time, research, thinking, coming up with hypotheses for what I'm going to do if the market approaches one of these longer time frame levels. What am I going to do if the market approaches a weekly kickoff, high or low? What are the scenarios that seem to be the most probable at this time? Come up with a couple of those scenarios, get your levels ready, and then get into the markets. When I'm actively trading, there's a lot of kind of research and thought that goes through it before I get involved. Great question.
Yeah, great question. And looking back, that's definitely a question that deserves a little more time to actually go into detail on your analysis. That was not a quick fix type of question, so I do apologize for that. But maybe later on this week we can really dive deep into daily preparation and what goes into it.
I would like that.
Awesome. Well, with that, that's all the time that we have for today. Thanks for joining us for group coaching. Coming up next, we've got a coach's takeover. From 1 to 2 o'clock, you're going to get another hour of Hoag. Then you got Coach Robert, Coach Dakota, and Coach Jay. They're all going to be in here slinging it away for you. Coach's takeover coming up next. After that, we're going to finish up the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, Coach Dakota, and Isaac. 2 straight hours of Hoag, then 2 straight hours of Coach Dakota. Buckle up, everybody. Here we go.
Looking forward to it.
With that, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back, and let's call it 3 minutes. All right, folks.
And here we are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is a first-time offering for this segment. This is a rotating segment that we use. You've seen Dion here at Market Stalking and Patience with PV and Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. This one here, we got a room full of coaches right now. We're just calling this a Coaches Takeover. We're going to get some opinions and some suggestions from all the coaches here. We have Coach Jay, we have Coach Master Hoag, and we have Coach Dakota, the overnight king on the Nikkei. I always say Nikkei. You'll have to correct me on that one. And I did make a new little coaches roundtable AI background that we have to go with. And beyond that, I am. Somebody said, "Yeah, I just turned my mic and we're just testing it. So please chat if the mic is a little bit different. My mic is up here on my headset, but I'm using a different one today. If it's off, please let me know." Without further ado, let's go round the horn. Coach, we just heard from you, so I'm gonna say hello to Coach Dakota first on this one, and we'll let round off the end. So, Coach Dakota, how you doing today? What happened last night, sir?
Yeah, I mean, Toasthead said it best over there in the chat. Dakota always looks like he hasn't slept in days. That anxious I might pass out at any moment. That's how I feel. I mean, that's the life of a trader. You heard Coach Robert say, I trade the Nikkei, and then I've been trading the New York session. We all heard that fun little shoulder tap from Mick. I was up, I think, $1,500 on the Nikkei overnight. I started trading today. I gave that back and hit my loss limit. I've been trading XFAs. Overall in my XFAs, I'm up about 19,000, and I am sitting in the long, as you guys could see. I'm long the NASDAQ at 18,428.5. So, yeah, I'm a little bit tired. Had a fun event. I mean, fun is probably not the right word, but maybe later on down the session, I'll show you guys the picture. As you could tell, Hoag's face, they kind of know. They haven't seen the picture yet. It's been a very eventful weekend for me, to say the least.
Hey, we look forward to you sharing that, and we did hear about it, but you're right, we have not seen it yet. We're looking forward to it, and we're glad you're here with us. Coach Jay, how was your weekend there? Hopefully time for the family, and how's your trading going?
Yeah, it was good. Good 3-day weekend. I think Friday was a nice day to have off of the markets. Was a little bit excited to get back. I took a gold trade overnight. While gold was running up, I was able to find a place to short it, make some money there. But similar to Dakota, traded the NASDAQ this morning, gave some of those profits back. So I'm sitting about break even on the day on this XFA, but looking to still take a trade here. I think I see a pretty good opportunity setting up in the NASDAQ to take a long. Just waiting for the market to get back down to my level, right around 14,446, and then take a long from there.
Excellent. Well, definitely please keep us updated on that. If you go to Punch One in there, we'd be happy to update the statistics for you. And boy, it seems like a common theme, doing good overnight and the market opens in the morning and we just lose a whole bunch of our gains. It's a good learning experience and good learning session for all of us at that point. Hoag, I know you took one this morning and I was there behind the scenes. It was the trade you just went over during group coaching. So thank you for that as well. We heard it from a trader. They take a short when they only take a short when they go below the previous day's low. And in this case, it was Thursday's low. So how about just a brief rundown on that real quick for those who are just joining in for this session and missed it last time?
Sure. Well, I mean, on fast markets, one of the first things I look for is opportunity around the opening range, right? This is the opening range. Right here, opening range high was 53.1175. The low was 53.0875. So a $3 opening range, pretty cheap. The only reason I did not take it is because it opened right in the middle of value from Thursday. There was no major change in the perception of value in the S&Ps. So didn't take that. Was looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. We didn't look for a short up here, because the NASDAQ was screaming to the upside at that time. We knew that the Dow was heading lower. So we got down here and we were going to be closing out the initial balance. The initial balance low was 53.01.5. I don't remember the series of events, but I talked to D. I said, I'm kind of thinking we've extended below the initial balance. If I get short now, I'm really going to be preempting the fact that this could end up being a failed auction and bring us back to the upside. decided to take the trade, put the stop back inside the initial balance. It never did come back inside the initial balance. The market rotated to the high of the initial balance from Wednesday, took one off there, hung on to the other one for a little while, and as it kind of getting into the range on Thursday, on Wednesday, took the other one off, and that's the only trade I took. And it was kind of an experiment because, again, if you remember the trader's name, I think Andre called it out, but I can't remember right
Austin.
now.
Austin Silver.
Austin Silver.
That's it. So I said, well, let's give this a try, and it ended up being a pretty decent trade. First target would have been here where I took off the first one. Second target would have been here, high of value. Third target, if I had more on, not a moron trade, if I had more on, would have been the point of control from Wednesday, which was down here at 52.77 quarter. We don't know. Day's not done yet. It could get down there, but for a Monday, I'm glad that the trade worked out. I'm glad that there's a little bit of profit in there, and just kind of stalking to see what else we've got going on. A little bit range bound in here, just probably going to be looking for opportunities on the extremes of this area of balance that we're currently in, and that's, I think, exactly what Dakota did. He looked at this move down here. Of course, that was the NASDAQ, so let's go to the NASDAQ. But Dakota was looking for a cheap trade. You found a cheap trade down here, and right now he's sitting in a nice tidy little profit on that. So that's a great trade, very nice trade. I love cheap trades, don't you?
They're the best, right?
Dakota, when you're in that, why don't you talk us through your vision of that trade you just took? Because I think you got 4 coaches on here, and I think we're all of the same opinion of that being a good trade, a cheap trade, and a viable trade. And if it doesn't work your way, hey, it's a little bit of a stop out. So you want to talk us through your mindset on that one?
Yeah, let's take a look. Let me pull up my charts. Okay. Let's see if we have my charts. I trade off the 5-minute chart during the New York session, and I'm going to go ahead and pull up the 5-minute and zoom out a bit for everybody so you guys could see what I was looking at. 5-minute NASDAQ chart. So here was obviously the March 30th, 31st. As you can see, this price action, it was a pretty choppy day. We sold off down into this zone, right? Nothing's perfect. It's always zones. And I did get caught trying to buy this with my live account, hit my loss, as everybody heard. Mick said, we did sell off, we bounced, and I was not in a trade on here. I missed it. We did sell off probably an hour ago. We sold off right back down into this zone. I got into multiple contracts. I wasn't just into one. I was in multiple contracts. My stop loss was just below here. And
what was that level at? Sorry, Dakota. For those who can't see it, could you just say the levels so we can see it if those who can't see it?
So I got into multiple contracts at 18,428 and a half down near the bottom of this range. It's a very cheap trade. You can see my trade position. I had a buy limit, and then when we did get down there, we consolidated it. And I'll show you more. And I was looking for us to kind of transition, rotate back to these highs, maybe come up and have an opportunity to test 18,500 or at very least 18,480s. And if we zoom in, everyone knows I have a 100-tick chart. Let me pull up the 100-tick chart, and I could show you what I was looking at. We came right down here. We sold off, as you can imagine what it looked like on the 5-minute chart. We started to chop. You guys could see where I entered in as soon as we sold off. It's very hard. There wasn't really a technical pattern per se, but if there was anything, I also was looking at a little bit of support and resistance here. So, you know what? Cheap trade, entry here, stop loss right down below the 11 a.m. Central Time low. And this is a decent cheap trade where I could have a really high risk reward. And it could be something I can close out partial for take profit, which I did, and then look to trail it up. Right now we're sitting at 18,450s. I've moved my stop loss a little bit. If we continue to push higher, everyone knows and sees how I do this. I will continue to trail my stop loss to see where this market can go. I'm already closed off profit. You guys can see here's my Express funded account that I got, and I've started trading since March 14th. So I'm sitting in a very comfortable spot, and I know a lot of traders like, how can you hold trades like this? Well, it's very nice when you do close out some profit, then you just trail it and not think about it and say worst case scenario, I'm still going to end today with a really nice profit, even though I took an ugly loss in my live account.
Well, loss is there, and I think that was the daily loss limit, and it's there for a reason. It just stopped, and now here you are trading in an XFA, and just keeping it moving, keeping the the juices flowing, the mindset happening, staying in the trade, staying in the game, and waiting for that opportunity. Nice little, we call this cheap trade. So I think we're all agreement. That's a
Coach Robert. Speaking about losses, right? Everyone stresses about the daily loss limit and blowing accounts. Well, that is absolutely nothing compared to what you can run into in real life. So I'm going to show you guys a picture. Yeah, this was a pretty interesting event. This was my car. This was over the weekend. You guys could see my car was a few inches away from going off this little cliff into a river. My rear driver's side tire, you can see it. It's up off the ground by about 6 inches. My front right tire is off by 6 inches, and I was stuck in the car. I was nervous to even open the door. My buddy that was right behind me pulled over. You guys could see the straps, held on to the car, and literally as I opened the door, I could feel the car move. Got out, slowly shut the door. It was pretty crazy. And putting that in perspective, I'm like, you know what? A daily loss limit is absolutely nothing compared to
just a couple dollars
a
in
real life
right?
getting hurt or anything more serious. So I had something to be thankful for this weekend, and a great thing to think about where money isn't everything. Money's nice. You can have the nice things, but there's some things that's just more important in life.
Absolutely. Thanks for sharing that. We're glad you're okay. And I didn't know it snowed like that in Florida. So anyway, that's another one for the books, right?
Oscar Lopez.
Jay.
Oscar Lopez in the chat says, "Damn, you're a trader without a Lambo." I think we're very happy that wasn't your Lambo that you were driving, Dakota. You kept that one in the garage.
That's an old beater. I mean, not old beater. It's a 2002, 2022 Honda Civic. Great gas mileage. I don't care about the car. I'll probably have this car for another 10 years or until I run it to the ground. Yeah, great gas.
Dakota's taking those morning cold plunges to heart here, and just being like, yeah, we can get this out of the way in one shot. Let's just go for it.
Yeah.
Coach Jay, I got something to run your way. You are a coach outside. You're a basketball coach as well. Did I hear that?
That's correct. That is correct.
Okay, so my question is, now that you're coaching traders and training yourself, and you've learned from coaches yourself, and you're coaching basketball, can you merge those two together? Is there any correlation how you do that? Because there's training, there's discipline, there's repetition, and then there's competitiveness and aggressiveness and all that other stuff. How do you merge those two together? So everybody's a little different. What do you say?
Yeah, I think just like coaching basketball players, I compare traders to shooters all the time. I coached my younger brother for a good 6 or 7 years, and he's a really good shooter, right? But really good shooters hit 3 out of 10 shots, maybe 4 out of 10. So I compare, shooters and traders all the time. You have to be okay with accepting when you're going to miss a shot shooting a basketball. You have to be okay with when you're going to have a losing trade in your trading, right? I tell my players all the time, if you get upset with missing a shot, you won't play the game for very long because you're going to be upset all the time when you're playing. And I think it's the same thing with us traders. Dakota had a max loss losing day, and he's still here trading. I gave up some of my profits on the day, but if an opportunity presents itself, I need to get back to process. And I think that's really what we train traders for and what we train basketball players for. Hey, it's not the result. You focus on your process. And if I see a setup, I have to go ahead and take it. I can't think about the loss that I took. I can't think about the missed shot because each shot is its own thing. And each trade is its own thing.
That's great.
Someone said I make my bad traders run laps. If we were trading together, I'd probably run some laps to myself today. But no laps with your traders. If you want to do push-ups, I think that's what we were doing on TopstepTV last week. So.
Oh man, yeah. So what do we do if we can't make a bad trader do laps? I mean that's always the 2-a-days and the training and that type of stuff. Really can't do that in trading. So do you just hack their account and lock them out for 3 days? What's the punishment on this side?
I think watching the market move without you is just as bad.
That's a good one. Yep. That's pain enough.
Touche.
But
We always
you
use
were
those as
talking
learning
about the
experiences.
you were talking about I think the difference, Robert, with traders and with athletes. Athletes, you have a lot more control over the outcome of a game, right? Where you can physically impose your will as an athlete to change the results. And some of that aggression, you can't do that with trading, right? Where we have to be more like a surfer than any other type of athlete, right? Where you are subject to how the market wants to move, and you have to get in line with it. It's kind of like being in flow, but I think a lot of times, even with myself, I'm an athlete. I've played sports for over 20 years, and sometimes it's just like you want to take that athlete aggression and just make something happen. And we really can't in this case. I mean, if you're trading with Hoag's account, maybe you could. You throw on a couple hundred lots and move the market one way or the other. But most of us are we have to get in line with what the market is saying.
Right, exactly. And there's a difference between having how should I say, not the real world, but the physical world versus the trading world. I mean, what are we going to do? Press the mouse button harder or something? It's like, that's it. You failed that trade. You're going to have to hit the space bar 200 times. It's just not the same as push-ups, or running laps or whatnot. So that's a nice little transition in the segue. Now, Hoag, back to you. You've been trading for a long time and coaching for just about as long, I would think. So how are you reading the same thing like with coaching back in the day, when there's floors around and then this one-on-one stuff, and now coaching through group coaching like this on Topstep TV? I know you and I kind of bounce back and forth on that little segment right there, and I'm looking forward to it. I think we're both on tomorrow. We're going to do a little tag team, so that's going to be really fun. But, yeah, so how do you transition from like one style to another? Because we just heard Jay say it's like you can't just like say, oh, you lost a trade, go do 20 laps. I suppose you can, but what is your approach when you're helping a trader? And let's just say, let's use the side that they're struggling a little bit. What would be your first approach to that?
Well, I mean, when I was kind of working one-on-one with traders, I would tell them that my goal or my hope for them was to get them to a point where they could maintain an account for forever, to where they're going to be able to trade in an account, build that account over time, and build themselves into the trader that they believe that one day that they can be. It's going to take a lot longer than you think it is. It's going to be far more difficult than you think it is. And 100% of why it's going to happen is completely up to you. There is only so much that any coach is going to be able to do for you. And, again, 100% of the outcome in this environment is 100% on you. I think, accepting that responsibility is one of the first things that traders have to do. There are traders that are taking trades that they're watching other people take. Great. Coach Dakota's got a good trade on right now. I would imagine that there are some other.
I just closed it. Yeah.
Oh, you did. You just got out. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good. So, I think a good coach is going to be talking about why he took the trade to begin with, which Coach Dakota just did. A good coach is going to be helping expand your knowledge of markets in ways that a person hasn't quite thought of yet. A good coach is going to help a person understand themselves a lot more. So I think there's a lot of facets to being a good trading coach, and I know Coach Jay and Coach Dakota feel the same way. I know that they're doing it the same way. They're doing the same things I was doing that I do, and coaching to me is why I'm here, really. I've been around the block long enough. I've seen the mountains, I've seen the valleys. I've been up and down this road so many times that it's nothing that makes me happier than seeing somebody I've worked with take something that they've learned and to be able to use it to their advantage. And that is where my joy in this is coming from. I know that Coach Dakota and Coach Jay feel the same way. I I coached little league baseball. I was a coach on my son's team. There were good games, bad games, but you always got to come back for the next game, right? So, there was no crying in baseball. There's no crying in trading, and we just work a little bit every day, and we work to get a little better than we were the previous day. And
exactly right.
These guys are doing it the right way.
It's repetition over time. And Dakota, I'm going to come back to you in 1 second. So I want to talk about how you do your coaching on the overnights during the slow markets. But first, a quick little story. Prior to trading, I had an IT company, but just prior to trading for about 9 years, right before trading 2017 and back, I ran a sports therapy practice. And here's where the story comes in. Two athletes come in for treatment. One of them it's true story, by the way. One of them is a casual runner, does marathons, half marathons, stuff like that. And the other one is an Olympic athlete. And in 2016, I had about a dozen athletes that ran track in the Olympics. You can Google that. I'm working on the runner, and I said, "How is your coaching? How's your training going?" They said, "My coach is awful. He's yelling at me all the time. He's got me under so much pressure, always demanding things, so rude to me, pushing me, blah, blah." And I was like, "So what are you going to do?" Like, "I'm going to fire him. I can't work like this. I can't game like this." Literally an hour later, I was working on an Olympic athlete, track athlete. And I said, "Hey, how's your training going?" He said, "My coach is horrible. He's always yelling at me, screaming at me, putting me down, and like forcing me to do things. It's such a struggle." I'm like, "Man, I just heard this a little while ago. What are you going to do?" Like, "Nothing. He's the best. I love it." That, my friends, is exactly why we have different coaches, different styles. That's exactly why.
That's a great point.
One of them runs casually. One is an Olympic runner. They both have the same outlook. One of them just said, "Nope, that's not for me." The other said, "I love it. I'm going to push harder." So you're looking at 4 coaches right now. There are 4 more in TopStep. You can find them all in Discord. They all have their own channels. We all do slightly different things. We all look at the market a little bit differently. But what we all do the same is put ourselves out there and help traders in the best way that we possibly know, including saying, "You know what? We got different styles. You should try coach so-and-so, and maybe they're going to be a better fit for you." So with that, I want to go over to Coach Dakota, and I would like to ask, how do you work with the overnights? We know they're a little bit, quote, slower moving. When you have traders in there wanting to trade it like NQ at the open, hit me, get me in there, get me out of there, scalp me. How do you approach that, Dakota? What do you say to those traders?
Yeah, it's definitely a different pace, right? It's a different mindset, different market, different time of day, and different way of looking at the market. Kind of like what you said, Coach Robert, is TopStep is an international company. We have traders around the world, and not everybody fits into the same exact glove as each of us. For example, yourself and Coach Jay, Coach Paul, Vince, and Ray, and all of our other coaches, we are not better than each other. We each have our own mindsets. I've learned a lot from you, Coach Jay and Coach Robert, and these other coaches. And, I'm hope that we're able to continue to grow together. It's such an amazing thing because as a coach, as a teacher, as growing through like junior high, high school, college, elementary, that's what we see, right? Is how do you cater to thousands and thousands of traders, and avoid the very simple, basic cookie cutter, like teaching style, right? Because not everybody learns the exact same way. And everybody here at TopStep has that freedom to go from coach to coach, learn a little bit from Coach Jay, learn a little bit from Coach Robert. And then, you know what, I'm struggling. I just got a job. I maybe had some kids. I can no longer trade the New York session, but I still want to trade, can I do that? And that's kind of where I'm trying to fill that gap where we run into situations like that more often than you really think, where right before bed, maybe when you put the kids down, when you get off work and you're trying to settle down. So many times I get messages like, "Hey, I just sit there and I do a couple hours of market analysis with you right before bedtime in my pajamas. And that gets me ready for tonight, or I set some orders, or it gets me ready for tomorrow." And on the flip side, we have traders from New Zealand, Australia, around the world who cannot be staying awake all the time while the New York session is open. And their morning or their afternoon is when we're going to bed, and they love it. And so we're trying to cater to a bigger audience, and there's so many different traders out there. There's so many different trading styles, and not any of every single trading style is unique in its own way. And I say the only thing that we all have that makes us similar is risk management. And we continue to push that, where I don't care how you trade, whether it's smoke signals, whatever it is, the one
Chicken
thing
bones,
we all
moon
have in
cycles.
common is risk management.
Right.
But yeah, that was it. And then I closed out my trade, and there's still a little bit of frustration. And I think that happens with most of my trades, because we will always leave something on the freaking table. No matter how good of a trader you are, I closed out my long and we're continuing to push higher. We will always have something left on the table. We can't catch the exact tops and bottoms as much as we try. I try
If
it.
we do,
I'm a little frustrated, but
if we
that's
do, it's
how it
dumb
is.
luck. It was a great trade, Dakota. Don't do that to
Thanks.
yourself.
Yeah,
Don't do that to
it's
yourself.
always one of those. And here we are pushing higher.
Yeah, I can count on the 6+ years of trading, and I can count on one hand the number of times I've either top ticked a short or bottom ticked a long. It's just I don't even try to do that. Sometimes it happens, but literally probably less than on one hand in 6 years. So different markets are different things. You played in bonds or something, it's a little different. But if you're messing around with NQ,
It usually
fast moving ones, it's hard.
It usually happens the opposite way, right? When the trade's not going in your favor, right? You get stopped out, and then the market goes in your favor. Yep. Never the
Coach
good
Jay,
way.
you know that what happened to me last week. I top ticked.
We talked about it last week. Yeah.
Yeah. I top ticked the Nikkei in the opposite way. The high on the Nikkei, I think it was Thursday or Friday, was 40,805. And I fat fingered a sell limit order. So instead of one contract, it went 11.
11.
And it hit my daily loss limit. And I was the last 11 contracts traded at liquidity on the Nikkei. And that was the high day. And immediately it sold off almost a percentage point. And I woke up, I'm like, oh my gosh. I thought I was going to be huge up for the day because I was shorting it going into that level. And I looked, I'm like, oh, daily loss limit. What happened? And I seen, 11 contracts. I'm like, oh man, whoops. I've made that mistake twice already this past couple months, which is just one of those things. And just shrug it off and go next.
Best thing you said there, Dakota, was I made the mistake and shrugged it off. You didn't say my stupid keyboard locked on me. We always need to take ownership. I know.
That's that responsibility
for what we do. Absolutely.
That's that responsibility I was talking about.
Yep.
Absolutely. We have to own it. It's all you. It's just, if you can do this, and I heard this on one of the podcasts I like, Tom Bilyeu, and he said this one thing. It was on a stage presentation, and he kind of owns. He said, this is him speaking now, paraphrasing. He said he took 1 year, and whatever happened, it was always him. He goes, I don't care if an asteroid came in and took half the population of the Earth out. It was my fault. And what can I do about it? So he's like, well, maybe I could have learned where the asteroids were and moved to the other side of the Earth 2 months earlier. So he tried to he was totally out of the realm of just saying yeah, let's just go to the end of craziness on this stuff. But what it brought him is when you're shooting for that, I think someone else said, if you're shooting for 100% and you only get 90, you're awesome. If you shoot for 70 and get 80, it's less than a 90 you would have got have you shot for 100%. That is all being said, is that if we take the ownership on ourselves, it isn't a platform, it isn't a connection. Okay, great. Well, I could have been a wire over wireless. Awesome. Maybe I could have traded differently. Maybe I could have done a limit order instead of a market order. Maybe I could have had a wired mouse instead of a wireless mouse. Maybe my TV shouldn't have been on the background distracting me. If we take ownership for everything we do, of course, it's not going to be 100% everything we get. At lightning strikes, you lose power in a trade. What are you going to do about that, right? Well, you have a battery, you have a generator, or put on your phone or something. Point being, if we can continue to take ownership and take responsibility for our trading, what we do, and whatever outcome comes of it, it's going to make life so much better for your trading, because it's going to set your expectations. We had that as a tip of the week not long ago, of setting the expectations on things.
And on that note, Coach Robert,
Dakota, go ahead. Dakota.
Yeah. So on that note, I read a book, and I'm going to recommend it to everybody here. It's called Extreme Ownership, and it's by Jocko Willink. He was a U.S. Navy SEAL, and he goes through that where there's no excuse, and it's more about how a team functions in a unit, which I think it can be applicable to the markets as well. no matter what the result is, it's about taking ownership. And I have a team under me. I have employees in China, Vietnam, and Mexico. And regardless of whose mistake it was, overall, we know what could have happened. We know what the effect was, and it's our responsibility to, prepare better, learn from that mistake, and make sure, number one, it doesn't happen. If it does, we're prepared and we know and we understand. So I definitely recommend that book. It was a good read, and I think it's just applicable to anything, including the market, just human behavior, right?
It is, yeah, and we can't control that. There's so many humans having different behaviors in many markets over futures of different products, different instruments, different time frames, 23 hours a day. What are we going to do? The only thing we can control is putting that trade on, managing our own risk, and if something else happens, saying, okay, it happened. How can I better react to it? With the emotional side, hey, we're going to have emotions. We're humans, but how do I react and respond to the emotion? How do I learn from it? And what am I going to do next time it happens? Because God forbid we are going to get ticked out for a stop loss at the tick level. We are going to happen. We are going to fat finger 1 contracts instead of 11. We're going to do that. If we can take that ownership, it's going to be so much better for ourselves. And I do that myself. Everybody does it. Everybody on this panel right now, and everybody that's in Topstep, everyone has just been like, what the hell did I just do? If you can own that, learn from it, and move forward. Now, isn't that coaching? Coach Jay, you want to comment on that as how you do that, like inside and outside, with 2 different ways of coaching and the traders that you help out?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, take responsibility for whatever it is. If if it's your market prep, if it's all the trades that you take, I had to do it as a basketball coach all the time. I would see, a kid make a mistake, and it would be easy enough to blow up and be like, oh, what did you do? But I understand that myself as a coach, as a leader, the team is going to go, when things go bad, I take the blame for it. Right. And it's just, hey guys, I'll take that. And when things go well, and I do it with traders as well, they're like, hey, Coach Jay, your volume analysis really helped me make this trade. No, it didn't. You were looking in the right place. Take responsibility for that. Similar to what you did with Austin's trade, right? You can give credit to Austin for the trade idea, but ultimately you have to put that trade idea on, right? And traders, I think the same way, take ownership of the knowledge that you're gaining through here, right? You could say, hey, Coach Dakota enlightened you to overnight trades. At the end of the day, Coach Dakota doesn't click the button for you. So I think what gives traders confidence is learning from someone. But then I think we talk about ownership on the negative side a lot, but take ownership for when things go well as well. Sometimes traders think it's luck. They think it's, oh, I learned this from somebody else, so I'm reliant on them. But understand when it is that you've learned something, you've practiced a skill. We put a lot of work into doing this, so taking ownership for both sides.
Yeah, Jay, I was just going to kind of extrapolate on what I was talking about. I took that trade based off of what somebody else told me, and it was a winner.
Right.
And, if I'm going to take ownership of the winner, if it's a loss, I have to take ownership of that as well.
Correct.
You can't blame, somebody else. If somebody takes a trade and you take the same trade and it's a loss, you get to blame them. But if it's a winner, you get to say, hey, that was me. That was my choice. No, that's not the way this works, right? So anything you do, no matter where it came from, no matter who you learned it from, or whoever else did it, the outcome is on you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I wanted to ask
John, Jay, finish up your comment, and then I'll run into John.
I just wanted to ask Hoag about taking that trade and maybe how you would suggest traders doing that, right? We had Austin on the other day. I think that was Wednesday, right? So that would have been, we've had 2 trading sessions since he's given out that information. And the second trading session, you're taking that trade, right? Do you, and you have years of experience, right? So it's a little bit easier for you to take that trade. When do you suggest traders do that, right? Where it matters, right? Do you suggest practice account first? Do you suggest, hey, just putting it on and figuring out how it goes?
Well,
how would you guide a trader on that?
The reason I took the trade wasn't just what Austin was saying. It was because there was confluence from something that was happening today. We were extending below the initial balance right about that level. So I said, well, I know where I can manage the risk on this. And if it goes, I can handle the risk on it. That's no problem. So, it wasn't just the fact that it was what he said, it was what was happening in the S&P, extending below the initial balance, possibly leaving some single TPOs there. And, I thought it was a worthwhile opportunity. So not only was it what he was saying, it was also what I was seeing.
Yeah, and I think that's the important part, right? Take everything in context, right, and add it to what you're already looking at. And then if it makes sense, that's just added confluence for your trades. Thanks, Hoag.
I love confluence at cheap trades.
John, you've been around TopStep since the inception, and there's been a lot of iterations on, the way the program is one, two-step to one-step and rule changes. So let me ask you this. It used to be, hey, you could trade 5 contracts. If you traded 6, you failed. You have to go back. You do a reset. You couldn't hit your daily loss limit, and if you did, you failed, and you had to reset again. But now it doesn't happen. Now we just stop you out for the day. If you held overnight, you failed. So all of these things used to be there as like a real trader. I know if I left a contract on my live account, the broker would be calling me the next day saying, "Dude, you got to put my money in this account." It just doesn't happen. So we've structured and reformed around some of the wants and needs of the traders. And I'd like to ask you, which one of these changes that we've implemented do you think has the greatest benefit for the traders? It's always a little bit of a moving target, but over the years, what would you think is a standout move, an adjustment that TopStep has made to help with our traders?
That's a great question, Robert. I would say, with the resets, like if you hit a daily loss limit, and your account is not ineligible for review, so maybe it's a brand new account. Maybe you're up $2,000 in that account, and you have $1,000 daily loss limit, and you hit that daily loss limit. You don't have to reset, but you do have to wait till tomorrow. That I think is really important in helping people develop that muscle to say, all right, well, I hit my daily loss limit, and now I can go reset. And you can still reset, but you don't have to, because you hit your daily loss limit. You're going to save a little money by not resetting, stepping away, taking your hand off the mouse, and coming back the next day. I think that does a lot to help traders develop that muscle to say, well, all right, it wasn't my day. I don't want to reset. I know I can just go right back to that account. It's still eligible, and I can continue trading tomorrow. Because that's the goal. Michael's always said, from the very beginning, always trade for tomorrow. If you can't trade tomorrow, then what are we doing here?
Right, exactly, and that's a good one. Coach Dakota, how do you feel like with some of these changes here and some of these adjustments? What do you feel is benefiting the trader? Would it be like developing platforms, or like just a simple rule change, or I don't put words in your mouth, so go ahead and answer the same question.
As in, like, what would be the most beneficial change going forward, or?
Yeah, the updates. Let's you can pick anything you want, but just as an example, we have TopStep X, and you just hit your daily loss limit, but we allowed traders to use their personal daily loss. And then somebody suggested, what about a personal daily max profit? So we add that to it. So as these iterations go on, what do you feel has been a good one to help yourself and help the traders that we've implemented based on trader demand?
On TopStep X?
It could be anything. I just gave that as an example.
Okay.
Anything.
Yeah, so I think for me personally, and I think what's going to help a lot of traders out, and what has, is our dashboard, and just understanding, and this is what I see a lot of traders struggling with, is understanding their statistics, right? We're learning to trade, we place the trades, and we know, like, oh, this is the win percentage, this is the loss percentage, risk reward. How does that play a role in my trading, in terms of evaluating your personal trading, the way that risk managers look at it? We have our shoulder tap, and that gives a bit of an insight to what the risk managers look like. I find myself doing a lot of work in Microsoft Excel, doing some very basic calculations. So I would be curious to see how the statistics are on TopStep X. I haven't looked too much in it because of my small sample size that I currently have. but being able to evaluate your statistics, be able to look at your dashboard and differentiate, how's my trading on the NASDAQ versus crude oil versus this, or week by week. So that way we could make really informed decisions. And it could start to get into some more advanced stuff. But I think the more traders can evaluate their trades and their trading, the better off that they can be in the long run. And as we're talking, I am in long again. I jumped into a couple contracts long the NASDAQ, looking to a breakout and a play for 18,500.
You went long 18,500?
I'm long 18,475 and a quarter.
Nice. Okay. So let's just do a quick check in the markets and we'll jump over to Jay. Looks like we have the YM. It just kind of bottomed out after a big sell-off from today. It's hovering around 39884. I'm going to punch in the ES real quickly. Sorry about that. I just punched my microphone by accident.
Yeah.
Sorry if I blew everybody's ears out.
when that
ES did
happens.
the same thing. Oh, man. I just moved my hand too quick. You know me. We're hovering on 52.93. It looks like it's stationary right around that spot also. Let me make my chart a little bigger so we can see it since it's on screen now. Not a heck of a lot going on. And while we're looking at it, let me throw on very quickly here the fixed price volume here, volume profile here. I want to see where, okay, we are hovering around the point of control. Point of control roughly 52.90, roughly. We're at 52.93. Just kind of bouncing around back and forth over there. Let's take a look at CL and make sure we're catching everything that we're looking at. The same thing. Once we had that pop up, we had a drop off around noontime central today, and just after those big moves up, big moves down, just kind of hovering around. One quick look at gold here. We'll type in GC. And the same thing, we had the sell-off in the morning. We had halfway up on the rebound. It's pretty much hanging around 22.60. Not a lot happened at that point. Dakota said that he is in on the NASDAQ, so we will wait to see how that plays out as well. Switch back over to the NASDAQ so we can keep an eye on it. And there we are. I don't know, Dakota, it's a cheap trade, right? If you break up out of that area, you can look up, like you said, around 18,500, but there's not much room to the downside. You just get the heck out if it doesn't go your way. So I'm in agreement with that position you got going on right there.
Yeah, this is not as cheap of a trade as the earlier one. It's a breakout, and breakouts I don't have as a good of risk reward, but the probabilities are a little bit better in my favor when you're going with the trend versus a reversal.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I guess we're going to see how that one plays out. But that was just a quick little check on the markets. We got about 10 minutes left. Jay, I would like to run this past you. Our tip of the week is learn to adapt. This falls right into our coaching realm, this little round table we have going on here right now. Tip of the week, learn to adapt. We have 3 bullet items. Embrace market volatility, analyze past mistakes, and reassess goals regularly. Do you agree with those, and how would you apply that to your trading, and how would you coach somebody on those 3?
I definitely agree. Learn to adapt. We saw the price action that we got last week in the NASDAQ, right? Or in most of the equity markets. I was talking to traders during in the chat during the trading session, and understanding that the mid part of the day was going to be pretty choppy, right? And that price action was going to slow down. And that happened every day last week, right? So if you're the trader that thinks a trend is going to continue throughout the entire day, you probably had a hard time, right? That's just understanding that volatility is going to be different on price action is going to change. We had lower volume last week and adapting to that. I think that's the most important, right? We have to understand the markets that we're trading and not the outcomes that we want, right? I could want the NASDAQ to trend down 300 points so I could take a short and it'd be an easy trade. If the market's not going to give it to me, then I have to understand what is available. What was the second bullet point there, Robert?
We have embrace market volatility, analyze past mistakes, and reassess goals regularly.
Analyzing past mistakes is a big one. It's one I have to do today, right? I was up on the day. It's one Dakota's going to do as well. What made me give back some of the profits that I had on the day, right? If we don't know how we got to the result we got to, whether good or bad, then we're asking for random results, right? So review what it is that you did on a day, whether good or bad. I review my good trades because I want to repeat them. But you got to review the bad ones too. Extremely important. And the last one was?
Last one was reassess goals regularly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a big one. I think reassess goals and then reassess your rules as well. Sometimes I think traders they're like, oh, I have a 10-point stop loss on the NASDAQ, right? And with reassessing your trades, you understand that I've learned this as well. I need to widen up my stop loss on my NASDAQ trades for them to work out, right? So if I traded with a 10-point stop, which is $200 on the NASDAQ, I had to open that up to 20 points, right? Which might adjust my goals as well. I think that's more important than the goals. I think reassess your rules, understand why you have those rules, right? For me, I had a 10-point stop because I was okay with a $200 per contract loss. But then I hear Hoag say all the time, you can't have a static dollar amount stop loss and it makes sense, right? Better off having a stop that fits the market structure. That 20 points or so fit market structure better in my experience. So assess why you have those rules in place. Not all the time, right? You don't want to be making a change every day. But if it's a small change, something like that, once every quarter, maybe adjusting it. I just made that adjustment to my trading last week.
And that goes along with all the journaling. I assume you have in there going on as well. Yeah, it makes a big difference when you can look back at things and remember everything, day to day, minute to minute, second by second. Coach Dakota, I'd like to get your feedback. Simply heard what John mentioned about this morning, but just the overall concept of the tip of the week of learn to adapt. What's your thoughts on that?
We all have to adapt. I mean, I've experienced it this year. I think everyone's seen me go through it where, I shot up to the top of the leaderboard and I struggle a little bit during rollover. And, the market is always changing. And those that cannot adapt struggle. And I watched Floored, for the very first time the other day. And I think it's the same thing, right? The traders, the people who were not able to adapt and transition are the ones that, unfortunately were left in the dust. That's the reality we live in. That's what the markets are. We're always changing. It's always the new shiny thing. And yeah, we have to adapt and manage risk. And the way we manage risk today might be a little bit different than the way we manage risk tomorrow.
Well said. Well said. I know, John, you went over this morning for it. If you had any other comments, I'd like to get the last word in for John. Then we'll go back to Jay and to Dakota, and we'll close up this segment. Get ready for Power Hour.
Sure. I mean, markets are always all about change. Markets are always changing. Markets change people. People change markets. If you can't adapt, if you can't change to the way the market is, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle quite a bit. Excuse me. I apologize. Embracing market volatility, if the market is extremely volatile, you may embrace yourself right out of the business. You have to understand the market volatility, not just embrace it. You have to understand it. If you don't trade well in highly volatile periods, you don't trade, or you watch and you learn how to trade volatile markets. And when it comes to analyzing past mistakes, there are always going to be mistakes, but don't feel like every loss is a mistake. Some trades you're going to be taking that don't play out, but they were right in your strategy. They were right in your process. So don't think of every trade as a loss. There's always something to learn from everything we do. But I think, part of, adapting is understanding that their losses are a part of trading. And just because it's a loss doesn't make it a mistake. Always learn something from it, of course. And third, goals, reassess your goals regularly. I've learned that, having specific profit goals daily or weekly or monthly works the opposite. My goal is always going to be very simple. Always work my process and my strategies and don't focus on outcomes. You focus on outcomes, you end up kind of creating the outcomes of the fears that are the fear that you have. You know, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you focus on making money, it makes money a lot harder to make. So you got to adapt or die, man. You know, Dakota, you were saying, you know, you watch Florida. And you're right, man. A lot of those traders never learned to adapt. As a matter of fact, a lot of them never actually learned how to trade. If they were just pure scalpers and order flow was going away, I mean, they started going away long before they probably, you know, had to go into electronic trading. So, you know, there was the true scalpers that were on the bid and on the offer, and, you know, they made money just by making one or two or three ticks 200 times a day. Great. That was a great living, but it was going away. They were unable to adapt. They never learned how to trade. A lot of them never even looked at a chart. And so they were a long way from being able to adapt to successful trading. I saw a lot of them, step out of the pit before I did. And they told me of the difficult times that they were having and the amount of money that they were losing because they were still trading size. They said, you know what, I'm going to just take a year and I'm just going to relearn how to do this. And, you know, fortunately I've been able to find a degree of success in online trading. Whereas, you know, many of my peers were not able to make that change. And I feel blessed for it, of course, and blessed to be here. Great thoughts, guys.
Great feedback, John. We're closing up this segment. Thank you very much. I really appreciate any time I have screen time with you. It is just one of the highlights of my day. I really appreciate your insight. Coach Jay, any last words before we close out here?
So seen a couple traders in the chat talking about, the market's kind of chopping around. If we can pull up my charts real quick, I'll show what I'm looking at going into Power Hour. And then I want to address one comment from, I think it was I Am Saint, said I sound like a politically correct athlete after winning a championship. I'll give you this straight. I traded like an ass today. Don't trade like an ass. There you go. I'll give it to you straight that way. Just don't do that. If I could give any final words, just don't trade like that. But I'm looking at the NASDAQ I'd trade volume and momentum. If you can see this red box that I have down here, considering this kind of the chop zone. So if we're not going to get volume to come back in, range bound activity, fade the extremes if you can. But what I'm looking for is if you can look at the volume indicator I have down here, looking for about 5,000 contracts on the NASDAQ on a 3-minute to come back in. If I can see that volume come in, then I'll take a trade from there. Outside of that, I'll probably be hands off for the rest of the day.
Sweet. Dakota, 30 seconds. We're going to wrap it up, buddy. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, I already see Andre waiting in the green room. How about that, Coach Jay? You see LeBron dropped 40 the other day?
I mean, I was looking for my LeBron trading card. I was going to, 9 for 10 on threes, Dakota. Just a model of excellence and consistency, something that we could all strive to.
Yeah, 9 for 10. He's done it longer than anybody. He's just dropped 40 on people the same age as be his son, right? Like that's
what's that? That is 1 point for every year. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty good.
Of course.
Keep them going. Well, listen, everybody, we thank you very much. Appreciate this little coaching roundtable we have going on right there. Hoag, always a pleasure. Coach Dakota, good to see you around. I'm glad you worked out safe there, and you have to make some little adjustments on that driving habits, I think, over there. No more racing on the snowy roads. And Coach Jay, again, always a pleasure with you. I love hearing your feedback in the different directions that you take and translating your off-the-chart coaching into your on-the-chart coaching. Way to go. We have Power Hour coming up. Andre taking over the helm. Joby joining in there. Coach to Coach just going to disappear for a minute, and he's going to be right back in here. And then, of course, we have Isaac R. joining us as well for Power Hour. Stick around. We will be right back.
Welcome back to everyone's favorite hour, the Power Hour. You guys just saw Dakota in the previous segment. We saw Dolby joining me during Power Players and our new guest, not so new, Isaac R. Isaac R., welcome to Power Hour. How are we doing today?
Doing great. Had an awesome weekend. A little crazy start to the day for April Fools, just with some outages and whatnot, but we're still here rolling with the punches. So just ready for an exciting Power Hour.
Very good, very good. Have we taken any trades today?
I did. Just one. It was a loser right after about 10 a.m. So today was kind of like the hard launch of my my Big Tick Energy Discord group. And April Fools definitely wanted to make a fool out of a lot of people today. We had Tradeovate down in the very, very early part of the day, and Zoom was down, and there was just outages actually globally and across a lot of different platforms. So, you know, technology is always going to fail us at one point or another. And like I said, rolling with the punches. So, you know, we ended up still having a good segment in the morning. One of the things I got to say I'm a little sad about is not really being able to tune into TopstepTV myself. After like the last 130, 140 days of like tuning in every day, I was definitely missing you guys, but here we are. I'm on for Power Hour with you. Yeah, it was really good. We took one short, a level that I was looking at, completely failed to support to go long. Other people in the group did take a few trades. Some people had a smaller loss than I did. Other people actually had a small winner. But the vast majority of the group that took the same trade of me, it was one long that went against us. So I am open to taking another trade. I have a limit order to go short right around 53.01.5 in the S&P just for two contracts. And, you know, we'll see if that trade plays out. We've been seeing a lot of sideways action that I was anticipating after that sell-off, because we did have a big 200-day moving average on the 1 hour chart that was acting as support. And you could see we went straight down to it after the open. We tried to retest it a little bit after lunchtime, but couldn't quite extend that drop. And we've been trading nothing but sideways ever since. So I don't think my limit order will get filled, but it's Power Hour and anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. Dolby time. What are we trading today?
Yeah, the usual, YM and Dow. I have not really done a lot of serious trading today. I did do some charting, a little bit of charting, and it's been a tough trade because the ranges have been really, really high. So even on the YM or the NASDAQ, you know, the ranges that are sticking out to me are actually on the daily level. We're kind of like right in the middle of that right now. I can even go over to the YM, and we're kind of in the same situation where we are very, very range bound, but it's wide, really wide range. And if you start like going down to like the 4 hour, you know, it's rolled over. There's no consolidation there. And then you have to get down to the 1 hour before you get kind of like a short-term consolidation. So for Power Hour, I'd be looking for either rejection off this 1 hour range high at 39,916 on the YM, or I would look to get long above that. But those are kind of I would do the same thing in the NASDAQ as well. Just really, really big ranges, and looks like we're starting to push above there. So
yep,
we've got some action in the NASDAQ. So I think Dakota,
I've got a trade going on too.
right now.
I added to my long. Sorry to cut you off, Dobie. I'm just going to hurry and get out of this trade. I added to my long on the NASDAQ. I was in 3 contracts. My average 18,465.5. And we're starting to break over that high of that consolidation. I've been looking for a play for 18,500. And we might be getting it here going into Power Hour. I'm still sitting in long 2 contracts. Like I said, 18,465.5. If you guys caught me earlier, I'm sitting up about just over 19,000 for the day on my XFAs. Oof. And I got my loss limit on my live. So we'll see if the NASDAQ can hold this and continue to push. This is a very bullish candle, in my opinion. The next stop is going to be the 490s, and then maybe a test of 18,500. That's where I'm going to be looking to close out the last of my position for profit, if we get up there.
Nice. Good stuff. Real quick update on the Delta. Right before we got on here, it was minus 18,000 in the ES. I said that right. Minus 18,000 in the ES, minus 5,000 in the NASDAQ. So we'll see if we can get this thing go lower, congruent with price action here. But right now, like you said, we're starting to see an uptick. There is some liquidity to the upside in the S&P, starting at 95 all the way up to 98. So you know how the S&Ps like to gravitate towards liquidity. We'll see if that plays through. Update on
we got
Delta.
some decent asks at 5,300 even, 5,301 block. There's some to the upside is getting a little thick, but like to the point that you just brought up, we're getting some divergence. You know, that delta is large and negative. And the fact that, you know, we had that 2 candles pretty big to the upside is a little concerning, but again, it could just be stops getting wiped out. It could be people trying to take this higher before the sellers go ahead and continue their domination for the rest of this session, because the bears have been ever so present during this trading session. So we'll see how this pays out before the end of the day.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. A quick update. Just got a reminder from boss Danielle. Dakota, number 5 on the leaderboard, and Isaac, number 8 on the leaderboard. Well done, boys. Well done. Keep that up. It's you guys, your names keep popping up there all the time, so it's good to have you guys on. Watch how these pros trade. Full transparency here, as they always are. And yeah, we'll see if the Bears can stay in control here, as they do try to uptick it here. Dakota, tell us about your trade.
Yeah, so I've been looking for us to push higher. We have this pivot that we made around 11, almost noon Central Standard Time, and then we've been consolidating. We had a pullback. I started to build a long position here, and we just started to break out. So on my chart, you can see this 5-minute, and I'm looking for the market to continue to make higher lows and higher highs on the 5-minute. We did just make a new higher high. The next high that we have to test is around 18,490s. I've been looking for a play for 18,500. That's just a psychological level. We are kind of hovering around break even for the day. We'll see. I like this position I'm in, and if we do push again, I will close out of another contract and then trail the last contract. I love to scale in and scale out of my positions instead of just get all in and then all out, and it doesn't allow me any flexibility on closing for profit. I did close off one contract. I was in 3 contract. Now this is across 3 XFAs, as you guys can imagine. Right now I'm still 2 contracts, 2 times 3, 6 contracts total in my express funded accounts. And we'll see how this works out.
And I actually wouldn't mind switching places with Dakota. So I actually want to get short in the NASDAQ, at least try above 18,487, and then see if we can maybe do a stop run to the upside and head lower. So hopefully Dakota gets filled and I get filled.
I'll sell it to you.
We could both win here. That's
great.
Third that, like I said, I have a limit order to the upside in the S&P, so we do have some positive correlation between the 2 indices, and that long does play out in the NQ. We could get high enough in the S&P to fill my limit order, but at this point, I'm expecting them more likely to try to retest that low of the session than they are to really, stretch their legs any further and move this to the upside. So we'll see.
Chat, I'm still trading YM. Don't you worry. It's just it wasn't as close to that level as NASDAQ was. And I'm trading a lot less size on the NASDAQ. Like the most I'll do is like 2 contracts. YM, I'll start with 2 and then go up to like 10. Just because you can. Yeah, but we are starting to get that rejection off that top of that short-term consolidation. If we can get back down to like 18,420, what's up, Eddie? Then I would consider actually getting long. But I'm not super happy with getting long up here. I think it would be an expensive trade in my opinion.
Cheap trades was the all the rage last week. I know they're asking, what is the cheap trade? Dolby, what is a cheap trade?
Yeah, like a cheap trade, for example, would be around my charts. We're on my charts right now. Okay, so like let's say this 39,900 level in the YM. So if a cheap trade would be like here, I want to go short, here, and then my stop would be like up here somewhere. And what that is basically doing is like challenging the market to be like, hey, you have to break structure to go and get my stop. And so in that form, essentially you're making the market do something. So your trade is cheap because the market has to perform, pretty exceptionally to break out. So to me, that's a cheap trade, cheap opportunity. Same thing with Dakota's long that he had in NQ. Because I believe you bought down by 18,430-ish, right?
Yeah. Earlier it was, I think, 428, something around there.
Yeah. So and if I had to assume your stop was probably around like 18,410 or below 18,415.
Yes. Yeah. It was in the teens. Yeah. It was in the lower teens.
That's the same. Yeah, it's the same thing, but from the long side, right? So the trade looks really scary because it's so close to breaking down, but it's in fact a very, very cheap long because it has to break down. Your stop is in a place that has not gotten reached yet. So it's just about the perception of value. perception of value, I think, is probably the best definition for a cheap trade.
Just waiting for something to go on sale, basically, right? Or just get a slight discount. Like my limit order in the S&P where it's set right now, you know, if I have a bear bias right now in the short term and I'm looking to get short, you know, why wouldn't I just get in that market right now, right? Or, you know, a little bit above. Well, because, you know, while I do still have a bear sentiment, I'm looking to short the market, I think that I can give myself a little bit more breathing room in the trade if I can wait till it's a few points higher before getting short. That whole premise of letting the markets come to you. So that limit order set at 53.01.5, that's where I'd be most comfortable, where I think the majority of the risk has really gotten out of that trade setup for me to go ahead and commit to that short. So, and it's just one of those things that I'm not going to go long, right? And I was going to ask you guys, and when I'm kind of done touching on this, I want to ask Dobie and Dakota a little bit about, you know, what are your triggers for entering positions in any one direction? Because you tend to take trades in either direction pretty often, sometimes in just one segment, let alone in one day. You know, I'll have an overall bias. It's very, very rare unless I'm doing like a reversal trade, like I'm exiting one trade and immediately reversing that in the other direction, which is high level. That's for my level 3 and level 4 trades only, and they don't present themselves that often. And when they do, I don't always take them. But it's just one of those things that if my limit doesn't get filled for this short, I'm not taking any longs. And I'm not going to rush into a short. I need that trade to be as cheap as possible and for me to be as comfortable with that trade as much as possible before I go ahead and enter a short. So this is the epitome. This is waiting for a cheap trade at its finest right now. Just having, I don't know if you, yeah, my chart seems to be up. You know, this red block right here on the chart, 53.01 half, that is a 2 contract limit order to short the market. And this green here would be my target. Right. So some people might see this and think that this is a long entry and a target. It's not. This is a short entry and a target. And then if this got filled, sorry, that is my stop up. That's the entry there. So my stop is even higher. It's not even listed or shown on this particular chart because it's above where the current price that's displayed is. But kind of going, and I don't know if anyone in the chat's got questions or if you guys have questions about that specifically, but if you don't, Dolby and Dakota, you know, how can you guys, and I don't mean this, like, I mean this as respectfully as possible, like, how could you guys flip-flop so quickly in such short windows of time, like 15 minutes, 30 minutes from, like, I could be short 1 minute and 4 minutes later I could be long? Like, can you kind of walk me through that psychology a little bit so I can understand, like, your strategies a little bit more?
Go ahead, Dobie. You touch base on that first.
Sure. Well, to be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing, and I just put on trades. I'm just kidding. But, I mean... I mean, listen,
do any of us though?
I mean, you know, manage risk, you do whatever the hell you want, right? So for me, it's just about finding the cheapest trades, and I like starting off on really, really big time frames because there's more momentum behind large time frames. So, for example, if I was trading this morning, like this short in the Dow at 40,000, you know, 321, that would have been a really, really, really cheap trade. With especially because it's a daily level. So if this does pay, then if you're doing range bound strategy, then you would basically have 2 targets. It would be the middle of the range, which would be like 40,000, and then the bottom of the range, which would be 39,000, you know, 700. But for example, it's like, you know, I wouldn't mind being long overall if we get down to 39,700 because that bounced before, that's the bottom of the range, and so I can justify a long there. But when we're up here, I can't justify a long, or up here being, you know, 40,321. You know, I can't justify a long. I can only justify a short. But we are in an uptrending market, so maybe you skip that one and then wait for the pullback. You know, it's really up to you, but it's all about range trading and just seeing what cheap trades are available and then just taking those trades because you don't necessarily have to hit, you know, like a 10 banger or a 100 banger on your trade. You can still be counter trend overall and still make a couple bucks and be totally fine. What about you, Dakota?
All right, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm a perma bull. I like to buy the market. I keep things as simple as possible. I show you guys my trades all the time. You come and join my slow markets. I'm trying to manage my trade right now. You could switch to my chart. I have a 5 minute and a 100 tick. And it depends on the market I'm trading. It depends on the strategy that I'm trading. If it's overnight, of course, I do my trade setups and I hold. You know, that's like 6+ hours. For a lot of those trades. What I'm doing here that you guys have been seeing me do on TopstepTV live is more of a shorter term where, we sold off. We were down at the low of the day. I bought the market. We rallied up. I've been trying to get in on these pullbacks for a play, but essentially I have a strategy. I've been looking for the market to come and test these highs around 18,490s, maybe 18,500s, and I try and position myself so that because it's not when, it's we might not even get there. We might just sell off and I take a loss. But if we do get there, then I want to position myself the best I can to take advantage of it. Now, I could switch to the biased sell-off. I mean, right now we're kind of hovering around even for the day on the NASDAQ. We've been chopping. We've been really choppy the last hour or so, and we might continue to still be choppy. But I'm going to be bullish biased until we have some reason for me to not be. In terms of the basic price action over here on the 5-minute chart, where we're making higher lows and higher highs on the immediate price action. Of course, you could say from the day we have had lower highs, which that could play into effect, like you're saying. We could sell off and I take a loss and I'm wrong. That happens to me more often than I would love for it to happen. But I'm just playing on more of what's happening during lunch and maybe going into power hour. We're starting to see a little bit of strength, and I try and take advantage of it because I typically get really good risk rewards on trades like this.
But I accidentally placed an order, but I flattened it.
Uh-oh.
I actually used to be a perma bear, and
Really?
it was it's really bad. But actually, I didn't kind of fix that until I was messing around and just hitting the reversal button. That actually did like it sounds stupid, but like it really helped me get aligned with the trend. And when you can only press one button to trade, which is the reverse button, it is you kind of just get broken down. You just get broken down. It's like I cannot continue to be counter trend, and eventually your brain will just start accepting the fact that you can go either way and still make money. So in my opinion, it helped me a lot actually get rid of my bias by just smashing the reverse button. But yeah, actually, I did a write-up on that in Discord, and there's actually like 3 or 4 things that I got out of that exercise. But you're not going to make money. Do it in a practice account. But if it's something you want to do, feel free to try it. Just smash the reverse button and see how you start trading and see how you start visualizing the market. Because what's cool is that what you're doing is you're actually putting yourself in the shoes of a bunch of different traders that are not yourself, right? So you start taking trades that you would never take, and you can start kind of, feeling what other traders are feeling like in that position. And so it can be interesting. It's an interesting little experiment.
Good stuff, Dolby. All right, currently, let's take a quick look at Tilt. YM 72% long. ES 64% long, and NASDAQ 60% long. We did see a heavy tilt this morning in the YM, over 80% long. I think the market reversed on them as the bears were in control today. We are starting to see us drift a little higher. We will see, Isaac, if this is a buy up or if this is a rally. I will leave that to you for catching a bid or not. We are at minus 19,000 in the ES. We are upticking a little bit here, minus 5,000 in the NASDAQ.
I just peeled one off for a take profit.
Very good.
On the NASDAQ.
I'm going to get my shorts in and see if we can get filled. I'm going to work 18,047 and 18,492.
47,492.
And we'll see what happens. Yeah, I don't feel particularly in tune, but, we'll see what happens.
Dakota, you have 2 left?
One across 3 XFAs. My one contract is at 460 3/4.
Very good.
Yeah, guys, I'm not up any. This is like my first real foray into the markets today. I had a lot of stuff to do outside of being able to hang out in the charts today. So this is really kind of like a cold start to my trading. But
I feel you on that. I'm actually kind of glad I'm looking at the charts during power hour because I spent a lot of time away from the charts that I would typically spend looking at the charts early in the morning, just like with some generic tech support and technical glitches and whatnot. But I'm not that disappointed that I had a 1 o'clock meeting, I had another call, plus I had to get ready for this. But it doesn't really look like much happened other than that retest, that initial sell-off, right? That, that profit taking, and then that retest of the low. Outside of that, we've just kind of been ever so slightly making an ascent higher, if we can, call that higher. But the fact that we're not really selling off, considering where Delta's at right now, is pretty impressive on the bulls side. But it's one of those things too, like, you guys can see this liquidity on the ask side of the DOM, sitting just a few points under that big round 5,300. Something tells me that if we could inch 4 or 5 points higher, we could end up seeing an 8 to 10 point move higher, because a lot of stops might end up getting squeezed.
I'm with you. So we're
Hey, Andre,
stalking
what's
right now.
the chart pattern of the day?
Chart pattern of the day. JD, if you're there, what was the chart pattern of the day? It was the megaphone. I believe it was the megaphone.
Yep, because I think we're starting to see that here. If you look at my chart, that is something that I'm watching and I'm noticing here on the 5 minute is
There you go.
we are
Nice.
starting
Well
to see
done.
that
Well done,
megaphone
Dakota.
pattern. Yeah,
That is it.
It sure was. We were looking at the broadening formation, or the megaphone, on the daily chart in the NASDAQ earlier today.
yeah. Let's see how it plays out now. Are we going to watch this play out live during the power hour? We still
Hopefully.
have only
That'd
30
be great
minutes.
volatility.
Hope so.
That'd be really good. Yeah, I mean, to me, the megaphone formation is the stop run formation, where you're just constantly making higher highs and or lower lows, and everyone is just getting stopped out by a tick or two.
That's
how I
That's
interpret
the
it.
whole.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, that's what keeps pushing that band going out in both directions, right? Those stops, like, people are just like, it can't go any lower or it can't go any higher.
Yep.
Let me just set my stops just beyond that point, and then that's ultimately like almost like Oedipus complex. It just causes the rest of the formation to continue to play out. But that's one of the biggest reasons why, letting the market come to you, using limit orders, sticking to your plan, and being real disciplined and set on, this is where I'm committing to get in and where I'm committing to get out. You deviate from that plan a little bit. And like in this particular trade setup that I'm looking for to go short, if I went short now, to the point that, Andre and I were just talking about, if a bunch of stops are placed just above that, that it might be just a little portion of my entire stop loss. But then we get in that range where now these stops start to just get triggered. And next thing you know, you blow out your personal stop, which might be a little bit further than that, only for the move to just go ahead and play out in your direction after the fact. So, timing, you could be completely right and completely wrong at the same time, just because of where you entered. So you just have to be really diligent on picking your levels and committing where you're getting in, and just have your exit strategy and commit to it.
So, Isaac, is the thought process having that offer, you said at what, 01? 02?
Yeah.
01. Okay, so are you thinking that the stops might hit up there, you get filled in the short, and then we'll see it, kind of rubber band back or whipsaw back beneath 5,300 essentially?
Yeah, because you're going to have a lot of entries, I would say 4 to 6 points south of 5,300, right? Big round number, psychological number, right? It was how many weeks did we spend as a market? Will the S&P hit 5,300? Will we get over 5,300? Will we make new highs, right? We got there, and now, it was completely disregarded this morning. We went right under it. Very, very little fight, very little support at that level. So a lot of traders are looking at it for a few things, right? Getting out before it, getting in before it, getting in right at it. And regardless of those two, instances, right? Whether you're looking to front run it and get in, or you're looking to get in right at it, then you're going to have stops just above that, right? So for me, I want a few of those stops to get hit, right? Push us to that, 5303, 5405. I still got 7, 8 points of stop room in my trade. So once everybody's gotten blown out of the water, then I can go ahead and get that continuation if the bulls can kind of get this, not this divergence to stop. Like, we're not seeing lower lows on the 5 minute chart with negative delta, close to 20,000. The bulls are trying, but they're going to have to try a little bit harder to change this up, because if not, it's just going to go right back to the bears.
I'm flat now. I closed that one plus 250 per contract. So
nice.
I'm done with that trade.
And I'm going to try along, actually. We're at the bottom of the 5 minute consolidation of the NASDAQ. I'm going to see if we can just push higher, and then hopefully I can get filled on my shorts on the way there. But maybe this rolls over. This is tough to be. If you're a range bound trader, this is tricky, because I've had a bunch of wicks not fill me. And so it ends up getting really tempting to basically just take a short that's not by the range high. And it ends up being kind of a FOMO trade, basically. So it is something to be careful of if you're a range bound trader. It's just when it just misses your fill, it gets very, very tempting to hop in and just start taking the trades. I think something you were saying that I definitely agree with. It's like, in my opinion, the one tick below the low of the day is the weakest longs, and then one tick above the high is the weakest shorts. And what I mean by that is like all the stops that are there are people who are not willing to take any risk, and it's also the cheapest for let's say market makers to come and grab that liquidity.
The algos, right? The market makers and the algos who just come in and eat that up every single time, right? And like, my cousin has a newsletter called Hunt the Algos. And, it's kind of that, like a lot of my trading strategy is like trying to find that happy medium between being a small independent or boutique trader, right? And blending the techniques that come with being that type of trader using some of the strategies that that firms take, right? Like small boutique trading firms would take, not necessarily prop firms, but small, finance teams like micro hedge funds, things of that nature. Because you got to try to always think like, what are the masses doing, but then what are the algos doing and what are these firms doing? Because anything larger than that, we really have no chance. We have no shot. We really don't. But to the point that, you were just making, if you know that a lot of people are the herds, right? The masses are going to be putting stops here and putting entries here, right? You have to play outside of those boundaries, right? And that's the only way that you can, and not even play outside. What you want to do is you want to exploit them. You want to bank on and bet on that everybody is going to do the obvious thing and that they are going based on technical analysis patterns or, VWAP or Fibonacci or, whatever. Because all of those things, in my opinion, those indicators, which is why I don't really use very many indicators, they're self-fulfilling. The markets make these things happen by trying to look for them or trying to avoid them. Either one of those two instances or any combination of those two instances is ultimately what makes these things play out. So if you can just be incredibly patient, right? And then again, try to figure out, that's why like as a aspiring trader, right? If you can go, work at some finance company like, Goldman Sachs or Raymond James or, get as part of like the private bank at Wells Fargo or at JP Morgan, even if it's just an analyst role, you can learn a lot about how firms and institutions trade and handle positions and things of that nature. That way you can, adapt your personal trading style as well. So that's a little bonus tip for, people who, maybe I'm sure there's people here that are a teller or a personal banker at, Bank of America or Truist or whatever. Look for opportunities to be an analyst or, a clerk or something, at the private bank or in their securities division, because, that's free education. A lot of times these banks will go ahead and either require you to get certain licenses, securities licenses, kind of like MP is studying for right now. And, they'll sponsor it and they'll front the bill on it. And, it's just ways to really add to your repertoire and just make you a better individual trader. So, just food for thought.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, boys, we got about 29 minutes left in the trade today. Haven't seen too much happening yet. With a quick Delta update, we're now minus 20,000 in the ES. So that number continues to grow. They aren't really pushing lower. So 29 minutes left in the trade. We'll keep an eye on that. If these shorts can't get this market to go lower, look out. Could be a squeeze coming, but we'll see that play out. Real quick, JD, if you're there, let's get those quiz results out because we might see some fireworks here in the next 30 minutes or so. JD.
For sure. Here we go. You ready?
Oh, yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. There goes long. A lot of love for DJ Burns in there.
That guy's funny.
Moist. That word makes my wife cringe. She thinks it's the
Andre's
most disgusting word in the English language. Moist.
Proverbs 13:11. Is that Proverbs? There's some more details on that one. I study scriptures
Proverbs
daily.
Proverbs, not Proverbs.
Yeah, do you know what
That's
that is?
my first time ever hearing it as Proverbs.
Yeah.
Andre
Proverbs 13:11. If you're in the chat, throw some context behind that one, please.
Yep. Gross.
Yeah, I could read it for you guys. I have it up.
Oh, let's do it.
I always carry my. I always carry the beautiful scriptures.
It's
Wealth
thou
gotten
shalt
by
not
vanity
trade more
shall
than
be
5
diminished.
contracts.
Yeah, so I'll read it for you. It says, "Wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished, but he that gathereth by labor shall increase."
Let's go.
There
Okay,
you
I
go.
like that.
Rip your OnlyFans, Andre.
No, come on. Inappropriate.
Well.
I mean, nope.
This 200 period simple moving average on the 1000 tick chart, though, is acting as support now quite a bit. So we might get a little run up here. We got the liquidity forming to the upside. Would you look at that? Look, let's take a look at the DOM here, at the ladder. Look at that. 5,300 even, about 250 orders there. And then we skip 2 ticks and we're at about 200, 230, 220, 200, all those ticks above it. So, entries and stops just riddled all over that general zone there.
Yep.
Now, I will say, if we
I'm
don't
flat,
get
and I'm going to watch this rally without me.
Do it. If we get to the limit order before 3:45, I'll commit to it. But if 3:45 or my time, Eastern time, so 2:45, Chicago time, like the MP likes to say, if we can't get up there by 3:45, I'm not looking to stay in here during liquidity injections in that last crazy 5 minutes. I will kill that limit order, and this trade just doesn't happen for me. I have a shot clock for when I get into entries.
I like that. Dakota, you're sitting on your hands for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I'm done. Like I said, I've
I
been
would say he's
bullish.
sitting
My
on his
target's
money.
18,500. It just kind of chopped me out. I closed that one for 250. Of course, it's just like I was saying earlier. The market's going to always leave you unfulfilled. You're always going to have something that you left on the table. I'm flat, and if we rally up to 18,500, it's going to be those shoulda, woulda, coulda. But I think I'm fine. I took a loss on my live, bottom up. About 19 something. I don't know, whatever behind me. 66 times 3.
180 something? 188.6?
6,600 times 3. So.
You added decimals and zeros. I'm out.
Carry the zero.
I'm still long this NQ. So we're still long 18,469 ish. So we're waiting for this 5-minute range to break out, basically. So we're just going to hold until that happens. That's it. Nothing to do other than hold. 5-minute consolidation will eventually break.
Yep.
Which is actually a 15-minute consolidation, maybe even half hour. So yeah, if this gets out, there's a lot of room to the upside. A lot of room to the upside. You just can't get stopped out.
Yeah, if you're looking at just mean reversion, there's tons of room to the upside.
Yeah. Do you guys like VWAP? Do we have a VWAP or a POC on?
Yeah.
Between anybody?
I think VWAP in the NASDAQ, 18,513 NASDAQ, 553.02 in the S&Ps. So to the upside.
So just north of my limit entry.
Yep, right there.
And I might get stopped out.
This is an instance where I want all roads to lead there.
Yeah, I got stopped out on that one.
All right, here's a pullback in the S&Ps.
Wicked pullback.
Let's see if we can get some follow through the downside. Might look to take a long here with the delta being minus 20,000. Get out of this 5.
Oh my god, why do I keep placing trades? All right, stop doing that. Okay.
Minus 21,000.
Yeah, so this 30-minute range high at 18,482 is just rock solid. So we went long the bottom of the 5-minute consolidation, and then it just reversed super hard at the top of the 30-minute. And now we're going back down again. So
yes, we are.
My longs. But I was break even, so no big deal.
Yeah. So on the 30-minute chart, we actually just grinded our way up to the 200 period simple moving average within less than a point, right? Just a few ticks. And it looks like there's a little bit of a delay on what my chart's showing on the stream versus what I'm actually looking at. So I'll wait a second for it to come up. But you'll see, price from session lows made its way up slowly throughout the bulk of the afternoon, up to the moving average. Couldn't even peak above it, let alone make an attempt to close above it. And we just immediately started moving back down to the downside. So a lot of data points below, a lot of my personal levels, which you guys can see all over my charts, these little circles. Those are my short and my long levels for any given day, any given period. And, there's some levels from last week, technically, but we're just riddled. Because remember, we were consolidating and coiling so badly last week that there was very little range going from one day to the next. So there's value highs, value lows, points to controls, volume, gap nodes, and then my personal levels that are calculated daily just riddled all over the area that we've been kind of trading in for the last 2 hours. So it's going to take some real transacting power. Like, I don't mean buying in like long direction, right? Just buying in general, like shorts and longs, to really move this needle before the end of the session.
Yeah,
22 minutes left. Got long from 91. Got long 2 from 91
nice.
in the S&Ps.
Okay. And what kind of target are you looking for?
5301, 5300 VWAP.
Okay. All right.
We'll see if the squeeze
that's
happens.
a pretty solid
Maybe I'll
trade.
fill you. Yeah, maybe I'll fill you up there.
Nah, we won't get there in the next 7 minutes for me to.
I hope.
7 minutes. I'll be
that's
closing
right.
that limit order out.
Okay.
I'm keeping it for right now.
We're right where we opened up Sunday night.
Close the gap.
Oh, in the NQ?
Yeah, the NQ. Yeah, NQ. We've just been barcoding the
I
last
got real
1
confused
hour.
looking at S&P. I was like, what in the world are we talking about? We are way off from there. So,
Yeah.
a beautiful gap fill this morning, though. Beautiful gap fill. But blew past my long level, went down to the 200 period moving average on the 1 hour chart. Like I said, we try to make a run up now to it on the 30-minute chart. Couldn't quite get over it. So and if you kind of look at my limit order to go short, it's just below where my level was to go long, because the fact that it failed as badly as it did as support and we made that run down, it's naturally going to act as resistance this go around. So that's kind of like my mindset. Yeah, when I did my analysis, at 9 o'clock in the morning, that was a potential long. But since it failed as support and a long obviously got stopped out for a loss, $1,000 on 2 contracts, naturally, that's going to be a resistance zone. So, using it as a short later on in the session for power hour is definitely a legitimate trade per my strategies and my systems. But that wouldn't be the case early on. Like, you'd never see me going short my long level before noon or before 1 p.m. Eastern time. So, but you guys know power hour is not that's not really my forte, right? That's not really where I trade. I can do it, but I don't feel most confident. So,
yeah, and we were talking about that, a while ago. It's just like
power hours where the money's made, Isaac. That's where you make
it
your
can
money.
be. Yeah, it can be.
Oh, 20 minutes.
But we're like, it's just like, it's so important just knowing like what time frame you identify with, because Deeyana is like, I don't trade the first hour. Robert says, I don't trade the first half hour. Well, if you're on power
I don't trade
hour,
the first half.
You don't trade until 2. And listen, there's more than enough volatility in the markets to provide opportunities to pass trading combines at pretty much any point in time. So, if you keep a journal and you're always trading in the morning and you're losing money, maybe sleep in, maybe trade lunch instead, or maybe trade, power hour if you're in the indices. But, no one is forcing you to trade the open, and it might not even be profitable for you to do that. So, be flexible in that regard, I would say, as a new trader. You don't always have to trade in the morning. You don't always have to. You could be like Dakota.
That's the beauty of futures.
Or Peter Tuchman.
That's awesome.
What Peter Tuchman? I mean, he trades
Oh,
MLCs.
yeah.
He's made a career out of it and done pretty damn well for himself. So,
oh, yeah.
Yes, find your time. Find what suits you.
Yeah, my prime time is 10 a.m. Eastern to noon. And if you see me in a trade beyond noon, it's because I was already sitting in a winning trade before noon. So at this point, I'm just babysitting it, managing it, and adjusting it until I'm finally closed out. So, I let 15 minutes to 30 minutes for the market to digest after the New York Stock Exchange opening bell. But that's the beauty of futures. It doesn't matter where in the world you are, what is morning for you, what is lunchtime for you, what your job shift is. Like, there's always an opportunity in the futures market to put some sort of trade on. But if you are going to trade things that are, and I mean this loosely, right, unusual times, meaning outside of like the New York Stock Exchange session, you got to know what you're doing. You got to do your homework and understand the way that markets work during those times. Look at Topstep and TopstepTV. Like, the fact that we have coaches at Topstep that have segments
Slow markets
live every single day for something like slow markets. It's just insane. The stuff that I wish I had 8 years ago when I started. I'll tell you that much.
Tell me about it. Yeah. Oh my God, I wasted so much money.
That's how you learn your lessons here. That's the tuition we pay.
So many accounts.
Yeah.
So many
that's where my
accounts.
Discord comes into play. Like, for me, I'm like, listen, I've heard horror stories of people paying exuberant amount of money to learn nothing in some cases, or very little relative to like what they were being charged. So I'm like, I got 3 degrees, I've done trainings, I've had mentors, I've paid my my dues and tuition in combines and resets and things of that nature. I've lost, 200 accounts in the past, right? So it's just like, in the same way that I pick my mentors and my closest friends, like in my personal life, like I'm real big on like learning from the mistakes of others. That way you don't have to make the mistakes. So I'm like, listen, if you got people that legit, it's so much cheaper that way, and it hurts a lot less, right?
Yep.
So that was just kind of like the whole premise of like, I wanted to make it as affordable as possible. I never wanted to hear like, oh, I wanted to be a part of your team, a part of your group, but I couldn't afford it. It's like, yeah, no, I don't want to hear that, right? I want, the barrier entry to be really low, so people can participate, and people to take it serious and really change people's lives and trading careers, out of it. So it's going to be a fun 3 months for sure.
Good stuff.
I don't know how I'm going to squeeze in watching Topstep TV while I'm doing it, because
Hey,
it's like so new to
have it
me,
on.
like streaming, answering chats, trading, and like I miss hearing Rips's voice and Nebraska's voice, Hoag's voice. But it's all right. It's just for a short window of time. And the beauty of it is that if we get done trading fast, like say at like 10:30, I'm done, right? I'm done streaming. Then I could just go ahead and turn on Topstep TV for the rest of the morning segments. But yeah, definitely going to miss out on some Topstep TV action over the next couple weeks.
It's okay. It's recorded. Go back and
We'll be
watch
here
it.
for you.
7 hours
Yep.
straight.
It is.
Do your homework.
I do it. Well, you're not saying that just to me, right, Dobie? You're saying that to everybody watching right now. Like, people even told me like, oh, I missed your Power Player segment, or I ended up having an appointment, couldn't watch Power Hour. Go back and rewatch it.
Very
Saturday,
important.
like someone was talking to me about my Thursday segment or whatever. I'm like, just watch it on Saturday. Like brew a coffee and go sit outside and just rewatch it. Like there's, you got to be watching these shoulder taps with Mick. You know what I mean? Like Mick and his team, Ben and Brett, they're the gatekeepers to Topstep's capital, right? So like anything that those guys got to say, you got to listen. Like Hoag is a sage. So like if you're not going back and like, or the Oracle, if you're not going back and like watching the segments that like they're talking, when Anne Marie's on, like you need to go back and watch this. There's no excuse that like, I wasn't available. It's recorded. It's recorded and it's on YouTube, and you can go rewatch them as many times, pause, rewind, and it's free. It's free $99. That's my favorite price, free $99.
Absolutely.
If you're not going back and you're not doing that, you're not taking yourself seriously as a trader. You're not taking trading serious as a business, and as an art form almost. You have to go back and rewatch.
I think here we go. I think we're gonna get ready to break.
Yeah, we got action.
I've been sitting here with FOMO,
Break out.
but I haven't placed a trade, and it's really looking positive for a long to hit 18,000, maybe break up into the 90s and test 500. But as I've been sitting here, just so much FOMO. Like, do I just buy? Do I buy? Do I buy?
Dude.
And keep going up and up and up.
I'm with you on the phone.
So you still struggle with
flat.
that a lot? You guys struggle with FOMO?
All the time, like
all the time.
morning,
Forever.
night, and day.
Really?
I
don't.
I've gotten good to
Not
just
even a
not
little bit.
act on it. It's just the reality of trading, right?
Yeah.
We
When you see the
we have
big
an
moves.
opinion. We watch the markets, and we all get emotional. And it's just one of those things.
Yeah.
Like I put my trades overnight. I prefer to just sleep while I'm trading, but when I'm sitting here watching it and knowing that we can miss out on a move that I've been waiting for most of the morning, sometimes it's frustrating. But the most important thing is to just not act, not just
We got
chase the
big order
market.
at
So
52.94, 800 lot there.
Nice catch.
Or not 800 lot, 800 orders there. That's some thick liquidity with 2 C's for sure.
C's,
and it's on
2
the ask
C's.
side. Yeah, with 2 C's.
Market ran
That's
away from
nice.
it.
But I did right at 345 again, being mechanical, not having FOMO, not letting your emotions take over, committing to what I said. I said at 345, if we hadn't filled my limit order, I hit exit at market and cancel all. That's it. I don't have a lockout on this. Topstep X, fortunately, you do have a lockout button. I don't, so I'm my lockout. So that's it. There's exit. There's no FOMO. I'm not taking a short here. I'm not going to take a long instead. Like, that's it. I'm done. I trade for tomorrow. I lost money already today.
have you
I don't need to
placed
lose
any
more.
trades today? Have you traded this morning, right?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, you could see it. You could see it right here on my chart. Actually, like really close to committing to my plan right here. This lower bubble, that was my long level for the day. You can see right around it, there's my entry, and you can see the red line. It's kind of hard to see the red line because there's red bars there because, again, it failed its support, and we made that run down. So I had a 10-point, $1,000, 2-lot loss, went long. It went against me. And that's it, and in my community, a lot of people were just like, are we going to take another trade? If the other setups present themselves, because I have level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 trades. And 2 of them are trend trades. 2 of them are one's a counter trend, and then the other, well, it's just hard. I'm not going to get into all that right now. We don't have enough time.
Yeah, it's tricky.
But, especially with today being the hard launch, we've been running the Discord for 2 weeks, and the people who got in early got in the soft launch. We've had great. I think most of our traders last week netted after one losing day. We had a 6-day win streak, and I think they netted anywhere between $3,000 to $7,000 positive. We had people already pass combines, which was really exciting. But today was the hard launch day, first day of the month, first day of the quarter, and this is going to be a 3-month run more than likely. And we did take our losers today. One of the things I had to tell people is like, no, that's it. We're done. Stick to it. If this is ground zero for you and you started a combine today to be a part of this journey, and if we just took $1,000 loss, or if you did it on one contract, if you took a $500 loss, why are you going to go and try to dig your hole deeper when we're going to just trade again tomorrow? You end up over trading, you end up spiraling, and the next thing you know, you hit your daily loss limit. Who wants to start a combine down $3,000?
Exactly.
Right? You'll dig your hole, and that hole will very quickly go from a hole to a grave. So, trading for tomorrow, losses are part of the game, and we just show up tomorrow, ready to take a bite out of these markets. And you got to forget about this loss, right? You don't go into tomorrow saying like, all right, first things first, I got to make up for yesterday's loss. Like, no, yesterday doesn't exist. Like, it's behind us. Like, you forget about yesterday. This is about today. What opportunities are there that are going to present themselves today? What can you extract out of the markets today? Don't worry about what you lost the day before. Don't worry about how much you need to make this month. Just worry about putting up good trades, managing those trades well, and then hopefully walking away with some money.
Let's get it. Yeah. All right, we got less than 60 seconds till the 2:50 Central Time liquidity injection. I am long for 52.91. We did get all the way up to 52.94. I thought the squeeze was going to happen, but we did retreat from there. Still sitting in the money a little bit. What do you laughing
I'm going to
at?
see if I can buy lows here in YM and play this 15-minute range low. I got real close to getting filled, but I'm just going to stack a bunch of bids below it and see if we can run down to 39,859, then pop back up again.
Yeah, I seen that picture of you, Andre, that just popped up for a moment.
Is that what it was? I wasn't looking.
I think it was. I think it had like a LeBron James logo on it.
Is that what it was?
I know
No.
you're.
There's a bunch of pictures.
Oh no, wait,
What is
that's.
that?
Yeah, Andre has a bunch of pictures up.
There's a bunch of pictures floating around. I hope. Oh God.
All right, Red, we got some action here.
We're breaking now, a little bit.
I'm
Isaac, are we
so
breaking, or are we
tempted
just
to take
pulling
along
back?
here.
The fact that we're not lower
I'm
right
long.
now in the S&P than we were 10 minutes ago means we're not breaking. We are back at my 1,000 tick 200 period moving average. We traded right down to it. We would have to close underneath it. It failed as support, and then we could see the famous rips flushacito back down to session lows. But we went down to that. We went down to that 200-day moving average, and that was at 90 half, and we're already back up to 92 half. So 2.5 handle move off of that moving average. I wouldn't say we're selling off, Andre. Not even close.
Nope, no, we're not. Let's
You're
squeeze
long,
them.
Dobie?
I am.
You're long,
I'm
Dobie?
Yeah, I'm
Beautiful,
long two
beautiful.
in YM.
I'm long two.
39,862.
Here we
It's
go.
going.
Here we go.
Starts to squeeze. Here comes the squeeze. MOC
Here comes the
imbalance. MOC imbalance. John just hit me with 1.3 billion to the buy side. 1.3 billion to the buy side. 9 minutes left. Let's squeeze these shorts.
Man, I want more time.
Beautiful
This wasn't
trade.
enough
I will
time,
say
Ray.
though, I like this 1 hour segment more than 45 minutes for power players. Like that and considering that we have Dolby on right now, Dakota on right now, I'm on right now, all of us saying a little something, and it's a nice like hour-long segment to really get to the nut and bolts and things.
Agree.
Man, let's go.
I was watching. What do we got? We got.
I can never have enough time with Andre if I'm being honest.
Get out of here. Get out of here. We got 2,600 people watching right now. Please hit like. Please click subscribe. We're on the path to 100,000. You heard Michael this morning. He said he's got something big for everybody. If we get to 100,000, and I don't know what he has in store, but I'm sure it's going to be big, like he said. All right, guys, we got
We're
less than 8 minutes left here. What's that?
We're close.
We're almost to 80, and we're covering a lot of the markets. I love interacting with the people during slow markets, our other coaches, and we just bring everybody on here. But yeah, this market, I mean, I was thinking it was going to get a break. It was a nice little whipsaw, and we're back down to right where we were. We're in the middle. We're just barcoding here the last hour.
I mean, if this was like a month ago, I'm pretty sure we would all just be slamming the buy button. But since we actually have started to get some pullbacks, it has really kept me on the sideline to gently press the buy button instead of smash it.
Yeah, it's not the same as last month.
It doesn't feel the same. It really doesn't feel the same.
What minus 20,000 short is minus 20,000 short, and they're going to have to eventually cover, right?
You'd think.
Yep, it's the play here.
I'm going to get rid of these other additional contracts here and go to break even on this guy because we got like no time left. So I don't want to lose money if I don't need to. And I think we're going to try to touch the 1 hour range high in the YM. So let's see if we can get to 39,909. That's going to be the goal for this one.
Is there anything like as far as like order flow or, you know, indicators or anything on your end that are like making you like, you know, confirming that you're using for confluence, or is that more something you want to see?
No, I just want to see it. It's the range high. It's the 1 hour range high. So if for range bound trading,
because I don't get enough FaceTime with you guys, so like I'm on here with you guys. Like I'm taking advantage of this. Like I want to learn a little something while I'm on here. Like
yeah. Well, for range bound trading, there's the range could be on any time frame, and you're looking for barcoding. So some people see barcoding and they're like, this sucks. I see barcoding and I'm like, cheap trades everywhere because you can buy bottoms, short tops, right? That's the general idea of range bound trading. And then for the range bound trade, depending on how big that range is or what time frame you're on, the two targets are the middle of the range and then the extension out of it. So the beauty of the range bound trade is that it's not going to stay in the range forever. And then based off of the time frame of that range is going to signify the power of that move breaking out of it. So if this is a 1 hour range that I have, the velocity to break out and extend is going to be really, really strong. So you can do the same for a daily,
It's
weekly,
looking good. It's looking good.
1 minute.
We're testing that high for you,
Less
Dobie.
than 60 seconds, so 55 injection.
Yeah.
And Dobie, are you YM or NQ right now?
This is YM. I'm actually I flattened one, so we got one running.
Oh,
squeeze! Oh, I'm out. Oh,
squeeze!
This is for Eddie. We're up 420 and 40 cents.
Squeeze.
That's for
Let's
you.
go.
One time.
Man, wow. Well, that 18,500 on the NQ just got tapped.
Yeah, it did. I'm still long here, working 5299s, filled out.
Oh,
man. Quick $800.
Lock button. Yes, lock me out. We're good.
We got
There's
fat
your
order at
squeeze.
5303. 5303.
Yeah,
3
we're
points
squeezing.
over
We're
that big
squeezing on
round
NASDAQ.
5300.
Go up to VWAP S&Ps. Just hit VWAP in NASDAQ.
Yep, I'm locked out. I'm
We're
done.
holding
We have
above
5 minutes
500.
left. Lock my platform. Yeah, so we extended outside of the range. Maybe we get back in. If you were doing a 5-minute range trade, you would try to hold this until it ranges again. So that can be another half hour, 45 minutes, or whatever it is. I'm not going to take it. I got my monies for the day, which is great because I don't feel in tune with the market. So I'm going to take this, lock it up, and we're good. And that's it. But that's a really, really good example of a range trade. Pretty much perfect. Bought the bottom and then had a target up top. Easy peasy.
Sweet.
Beautiful.
Good for you.
That was a good one.
Yep.
Thank you,
That was
John,
a
for
good
those Delta updates. What do we got
There goes
here?
my max FOMO.
Less than 4 minutes here. Less than 4 minutes on Power Hour with Isaac, Dakota, Dolby, myself. See what happens here in the last 4 minutes.
And Dobie, so I'm new to Topstep X on a combine that I started for the Discord today. I'm going to be in the trenches with the people that are in my group. So I'm messing around with Topstep a lot, Topstep X over the weekend and today. But I just got to commend you and thank you for utilizing that lockout feature. I think a lot of the people that lack the discipline or that, that are, susceptible to FOMO, press that button, get locked out. So you have no chance of being able to get in there. You can still get in there and look at the markets, right? Because for me, my lockout is I take my laptop and I go like this. And then I'm not really looking at the markets after that. But exercising that feature that's embedded in Topstep X, thank you for doing that. And more traders that are watching right now that are on Topstep X, again, if you don't have that discipline and you struggle with FOMO, press that button. Lock yourself out, trade for tomorrow.
That's right.
Other cool thing, too, that they've put in is not only is there a personal daily loss limit, there's also a personal target. So if you're in the 150K trading combine, you can just say, hey, I only want to make $4,500. And then you just put that in there, then you can just go. Off you go. Yeah, very, very, very cool stuff. Very trader-centric stuff that's getting built into this platform, which is very, very important. And then
2 minutes.
I'm on my practice account now, so we all know I'm one of the world's best practice account traders. So if you guys want,
and aren't you
lessons in
also the
practice account trading,
unrealized P&L king, unrealized P&L prince, or king? Which are you?
I don't know if that was me. I know I'm the practice account trillionaire. You know, that one's me. unrealized. Oh, there we go. I don't know if you see. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that was
whoever's on the
right
production
there.
side with that picture. It
Great
should have been
job,
our
Toby.
faces on those bodies.
Yeah, right. Getting the band. Yep, got a little drum solo in. That was fun.
Oh, dude, that drum solo was
Good
nice,
times.
man.
Yeah,
Not know you had that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been playing since I was 9. I wish I was as good at trading as I was at drumming.
Hey, real quick, we got less than 2 minutes. We got a
YM,
90% long bias in the YM. 90% long bias in YM right now.
That's oversized.
That means that so 4 out of the 5 traders that trade the YM are long right now. That's crazy.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they're getting
90%.
smoked. I would. Here's the thing. So, like, we broke out through the 1 hour range high, but we did not accept. So now we're back in range again. And so the target would probably be middle of range if you grab that short. But you can kind of see why, taking these range trades can be so profitable, is because it's a cheap trade. Now, this run might have been, you might have gotten stopped out because that's pretty severe. Like, you would see this sort of move a lot.
I'm long
more...
the NASDAQ. So
here we go.
Down to the last
91.
60
I'm going to see if we can get. I'm out 10 points. That was a 10 points on 3 cons. So this is a quick one there.
That's trading for you.
Wow.
Dakota needs another segment. He needs another slow markets, power hour, and power minute.
Funny you mentioned that.
Power minute.
Dakota will be
Join
on
me
this
to trade the
evening,
last 60 seconds.
8 p.m. Central. Dakota will be on with slow markets, but as you saw, make that quick money right there. All right, watch all this. Watch all the liquidity come in the S&Ps here as you start to see all these bids and offers grow. We see multiple thousand lots coming in last week on this close. So get ready, buckle up. Let's go. Do we have a bell today? I know Eddie's out. I'm not sure if we're gonna have the bell today again. Closing here shortly in about 10 seconds. We're gonna be closed.
10 seconds. I'm sure
seconds.
someone has a bell somewhere. Oh man, look at this thing go.
We'll get the bell ready. Don't worry.
Thank you, JD. Thank you.
Yeah, so now we're right back in the middle of that range with closed. So
Nice
there's that
session,
range
boys.
for you. It's a fast one.
It was very nice.
Good job, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Isaac Rivera. We got Coach Dakota, number 5, number 8 on the leaderboard. Thank you guys, Jonah, for joining us so much. Be sure to check out Dakota and Slow Markets this evening, 8 p.m. Central. He'll take you through the Nikkei, carve that sucker up just like he carved the NASDAQ this afternoon. Isaac, thank you guys so much for joining us. Everyone, all the bellers out there. We'll catch you guys live tomorrow. We got a bunch of FOMC speakers tomorrow at 4, starting around 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock Central Time. So get ready for that. Hope you guys enjoy that power. Thank you to everyone here, and let's do this tomorrow. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.